Chapter 3093. 3093 Training Fist Technique. 3093 Training Fist Technique. Ancient Tao Sect, Li Changdan's courtyard. Senior Brother Li, something bad has happened. I heard that Lord Sect Master intends to make Ling Han the Tao child. A young man hurried in, his face full of anger. Li Changdan was practicing his fist technique, but there was no change in his expression when he heard this. He continued to practice his punches, and said calmly, "Don't panic. The sky hasn't collapsed yet." "Why hasn't it collapsed yet?" the young man said anxiously, and started to panic. "Senior Brother Li, you should be the Tao child of our sect, to continue the legacy of Lord Sect Master and travel the world to establish our reputation on behalf of our sect. Who does that Ling Han think he is? He is just an orphan that popped out from a rock. It is unknown if he's even human. How can such a person be our Tao child?" "Senior Brother Li, you started practicing martial arts at the age of 11. Now that you're 21 years old, you've already opened 9 meridians in your body. Even senior brothers who are much older than you usually only open 6 meridians. Once you open another meridian, you can even become an elder of the sect. That Ling Han can't be compared to you even if he tries with all his might. If he is to become the Tao child, I'll be the first to disagree." The young man spoke angrily, as if it was his position as the Tao child that Ling Han had stolen. Li Changdan was still as calm as ever. As he swung his fist, a vigorous aura emanated from him, opening up 9 meridians. Whether it was in the ancient Tao sect or anywhere else, he was qualified to be called an elite. "Tongfeng, this is just a rumor. Besides, even Lord Sect Master can't ignore everyone's objections and rashly make someone the Tao child," he said indifferently. The young man's surname was Zhang, and his full name was Zhang Tongfeng. He was a year younger than Li Changdan, and had opened 4 meridians. His aptitude could only be said to be average. He looked at Li Changdan, and gradually calmed down. "But Senior Brother Li, everyone's saying that if we let him do as he pleases, he might really be able to do as he wishes in the future." He was still worried. Li Changdan smiled. "Don't worry, there's still a long time. To be the Tao child, he would naturally have to be able to withstand the trial. You can't be a person with bad character." "Senior Brother Li, you mean..." Realization dawned on Zhang Tongfeng, and his words trailed off. If one wanted to become the Tao child, not only did he have to have natural talent in martial arts, but he also had to pass the test of morals. However, if Ling Han did something wrong, would he still have the qualifications to become the Tao child? Hee. Li Changdan continued to punch. He had to open the 10th meridian as soon as possible so that he could truly gain a foothold in this great world. Otherwise, he would only be a small fry. As for Ling Han. Humph. Ling Han first flipped through the fist manual. Although his current strength had fallen to rock bottom, his comprehension ability had not changed in the slightest. He had only flipped through the fist manual once, and he already understood it completely. "It's a pity that the martial arts I've mastered before can't be applied at all, or else I won't have to cultivate such rudimentary knowledge," Ling Han muttered. Although this was an extremely superficial fist technique, it was in accordance with certain regulations of this world. After practicing it, one could strengthen their body and possess the power to shatter rocks and break pillars. Ling Han began to practice in the courtyard. With this training, he immediately realized that he had been biting off more than he could chew. Understanding was one thing, but being able to do it was another. This fist technique was very artful, and required one's body to be twisted. Many of the moves violated the human body's structure. If one forcefully twisted his body, not only would it hurt, but some angles would also be impossible to achieve. In the past, that would not have been a big deal for Ling Han, as his body could have been twisted at will. Now, however, he was just an ordinary person. If he forcefully twisted his body, the result would be him breaking his own bones. "I have to cultivate the toughness of my body first. Otherwise, I can't cultivate this fist technique," Ling Han said to himself. He began to train his toughness. Pressing on his legs and bending his waist, he began the basic training. When it came to practicing martial arts, Ling Han had always been very crazy. In order to start as soon as possible, he tormented himself as if his life depended on it. If someone else were to press down on his legs, it would be enough if he could do a split. Ling Han, however, almost bent his legs to the side of his ears. If he wanted to do it, he had to do it to the best of his ability. Fortunately, toughness was very easy to cultivate. After merely 2 days, Ling Han once again began to cultivate his fist technique. After 1 round, Ling Han frowned. There were too many imperfections. Again. He corrected his mistakes over and over again until he was exhausted. After resting for a night, Ling Han continued. In terms of strengthening his foundations, he was a person who pursued perfection, almost to the point of being a maniac. He even got Huan Shui to get him a mirror and then told her to leave. He stripped down to his underpants and practiced punching in front of the mirror, picking out all of his subtle flaws. Under such crazy demands, he would completely master this fist technique in another day. It was as if he had practiced it for more than 10 years without any slacking off. The sun had already set, but Ling Han did not stop. Since he had already mastered the fist technique, it was even more important for him to open his first meridian and restart his path of cultivation. However, he couldn't sense anything even after practicing dozens of times. If he could not feel the existence of his meridians, how could he open them? Could it be that I'm not suitable to practice martial arts here? Ling Han stopped, appearing rather puzzled. He didn't know where the divine stone came from, but he knew what was inside. The prerequisite for him to walk out was that he had absorbed all the power there. How could that divine stone be ordinary? Therefore, he had to be a prodigy. I need the meridian guiding fruit to open the path of martial arts? Ling Han frowned. It's late now. I'll have a good rest and practice again tomorrow. The next morning, before the sun rose, Ling Han began to practice his fist techniques. However, just like last night, he still did not sense any meridians. I don't believe it. Ling Han continued to practice his fist techniques. He was a stubborn person, and had once been in existence above the 7th tier. His willpower was like iron, so how could he easily give up? A golden light appeared on the horizon. The sun was about to come out. Ha! Ling Han was suddenly startled. He realized that he had absorbed a faint trace of power, and it was slowly traversing his body. This power rose from the bottom of his left foot, and spread all the way to his left side of his abdomen, then up the left side of his chest, past his neck, and stopped under his left eye. I sensed it? He stopped, and this power immediately disappeared. However, Ling Han had a feeling that his body seemed to have become slightly stronger. This was very weak, but Ling Han's divine sense was extremely sharp. He could conclude that this was definitely not his imagination. Hiss! This was very unbelievable. Not only did he discover the meridians, but he also directly guided the power to circulate in them. According to Sun Jianfang, there were a total of 12 meridians in the human body. They were known as the 12 main meridians, and there were diagrams showing the circulation of power. However, since there was a diagram, why were so many people still unable to open the path of cultivation? That was because the meridians were not blood vessels or bones. Even if someone was cut open, they would not be able to see or touch them. The diagram only meant that the meridians were nearby, but one still needed to sense and explore them himself. Chapter 3094 3094 Prodigy 3094 Prodigy. Let's not worry about this for now. Since I can sense my meridians, I'll cultivate first. Ling Han was very big-hearted. He laid down the doubts in his heart and focused on punching. More power surged into his body and circulated in his meridians. This meridian was very sluggish, as if it contained many impurities. However, every time power surged through it, it was as if a plow had been used to clear it. Ling Han discovered that his meridian was actually so small and filled with impurities. Under the repeated clearing, many impurities were brought out, and his meridian was also slowly becoming wider. Suddenly, he realized that there was no longer any power surging into his body. No matter how he punched, he couldn't enter this state again. What's the reason? So dirty. He realized that there was a layer of black substance on his hands, and there was even a fishy smell. When he looked again, it wasn't just his hands. His arms, thighs, and entire body were like this. Could it be that these are the impurities that were cleared out from the meridian? Ling Han suddenly came to a realization. That must be it. He quickly went to take a shower. This world was very strange. There was no need to fetch water. It was connected to the room through an iron pipe. As long as a switch was turned, water would flow out. In fact, one could even choose whether it was hot water or cold water. Ling Han took a shower and washed off all the dirt on his body. Rumble! His stomach growled. So hungry. Ling Han was astounded. Ever since he had reached accomplishments in cultivation, he had lost his sense of hunger, but not only was he hungry now, he even felt as if he was so hungry that he could swallow an entire cow. He called Huan Shui over and asked her to prepare some food. After eating, Ling Han continued to practice his fist techniques. However, to his disappointment, no more wisps of power surged into his body. From morning to noon, and then to night, Ling Han did not stop. He practiced for another night, and only stopped when he was truly exhausted. If it had been yesterday, he definitely wouldn't have been able to last that long. However, after absorbing that wisp of power this morning, his physique seemed to have become much stronger, allowing him to persevere. Of course, it wouldn't work if it took too long, but it shouldn't be a problem for just one day and one night. The night passed, and light appeared again in the east. The moment the sun jumped out, that power came again. Slivers of coolness surged into Ling Han's body, and there was an indescribable sense of comfort. Could it be that it's because of the sun? Ling Han thought. When it was dawn, there might be some kind of special resonance, but when the sun had risen completely, this resonance would disappear. Sure enough, after a while, the power stopped surging over. Ling Han stopped. There was no point in continuing to train. He would only feel fatigue, and it would be a complete waste of time. According to the Meridian diagram, the one I'm opening now is the Zuyang Bright Gastric Meridian. Practicing the fist technique is only effective during the early morning hours. It means I can't sleep in anymore. I'll go and take a shower. Although he could only cultivate for a short while, Ling Han's body was once again stained with filth, and it was simply insufferably smelly. This world is a little like the mechanical dimension in the Genesis world. It's mainly focused on technology. However, there was a turning point in history more than 100 years ago. Martial arts flourished, and technology was ruthlessly crushed by martial arts. However, although technology doesn't have the upper hand when it comes to fighting, technology brings a lot of convenience in daily life. Ling Han looked at the clock hanging on the wall. It was said that this had been an ordinary item before the upheaval of the world, but now that a large number of factories had been turned into ruins, this kind of thing was very rare, and there was no repairing it if it broke. A night passed, and Ling Han woke up early to practice his fist techniques in the courtyard. The entire process only took about half an hour, and if it was any longer, there wouldn't be any effect. He could only improve his proficiency of the fist technique. Just as he finished his breakfast, he was summoned by Sun Jianfang. Greetings, Sect Master. Ling Han bowed respectfully. No matter how high he had stood before, he was now an ordinary person. He had just opened a meridian in his body, and could barely be considered to have embarked on the path of cultivation. Sun Jianfang nodded and asked, "Have you studied the fist manual I gave you a few days ago?" "I did," Ling Han answered honestly. "If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask," Sun Jianfang said. He paused for a moment and said smilingly, "I gave you the time of these few days because I wanted you to ask all the questions you've accumulated so that you wouldn't waste time going back and forth." "Oh, I see." Ling Han shook his head and said, "There's nothing I don't understand. I've learned everything." Sun Jianfang was about to drink his tea, but upon hearing this, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of displeasure. He put down the teacup and said, "If you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know." This old man hates people who act like they understand when they don't the most. The corners of Ling Han's mouth twitched. There was really nothing he didn't understand. Could it be that he wanted him to pretend to be stupid? "There's indeed nothing I don't understand," Ling Han said. Sun Jianfang almost kicked him, but after thinking about it, he forcefully suppressed this urge, and said, "All right, since you're so confident, demonstrate it to me." "All right." Ling Han nodded, and immediately assumed his stance, starting to practice. Every move was perfect. Sun Jianfang was flabbergasted, looking as if he had seen a ghost. He had already overestimated Ling Han. That was why he had summoned Ling Han today to give him some pointers. In his opinion, Ling Han should have practiced 1/3 of the fist technique at most in just these few days, and he would definitely have a lot of questions. This was already a very high estimate of Ling Han. After all, the latter was of divine son, and could not be measured by the standards of ordinary people. But now, not only had Ling Han mastered the entire set of fist techniques, but he had also not made the slightest mistake. It was so perfect that even son Jianfang could not help but want to applaud. Fuck, this is too exaggerated. Was the divine son that impressive? A prodigy? No, a super genius. He was so excited that he wanted to praise Ling Han. With such a successor in the ancient Tao sect, they would definitely have the upper hand in the glorious future and stand proudly. But when he thought about it again, he shook his head inwardly. No, this kid was already proud enough. If he praised him again, wouldn't he be so puffed up that he would simply soar into the skies? Son Jianfang nodded slowly, and said, "In the end, you didn't disappoint me. This is a little like it." With that, his face burned. Would he be struck by lightning for lying and going against his conscience? Ling Han retracted his hands, and only smiled slightly. He didn't point it out, either. He had to leave some face for the other party. After all, the other party was an elder and an elite. As for Ling Han, going by the flow of time here, he wasn't even half a year old. He should give the other party some face. Since you no longer have any problems with your fist techniques, I'll tell you about the Meridians, son Jianfang said. He sighed in his heart. According to his original plan, this should only be discussed a month later. The path of cultivation is long, and we have just come into contact with this domain. Our knowledge is extremely limited. Chapter 3095. 3095 Meridian Guiding Fruit. 3095 Meridian Guiding Fruit. The celestial path is long, and its length is unknown. The difficulty of walking this path is unknown, son Jianfang said. Ling Han didn't say anything, and only listened. The first step of cultivation is to use techniques to communicate with heaven and earth and extract the power of heaven and earth. Son Jianfang finally said something useful, confirming Ling Han's conjecture that he could only cultivate for half an hour in the morning. The human body has a total of 12 true meridians. Opening them can fill one with power, allowing an ordinary person to have the ability to shatter rocks and crack pillars. In fact, according to ancient tales, there were great elites who could overturn rivers and seas. They were peerless. However, the first step is not to open the meridians, but to sense them first. Sun Jianfang paused for a moment, looked at Ling Han, and said, "Although the meridians of the human body are all marked in the diagram, this only tells you roughly where they are and how you can sense them, but it still depends on you. Here, this is the meridian guiding fruit." He threw a crimson fruit at Ling Han, and a faint fragrance wafted out. After the drastic change in heaven and earth, there were many earthquakes, and many ancient buildings appeared. There were even mountains rising from the ground. Not only did they have inheritances, but they also had this kind of mysterious fruit. Consume it, and it can greatly increase the probability of you sensing your meridian. Ling Han accepted the meridian guiding fruit, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Should he tell the other party that he had already sensed one of his meridians and had experienced some success? Don't underestimate this fruit. Our sect only has one meridian guiding fruit tree. It can only bear 10 fruits every year, but there are too many people who need it, Sun Jianfang said solemnly. If this fruit is sold outside, it's worth at least 100 jade seeds. Jade seed? Ling Han heard another new term, and was extremely curious. The jade seed is the essence of jade. It contains some kind of energy of the heaven and earth. If you activate it with a spirit gathering formation, you can release the energy inside. Then, you will be able to cultivate and strengthen yourself at any time, Sun Jianfang said. Ling Han nodded with an O. This was equivalent to spirit stones, right? It was just that one could cultivate with spirit stones directly, while cultivation with a jade seed could only be done through formations. Ling Han nodded and put away the meridian guiding fruit. He did not need it, but he could sell it. Besides, he still wanted to restart his path of alchemy. If he could refine the meridian guiding fruit into a meridian guiding pill, wouldn't he become rich? Go! Sun Jianfang waved his hand. I'll give you 10 days. Then I'll check if you've sensed your meridians.
Yes.
Ling Han bowed, then left. Son Jianfang stroked his beard and hesitated slightly. Should he relax his deadline of 10 days? This was because the fastest person to sense their meridians in the ancient Tao sect had still required 29 days. 10 days? He saw that Ling Han had grasped the four-directional fist so quickly, which was why he had changed the deadline at the last minute. Forget it, 10 days it was. When that time came, this brat would not succeed, and it would be a good opportunity to suppress his arrogance. This would only be beneficial to Ling Han. Ling Han returned to his room and decided to learn more about alchemy. He asked Huan Xue where books on alchemy were.
Books.
Huan Xue scratched her head and revealed a troubled expression. After the upheaval, the world suffered huge destruction. A place like the library was the first to turn into ruins, because it was not protected by a large number of soldiers. Ling Han sighed. Was his luck that bad? However, if young master only wants to look up information, you can use the optical computer. Huan Xue suddenly said. What optical computer? Ling Han was confused. Young master, have you never used an optical computer in your study before? Huan Xue was even more confused. Ling Han shrugged. He had no idea what an optical computer was. It's all my fault. Huan Xue blamed herself. I forgot that young master came out of Iraq. How could he know about the things in our world? She was taking things for granted too much. Everyone in this world knew about the optical computer. Perhaps even a 3-year-old child could play with it. Thus, she naturally thought that Ling Han should also know about it. Come, young master, I'll teach you. The two of them arrived at the study, and Huan Xue began to teach Ling Han how to use the optical computer. This was a small box-like object with a button on it. With a press, a ray of light shot out, and transformed into the form of a young girl. An image projection? Due to habit, Ling Han used what he already knew to explain this. This move was often used by Wally. His eyes shone, and he would be able to project any scene, which would look very genuine and realistic. I'm your assistant. May I ask what you need me to do? The girl asked. Young master, you can ask her anything, Huan Xue said. This was indeed something that even a 3-year-old could play with. Ling Han nodded and asked, how many pill recipes do you know? 109, the girl replied. Show me. Understood. The projection girl disappeared with a bang. Then, countless specks of light condensed into words and images. Purple essence pill, which can heal injuries. The ingredients needed are purple heart fruit, origin intent grass, the shell of a 100-year-old turtle. Refinement conditions, heavenly unity formation, midnight? Ling Han read, and couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Refining pills had requirements regarding time and formations. It was really different. Ling Han said directly, show me the pill recipe for the Meridian guiding pill. Yes, the optical computer said. The words and pictures immediately shattered, and then the light reassembled to form new words and images. The Meridian guiding pill can help you sense your meridians. The ingredients needed are the Meridian guiding fruit. Only the Meridian guiding fruit is needed? Refinement requirements. 3 elements formation. There's no time restriction. Ling Han then said, show me the specific information of the 3 elements formation. Yes. The optical computer then showed him the formation. This was a 3-dimensional diagram, and every detail could be enlarged. It was really useful. It was equivalent to bringing a Wally with him. Ling Han couldn't help but miss that guy. With the information of this world, coupled with Wally's ability to analyze and deduce, the two of them would definitely have a happy working relationship. Forget it, I can't let Wally out now. I have to rely on myself. Ling Han began to study the 3 elements formation. Actually, setting up this formation was not difficult, but one needed to find suitable terrain. The formation actually used the terrain to draw out the energy contained in the ground and turn it into the flames needed for alchemy. However, there were 2 conditions for setting up formations. The first was the foundations of the formation, and the second was the jade seeds. The foundation of the formation was the basics of the formations, and it was the key to triggering the energy of the terrain. Meanwhile, The jade seed would provide the energy that was initially needed to activate the formation. The difficulty now is, firstly, the production of the formation foundations. Secondly, the jade seeds. I'm poor now. Other than a meridian guiding fruit, I don't have any assets. How am I supposed to get the formation foundations and the jade seed? The formation foundations were still all right. Even ordinary stones could be used. It was just that they were not durable. Perhaps they would be destroyed halfway through the refinement process, but the jade seeds were real money. Where can I get the money? Chapter 3096. 3096 Going Out to Play. 3096 Going Out to Play. Senior Brother Li. Zhang Tongfeng appeared in Li Changdan's courtyard again. What's wrong now? Li Changdan, who was drinking tea, looked at Zhang Tongfeng. Zhang Tongfeng appeared to be very angry, and said, I just heard that Lord Sect Master bestowed a meridian guiding fruit on Ling Hanch. Ha! This time, Li Changdan couldn't remain calm anymore. He put down his teacup, and his sharp brows couldn't help but furrow. The position of Dao Child couldn't be randomly conferred. Even if Sun Jianfang was the sect master, he couldn't disregard the objections of the elders and randomly choose someone. In the eyes of the elders, Li Changdan was the most suitable candidate for the position of Dao Child. Thus, he was not in a hurry on this point. He had plenty of time to deal with Ling Han. However, the meridian guiding fruit. The ancient Dao sect could only produce 10 meridian guiding fruits every year. Not only did the disciples need them, but even the elders needed them. This was because while one could become an elder after opening 10 meridians, the limit was 12. Thus, an outstanding disciple like Li Changdan would only be able to obtain 1 meridian guiding fruit every 2 years. As for others, they would be able to get one every 4 to 5 years. Why had the sect master given it to a guy of unknown origin? What divine son? Li Changdan didn't believe it. Tongfeng, junior brother Ling has just arrived, and isn't familiar with this place. Show him around, he said. What? Zhang Tongfeng almost jumped up. He still had to show that fellow around. Li Changdan smiled faintly. The town is quite fun. For example, Thousands Casino. Zhang Tongfeng was stunned at first. Then he came to a realization and said, I'll bring junior brother Ling to the casino now so he can have fun to his heart's content. To his heart's content naturally meant that Ling Han would lose everything, and even owe huge debts. At that time, he would be humiliated. In fact, he might even have to use the meridian guiding fruit to pay off some of his debt. Ling Han first put away the meridian guiding fruit, and placed it in a jade box. The latter could seal the essence of the precious fruit, and thus preserve it for a very, very long time. He kept the meridian guiding fruit with him. This thing was very precious. He was afraid that someone would steal it when he was out if he left it in the house. Huan Shui didn't have any battle prowess, so if an elite came, he could completely steal it without anyone noticing. Ling Han studied the 3 elements formation for a while, and decided to first search for terrain that met the requirements for formations and practice the creation of formation foundations. In any case, there was a limit to the amount of time he could cultivate every day, so it was useless to cultivate any longer than that. The ancient Dao sect was actually very large, occupying a large mountain. There were only ordinary wild beasts here, and no mutated demonic beasts. Even if there had been, they would all have been cleaned out by now. In addition, there was a town at the foot of the mountain, which was also under the protection of the ancient Dao sect. It was mainly occupied by ordinary people who served the ancient Dao sect. As Ling Han walked, he took a piece of wood and carved in it with a knife, practicing the creation of formation foundations. He was completely clueless, and it did not affect him at all. After searching for half a day, he finally found a place that met the requirements. Right now, I'm only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. After walking for half a day, I'm actually already this tired, Ling Han lamented. His entire body was covered in sweat, and he had to hurry back to wash up. When Ling Han returned to his residence, he saw that there was actually a young man sitting in the room. Huan Shui had made him a cup of tea, and she was standing at the side, appearing somewhat respectful. Ling Han frowned. He was an extremely protective person. Huan Shui was his maid, so why should she be ordered around by others? Junior brother Ling. Zhang Tongfeng immediately put down his teacup and laughed loudly. My name is Zhang Tongfeng. I joined the sect 7 years ago. I was busy practicing martial arts and didn't have the time to visit junior brother. Today, I'm here to apologize. Ling Han chuckled in his heart. Did he really think that he was a young brat who had just been born? He smiled indifferently and said, Thank you, senior brother. Come, come, come. I'll bring you around. Although the heaven and earth have changed greatly, there are still many fun places. Zhang Tongfeng pulled Ling Han out the door, not allowing Ling Han to object at all. His power was too strong. Ling Han nodded at Huan Shui, indicating that there was no need for her to be nervous. Although Zhang Tongfeng was much stronger than Ling Han, he would not dare to make a move in the ancient Tao sect. They descended the mountain, and soon arrived in the town. Here, people were coming and going, and it was very lively. However, the strange thing was that apart from the side that led to the mountain, there were tall black walls erected everywhere around the town, emitting a metallic luster under the moonlight. Oh, although Lord Sect Master and other elites are holding down the fort, there will still occasionally be demonic beasts invading. Thus, this wall is used to defend against demonic beasts, Zhang Tongfeng explained. This isn't as simple as just a wall. It's connected to high-voltage electricity, and if a demonic beast below 6 meridians touches it, it will immediately turn into charcoal. Ling Han nodded. This was a little like the realm battlefield. Humans were at an absolute disadvantage, and had to worry about their lives at all times. Come, come, come. Let's have a good time today, Zhang Tongfeng said with a smile. However, when his smile disappeared, the corners of his mouth curled up with the hints of a sneer. Ling Han's horizons had really been broadened. Everything here used electricity. There were lights that could glow without needing to be lit and cars that could drive automatically without needing to exert strength. Everything was because of electricity. Under Zhang Tongfeng's lead, they arrived in front of a 5-story building. Colorful neon lights flashed at the entrance, and beauties in revealing clothes flirted with others, attracting passers-by to enter. Yo, isn't this young Master Zhang? A beauty immediately walked over, her hip swaying, and placed her fair arm on Zhang Tongfeng's shoulder. You haven't been here for a long time. Zhang Tongfeng was clearly a regular customer, and did not show a trace of shyness or panic. Instead, he moved and took quite a bit of advantage of the woman. Only then did he point at Ling Han and say, Today, I'm here with junior brother Ling to have some fun. Yo, sisters, quickly come and greet young Master Ling, the beauty said to the other 3 women at the door. The 3 women immediately surrounded him, wanting to squeeze into Ling Han's embrace. Ling Han smiled faintly, and he gently pushed the 3 women outward with a shove of his hands. What a joke! How could he fall for such promiscuous women? He turned his head and asked, Senior brother Zhang, what's so fun about this? What an unromantic fellow, Zhang Tongfeng said disdainfully in his heart, but he laughed out loud. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. I can guarantee that it will be fun inside. He brought Ling Han in, and the air of extravagance and wealth instantly assaulted their faces. The building was filled with gambling tables. There were gamblers with bloodshot eyes and flushed faces, as well as beautiful women in revealing clothes who were stirring up the emotions of the gamblers. Why did Zhang Tongfeng bring him to the casino? Ling Han immediately came to a realization. He was trying to use gambling to corrode him, and might even be trying to make him owe a huge debt. How did I offend him? Ling Han reflected inwardly. He had seized the position of future Tao child the moment he arrived, and had even been bestowed with a Meridian guiding fruit. This would definitely make people jealous. Therefore, there should be many people in the ancient Tao sect who hated him, and were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Alright, let's play then. Chapter 3097, 3097 Attribute of Good Luck. 3097 Attribute of Good Luck. It's too chaotic here. Senior brother will bring you to a quieter place. Zhang Tongfeng smiled. He brought Ling Han to the elevator, and brought them to level 1 of the basement. Elevator, something else powered by electricity. Ling Han nodded. No wonder the rise of demonic beasts had caused such a huge upheaval to humanity. Because humans relied too much on electricity, once the power plant was destroyed, the entire city would completely stop working. Basement 1 was really quiet. There were private rooms here, and there was a beautiful woman with a superior temperament standing at the door of each private room. She didn't have heavy makeup on, and her clothes weren't revealing at all. However, her tight dress completely outlined her curves, making one's blood rush faster. "Welcome, young masters." A beautiful woman with an elegant aura immediately came forward and bowed to the two of them. Looking downwards from her neck, one could see her snow-white breasts bulge through her collar. However, this scene only lasted for a moment, and it made one feel a sense of regret at its disappearance. Zhang Tongfeng couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He was not just young-looking. He was indeed only 20 years old. He was in the prime of his youth, and a little teasing could make him lose his composure. "Invite your lady boss over," he said, his gaze fixed on the chest of the elegant beauty. "Yes, young master." The beauty bowed again and turned to leave. Her small butt was tightly wrapped in fabric, and she looked flirtatious with the swaying of her hips. Although she was new here, she knew that the people who could enter this place were definitely major patrons of the casino, so she didn't dare to neglect them at all. Soon, a woman with a voluptuous figure walked over. "Yo, isn't this young Master Zheng? Forgive me for not welcoming you from afar." This woman walked over, swaying her voluptuous hips. Her slender waist and ample behind formed a sharp contrast. Coupled with her long legs, she was really capable of causing a nosebleed. In particular, her dress had a high-cut slit at the side. When she walked, a snow-white thigh was revealed, revealing her beautiful curves. It was so fair that it was dazzling. Zhang Tongfeng's eyes suddenly lit up as he scanned the woman greedily. After a while he said, "Sister Yang, you're really flattering me. I'm just a small fry. How can I be worthy of you coming over to welcome me from afar?" "This is..." Sister Yang looked towards Ling Han. She bit her red lips, and her charming eyes were like water. She truly was captivating without even attempting to. Ling Han smiled faintly. Ling Han. He had seen too many beauties in the Genesis world, and there was no lack of seductive women among them. But had he ever been tempted? Sister Yang couldn't help but be surprised. She was very confident in her looks and figure. Any upright gentleman would be tempted by her. At the very least, they would blush, and their hearts would race. They wanted to look at her, but they didn't dare to. However, this young man in front of her was too calm. In his eyes, it was like she was just empty air. However, she naturally wouldn't show her thoughts. She smiled and said, "This is young Master Ling's first time here. I will definitely treat you well." She invited Ling Han and Zhang Tongfeng into a private room, and a beautiful woman immediately brought over fine wine and fruits. "Sister Yang, let me have some words with you." Zhang Tongfeng waved at Sister Yang. "Yo, what's the matter? Why are you being so mysterious?" Sister Yang smiled as she walked out of the private room with Zhang Tongfeng. "Sister Yang, junior brother Ling is the future Dao child of our ancient Dao sect. Lord Sect Master dotes on him very much, and even bestowed him with a Meridian guiding fruit. You have to know that he has only joined our sect for less than 10 days, Zhang Tongfeng said. Sister Yang's beautiful eyes couldn't help but light up, and her small mouth opened slightly, revealing a row of snow-white teeth. This was an extremely charming sight. Zhang Tongfeng felt a ball of fire ignite in his chest. He wished he could pounce on this coquettish beauty, but he could only think of this in his heart. Not only was this beauty an elite of 6 meridians, but it was also said that the person behind her was a king tier of 11 meridians. To say nothing of him, even Li Changdan couldn't afford to offend her. Otherwise, how could Sister Yang be safe and sound all this while, with her being such a beautiful woman and having such a profitable business? "So, Sister Yang, why don't you make a killing off him?" Zhang Tongfeng said with a smile. Sister Yang also giggled. "You're really bad. You are screwing over your own people." "Isn't it because I like Sister Yang?" Zhang Tongfeng said as he stretched out his hand, wanting to take advantage of her. However, Sister Yang twisted her delicate body and dodged it. She giggled and said, all right, all right, all right. I'll remember this favor. I'll give you a 10% commission, all right?" Zhang Tongfeng nodded. If Sister Yang was willing to sleep with him for a night, he would definitely not want anything else. However, even if Sister Yang was the one to offer it, he wouldn't have the guts to do so. That would really be asking for death. A beautiful dealer came into the room. She smiled sweetly at Ling Han and asked, "Young Master Ling, what do you want to play?" Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "I don't have a single cent, so I can't play at all." "It's fine." Sister Yang said that young Master Ling's identity is special, and his credibility is completely trustworthy. She gave young Master Ling a quota of 100,000 ancient Dao coins and 100 jade seeds, the beauty said. Ancient Dao coins were the currency issued by the ancient Dao sect, and were used by ordinary people. However, jade seeds were commonly used worldwide. Everyone knew the value of this thing. "Here, these are your chips. The silver ones can only be exchanged for ancient Dao coins, while the golden ones can be exchanged for jade seeds." The beautiful woman pushed the chips of 2 colors over to Ling Han. Ling Han thought for a moment and said, "Then let's play dice and compare the value we roll." He had a guess in his heart that needed to be verified. "Okay." The beautiful dealer took out some dice and placed them on the table. "Young Master Ling, how much are you betting?" 1,000 ancient Dao coins. Ling Han searched for a while, and then tossed out a silver coin. This was also the smallest face value. The beauty nodded. "Young Master Ling, please go ahead. According to the rules of the casino, the one with the bigger value wins. If the value is the same, the dealer wins." Ling Han picked up the dice and casually tossed them out. One of them was actually 1, and the other was 2. This was practically the smallest value there could be. The beauty revealed a smile. She would win as long as she didn't throw 2 dice with a value of 1 point. Putting aside the fact that she was well trained, even a completely ordinary person would have a 90% chance of winning. She picked up the dice and tossed them. The 2 dice began to spin. The dice became slower and slower, and they were about to stop. The 2 dice rotated at different speeds, so one of them stopped first. Just as it was about to stop on 6 points, for some reason, it moved slightly and became 1 point. The beauty was stunned. She had actually made a mistake. It's fine, as long as the second dice isn't the same value." However, things did not go as planned. When the second dice stopped, it was clearly a 3, but for some reason, it moved again and became 1.
This.
2 ones, of course, lost to 3 points. "Why, young Master Ling is really lucky to have won the match right off the bat," the beauty said reluctantly, her heart filled with confusion. Ling Han smiled. He had guessed correctly. The luck attribute had taken effect. Chapter 3098. 3098 Big Win. 3098 Big Win. In the Genesis world, everyone with a ball of light in their minds had their own unique traits. For example, Ling Han's natural talent in alchemy was extraordinary. Ning Haixin had an extremely strong affinity, and Wang Chuanha was extremely lucky. And after Ling Han obtained the power of the entire Genesis world and the entire void, all of these attributes were also obtained by him. The Genesis world and the void were both contained within the divine stone, and since it was called a divine stone, it definitely wouldn't just give birth to Ling Han, right? Thus, Ling Han guessed that these abilities of his should be usable. Of course, he couldn't guarantee it, so he had to give it a try. 2,000, he pushed out another chip. In the end, he got 5 points, while the beauty only got 3 points. The gambling continued. No matter how good or bad Ling Han's luck was, he would always have 1 or 2 points more than his opponent. Finally, the beautiful woman threw out 2 sixes, and the dealer took all. However, Ling Han had suddenly lowered the stakes, causing her to feel even more depressed after winning than if she had lost. After completely proving that he possessed the luck attribute, Ling Han began to bet his golden chips. Soon, the beautiful woman lost so badly that her hands trembled. Jade seeds were priceless. 1 jade seed was enough to buy her. And now, she had already lost over 100 jade seeds. How could she not break out in a cold sweat? "Meng Meng, take a rest first." "I'll do it." Sister Yang appeared. She had a smile on her pretty face, but there was killing intent in her eyes. All right, this Zhang Tongfeng actually dared to lie to her. How was this an innocent boy? He was simply pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. His gambling skills were too brilliant. Ling Han had only lost small amounts of money, but he had won big bets. If one were to say that he was not an elite gambler, who would believe it? Wang Tongfeng also followed her in. He looked at the pile of chips in front of Ling Han with a face full of surprise, and instantly felt a million curses run through his heart. Fuck, what's going on? The staff of the casino were all professionals. How could they not be able to play better than a young man? Ling Han nodded and smiled.
Sure.
Actually, he didn't have any gambling skills, and relied entirely on luck. The key was that his luck was so good that he could just ignore everyone else. It wouldn't make a difference whoever the dealer was. How about we change the gambling method? Sister Yang smiled.
Sure.
Ling Han didn't mind. They switched to playing Pai Jiu. After a brief introduction of the rules, the game began. A moment later, cold sweat broke out on Sister Yang's fair forehead. At first glance, they had gambled 10 rounds, and both sides had won 5 rounds each. However, Ling Han had only lost a small amount of money, and every round he won was a huge profit. Thus, even though the number of wins and losses was clearly the same, he had still won a few hundred jade seeds. Sister Yang could not hold on any longer. She knew that she had met a true elite. Absolutely. She didn't even know how she lost. She could only attribute it to luck. Luck was indistinct. Could it be taken seriously? Thus, it could only be said that Ling Han's gambling skills were so superb that she could not even tell how he had won. I'm a little tired, she said. Young Master Ling is really good at gambling. Why don't we call it a day? The sun is about to rise. I also want to have a good rest. For women, staying up too late is too harmful to the body. Ling Han didn't say anything in objection. If he continued to gamble, the entire casino might be lost to him. If that happened, whether or not he could walk out of here alive would be a problem. After all, he was too weak now. He nodded, put away his chips and left. When he passed by Zhang Tongfeng, he smiled and said, "Thank you, senior brother Zhang." Then he left. As expected. Sister Yang looked at Zhang Tongfeng, her gaze sharp and filled with killing intent. How much did the casino lose that night? Nearly 700 jade seeds. This was an astonishing amount of wealth. And all of this was caused by Zhang Tongfeng. He actually said that Ling Han was a fat sheep that had come to deliver money. Gift your head. Zhang Tongfeng, this matter won't be settled so easily. Zhang Tongfeng, on the other hand, was about to cry. How could he have thought that a person who had popped out of a rock not only knew how to gamble, but was also so proficient in gambling that he defeated the casino? He was not afraid of Sister Yang. Although he was a little weak, he was still a disciple of the ancient Tao sect. The other party would not dare to be rough. However, the problem was that the real owner of this casino was Gu Tang. Who was Gu Tang? The third elder of the ancient Tao sect. If Zhang Tongfeng offended Gu Tang, he wouldn't even know how he would die. He didn't know how he walked out, but when he sat down on the street, he was drenched in a cold sweat. Go back and ask Li Changdan for help. This was his idea. Now that something had happened, he naturally couldn't ignore it. Yes, go back quickly and ask Li Changdan to mediate the issue. While Zhang Tongfeng was hurriedly looking for Li Changdan to be a mediator, Ling Han had already redeemed his chips and returned to the ancient Tao sect. This was the first time he had seen a jade seed. It was only the size of a soybean, and looked like a beautiful piece of jade that had been smashed. One jade seed was naturally very small, but 700 of them added together were still quite heavy. Ling Han asked the casino for a cloth bag. As if he was doing manual labor, he only managed to move it back after some effort. His power was truly too weak. Ling Han only rested for a moment, and the sun had already come out. He hurriedly went to practice his fist technique. His first meridian was once again greatly unblocked. According to Sun Jianfang, 2 people might have both opened up their meridians, but there was still the term width. In numerical terms, if a person's meridian width was 1, and the other was 100, it would also be filled with power. How big would the difference between the two be? This was the foundation. Ling Han naturally had to open his meridian to the extreme, and only then would he open the second one. Otherwise, rashly coveting progress would only make him regret it in the future. Half an hour later, Ling Han stopped. The time to cultivate had already passed, so there was no point in cultivating any further. This time, some impurities were expelled from his body, but compared to a few days ago, it was much less. This meant that his physique had improved quite a bit, so it wouldn't be as violent anymore. I really have to thank Zhang Tongfeng. When I was lacking money, he sent it to me. Ling Han smiled. When his strength increased, he would definitely thank Zhang Tongfeng properly. Now, I can construct the 3 elements formation and refine the Meridian guiding pills. Money, his biggest problem, had already been solved, so Ling Han decided to make some better formation foundations. He didn't want to treat refining Meridian guiding pills as a one-shot deal. The best material for the formation foundations was earth element iron, which was currently the strongest material known. It had excellent toughness, and was resistant to heat and cold. This material was very expensive. It had been used on battleships in the past, but now it was used to forge cold weapons. In the hands of cultivators, this material could unleash incomparably terrifying power. Ling Han went to the small town to purchase it. The 3 elements formation was very simple, and only required 3 formation foundations. Thus, he needed very little earth element iron. He had bought this material from a weapon shop. An amount that was just the size of his fist alone cost him 30 jade seeds. It was very expensive. Chapter 3099. 3099 Refining the Meridian Guiding Pill. 3099 Refining the Meridian Guiding Pill. Earth element iron was extremely strong and resistant to heat and cold, so it was extremely difficult to forge it. Thankfully, all things had their weaknesses. The greatest weakness of earth element iron was a kind of acid. Immerse it in this acid for just 1 day, and the earth element iron would become very soft. By then, it would be very easy to mold it into various shapes. And it would naturally be no issue to inscribe patterns in it as well. Very quickly, the earth element iron had been divided into 3 portions and molded into the shapes that Ling Han required. The next step was the most crucial, and that was to carve formation patterns in them. The formation foundations of this 3 elements formation were easier to construct. However, if one were to go any higher, it was reportedly useless to simply carve formation patterns. One also had to be able to draw upon the terrain and heavenly might. It was incomparably profound. There was no need for Ling Han to worry about this for the time being. He had completed the formation foundations, and the rest was simple, and that was just pill refinement. He returned to the ancient Tao sect, and looked at the refinement process of the Meridian guiding pill in detail. He was already at least 90% confident that he would succeed. To an alchemy prodigy, this was just a slight change in alchemy techniques. It was not a big deal. Indeed, the Meridian guiding pill was a very simple pill recipe. Ling Han arrived alone at the place he had chosen previously. He inserted the 3 formation foundations, and then piled up some jade seeds. In just an instant, boom, the 3 formation foundations all lit up. Formations were a means of mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. An epiphany rose in Ling Han's heart. In a sense, the principles of the formations in the Genesis world were the same as in this place. It was just that the specific details were different. Since jade seeds were called seeds, they were naturally not big. Each of them was about the size of a soybean. As the formation activated, each of them seemed to be burning, emitting a dense aura. After the jade seeds burned for a while, heaven and earth finally reacted. Boom! A powerful force surged and turned into a silver furnace. How amazing! Ling Han was astounded. This was completely different from the alchemy of the Genesis world. Without hesitation, he immediately threw the Meridian guiding fruit into the silver furnace. The furnace was clearly formed from energy, but at this moment, it seemed to have solidified, and could contain the Meridian guiding fruit without it falling through the bottom. What Ling Han needed to do next was to throw out and retrieve the jade seeds in order to control the fire. To an alchemist, what was the most important and most basic skill? It was fire control. Therefore, although the specific methods were different now, the logic was the same. Ling Han alternated between adding jade seeds and retrieving them again. One moment, he would take a seed from the first formation foundation and place it on the second, and the next moment, he would take a seed from the second and third formation foundations and place it on the first formation foundation. About an hour later, the jade seeds had burned completely. On the surface, there were only a few cracks, but with a slight pinch, they would disintegrate into powder.
Clap, clap, clap.
7 pills fell from the sky. Ling Han shot forward and caught all 7 pills. He broke into a smile. The pill recipe says that as long as you can refine pills, you can refine 3 to 10 pills in a single furnace. These 7 pills of mine can be considered a pass. This wasn't just a passing grade. Very few people could successfully refine Meridian guiding pills on their first try, and even famous formation alchemists could only produce 7 or 8 pills. 10 was only theoretically the largest number possible. Ling Han was the Alchemy Emperor. He had been in the past, and he was still the Alchemy Emperor now. Ling Han put away the alchemical pills, feeling very satisfied. If he were to sell them, he would be able to trade one for at least 1,000 jade seeds. The effect of the Meridian guiding pill was much better than the Meridian guiding fruit. Therefore, if the Meridian guiding fruit could be sold for 100 jade seeds, it would not be too much to multiply the price for the Meridian guiding pill, right? Ling Han returned to his residence and thought to himself, how should I sell the Meridian guiding pill? For the current him, it was a little like the winds howling around the highest peaks. He had just won 700 jade seeds. If others knew that he sold 7 Meridian guiding pills, wouldn't it be equivalent to asking others to rob him? The key problem was that he was too weak. That's right. He turned on his optical computer. Wang, the image of a beautiful girl appeared. Is there an auction house here? Ling Han asked. I'm sorry, but the wide area network has been destroyed. We can't check the main server, the optical computer girl replied. However, there's an anonymous black market here. Perhaps it can meet your requirements. Oh, bring up the information. Ling Han nodded. The optical computer brought up the information. Ling Han looked at it carefully, and a look of contemplation appeared on his face. This black market should have been initially set up by the ancient Tao sect's disciples. At that time, some disciples had gone adventuring outside and obtained some treasures, but they didn't want others to know, so they used this kind of method of trading while keeping their identities secret. As time passed, more and more people adopted this method. Moreover, it gradually grew and gained a fixed location for transactions. In black market transactions, one had to have their own eyes. If they bought fake goods, they would definitely not be able to find the seller to return them. It's on the west side of Hai Ping Mountain. If I go a little further west, that's the territory of the demonic beasts, Ling Han muttered. This place was truly remote. Should I go? Ling Han hesitated slightly before deciding to go. He wanted to buy a spirit gathering formation. The so-called spirit gathering formation was used to extract the power from jade seeds and amplify the cultivation speed of a cultivator. However, the method to create the formation foundations for the spirit gathering formation could not be found in the optical computer. Only the formation alchemists could be found, and there were restrictions on its usage. It would break after being filled with jade seeds a few times. If one still needed to use it, he could only buy it again. Ling Han prepared a cloak and a new set of clothes for himself. Then, when the night had fallen, he headed west. The black market only opened at night, from midnight until around 3 o'clock. The distance was about 15 kilometers, but the mountain path was rugged and not easy to walk on. Fortunately, Ling Han's physique had been greatly enhanced in the past few days, and his physical power was much stronger than that of ordinary people. After walking 15 kilometers in one breath, he was only panting and sweating from exhaustion, and it had not reached the point that he wanted to sprawl out and rest. He could not help but feel a little emotional. It was only 15 kilometers. If it was in the past. Forget it, let's not talk about the past. That is a completely different world. He changed into his new clothes in the bushes, and put on a cloak and covered his face. Then, he walked out and continued forward. Before long, he arrived at the black market. Although this was a marketplace, it didn't have any signboards. It was just a huge rocky field with many people sitting cross-legged on it. In front of each of them was a piece of cloth with items for sale. Some people had lamps beside them, so they could be seen clearly. Some people didn't have lamps prepared, so the buyer could only rely on the moonlight to look at the goods. Otherwise, they would have to bring their own lamps. Ling Han also walked over and found a secluded place to sit down. Then, he took out a pill bottle and placed it in front of him. He closed his eyes and rested. He needed to conserve his energy. He still had to practice his fist technique tomorrow morning. There were many people who came to the black market. Very quickly, someone came to Ling Han's stall and asked, "What medicine are you selling?" Chapter 3100. 3100 Competition. 3100 Competition. The Meridian Guiding Pill, Ling Han said calmly. "Are you serious?" The man was wearing a goat mask, and his face could not be seen clearly. However, one could tell from his physique that he was a slender man. His current expression was not visible, but judging from his tone, it should be filled with surprise. Meridian guiding pills could be said to be extremely popular. It was said that some forces did not even use jade seeds when conducting transactions, but instead used meridian guiding pills. Was there a need to sell it on the black market? The man was skeptical. Everyone knew that there were many fake goods on the black market. How could he guarantee that this was real? "Let me see," he said. Ling Han nodded and said, "Sure." The goat-masked man picked up the bottle and pulled out the cork. After smelling it, he couldn't help but reveal an excited expression. It seemed to be the real deal. He immediately looked left and right as if he was a thief. To obtain the meridian guiding fruit in the ancient Tao sect? It was difficult. Even a prodigy like Changdan could only get one meridian guiding fruit every 2 years. It was even more difficult for others. Many people had not even gotten a single meridian guiding fruit since they joined the sect. As for the meridian guiding pill, it was even rarer because no one knew how to refine pills. It wasn't that no one had tried it before, but being tempered by the force of heaven and earth, the ingredients would only turn into charcoal. Alchemy required natural talent. The goat-masked man did have some status. When he had been adventuring outside, he had once bought a meridian guiding pill at a high price. He had smelled and consumed it before. Therefore, he was certain that the smell was genuine. Of course, it was also possible that Ling Han had used a bottle that had once contained the meridian guiding pill to deceive him. He did not immediately say that he wanted to buy it, but he was also afraid that it would be discovered by others. Thus, he acted like he was a thief. He poured out the pill. There was only a green alchemical pill inside, emitting a faintly bittersweet smell. It was real. It was definitely real. The goat-masked man was now certain that this was the real deal. "How much?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, 150 jade seeds. He had originally wanted to price it at 200 jade seeds, but after thinking about it, the people here probably didn't have such assets, so he decided to lower the price slightly. In any case, he already made a huge profit of 150 jade seeds. Who asked him to be the alchemy emperor? It was like that in the Genesis world, and it was the same here. "I'll buy it." The goat-masked man was overjoyed when he heard this. The meridian guiding pill he had bought previously had cost him more than 200 jade seeds, and it had drained him of all his assets. And this was including the great harvest he had obtained from the ancient sites, added with an ancient artifact that he had excavated to trade for it. 150 jade seeds. He had really made a killing. You can only consume it yourself. If you sell it to someone else, then you don't have to buy medicine from me in the future, Ling Han said calmly. He was not a fool that he would allow others to resell pills and earn an exorbitant profit. The goat-masked man was stunned. "Brother, you know how to refine pills?" Ling Han nodded and said, "My name is Han Lin. In the future, on the 1st, 11th, and 21st of every month, I might come here. If you want to buy alchemical pills, you can come and take a look." All right, all right, all right. The goat-masked man hurriedly nodded. He leaned over and whispered, "My name is Nye Yang. If you encounter any trouble in the sect in the future, feel free to look for me." He wanted to befriend Ling Han. Formation alchemists were extremely rare. Otherwise, why would he announce his real name? However, he knew that what Ling Han had revealed was definitely a fake name. If the ancient Tao sect had produced a formation alchemist named Han Lin, how could he not have heard of him? All right. Ling Han nodded. He accepted Nye Yang's jade seeds. Nye Yang was just about to leave when he discovered that Ling Han had taken out another bottle and placed it on the ground. Curious, he asked, "Brother Han, what alchemical pill is this?" "The Meridian Guiding Pill," Ling Han said calmly.
Pooh.
Nie Yang spluttered.
What?
Another Meridian guiding pill. No one disliked having too many Meridian guiding pills, and it was the same for the king tiers of 11 Meridians. This was because the more Meridians that were opened, the more difficult it would be to sense new Meridians. To say nothing of one Meridian guiding pill, even 10 or 20 wouldn't be too much. Nie Yang had only achieved 7 Meridians, and he was still 5 Meridians away from reaching 12 Meridians. Even if his luck exploded, he would still need 5 Meridian guiding pills to reach his peak. Therefore, his eyes immediately turned red with excitement. "I'll buy it," he said resolutely, not bothering to distinguish the authenticity of the alchemical pill. However, Ling Han shook his head and said, "Each person is limited to buying one." Nie Yang was furious. How could there be such a rule? It wasn't easy for him to get such an opportunity. The people around him had not noticed them, but Ling Han had actually limited that each person was only allowed to buy one. "I'll buy 2, he pleaded. Ling Han remained unmoved. Since he was the alchemy emperor, he naturally had his own rules. Nie Yang thought for a moment, and decided to find someone to help him buy this pill. He really did it. He walked to the side and said to someone, "Brother, I'll give you 160 jade seeds. Go there and buy that bottle. It's only 150 jade seeds. The extra 10 jade seeds will be your commission. How about that?" 10 jade seeds was already a huge sum of money, so that person was naturally moved. He turned to look at him. Could this be a conspiracy? That person has some old grudges with me. I'm afraid that he'll recognize my voice, so I'll have to trouble you, Nie Yang said. He really lied very easily. All right. That person agreed. In any case, it was no loss to him. That person went over and said, 150 jade seeds? That's right. Ling Han nodded. I'll buy it, the man said and looked at Nie Yang. Nie Yang hurriedly took out a bag and handed it over. His heart was filled with apprehension, afraid that Ling Han would refuse. However, Ling Han accepted the bag. He didn't mind Nie Yang's petty tricks, but he threw the pill bottle to the person who was purchasing it for him. He was the one who had set the rule, so it naturally couldn't be broken. You can only consume it yourself. You can't sell it to others, he said, emphasizing this rule. That person took the pill bottle, and originally wanted to give it to Nie Yang, but out of caution he asked, "What pill is this?" "The Meridian guiding pill," Ling Han said casually. At the side, Nie Yang almost stomped his feet in fury. He really wanted to shut Ling Han up. What? That person was shocked, and he hurriedly opened the bottle to take a sniff. He immediately became excited. This really was a Meridian guiding pill. "Give it to me." Nie Yang hurriedly stretched out his hand. That person turned his body to the side and dodged him. "Aren't you a man of your word?" Nie Yang said balefully. "This is the Meridian guiding pill. You deceived me first, and you still want me to keep my word?" That person sneered, and threw out a bag. "Here, I'll return your jade seeds." As long as one had not reached 12 meridians, who did not need the Meridian guiding pill? Wanting him to give up on this with just 10 jade seeds? What a joke. "This is not our agreement," Nie Yang said coldly. "Hand over the item, or I won't be polite." This was the Meridian guiding pill. How could he give up? Chapter 3101 3101 Rules of the Black Market. 3101 Rules of the Black Market. The man sneered and said, "The black market only allows business. You are not allowed to use force. Do you want to die?" Nie Yang couldn't help but feel stifled. After the development of the black market, there were all kinds of rules. Fighting and causing trouble were strictly prohibited. Anyone who disobeyed would be ganged up on by the masses. Although Nie Yang was at 7 meridians, and had a grandfather at 11 meridians, he didn't dare to act so recklessly. He could only hatefully pick up the bag on the ground. Since the other party knew that it was a Meridian guiding pill, it was clearly impossible for him to take it back. "At least you know what's good for you," that person said coldly. Ling Han took out a third bottle and placed it in front of him. "Hey, what kind of medicine is this?" the man asked. "Meridian guiding pill." "Sell it to me." That person was pleasantly surprised. It was only 150 jade seeds per pill. Even if he didn't use it himself, he could still turn around and resell it for a high price. What a fool. What a huge fool. Ling Han shook his head and said, each person is limited to a single purchase. Hey, are you an idiot? In any case, you're selling medicine. Isn't it the same who you sell it to? That person shouted. Ling Han glanced at him and said, since it's my medicine, I can sell it to whomever I want. Do I need you to tell me what to do? You! That person was furious. He pointed at Ling Han and couldn't help but want to attack. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, you dare to make a move here? Do you want to die? The man was stunned. These were the words that he had used with Jianfang just now. He didn't expect to receive retribution so quickly. Ha ha ha. Jianfang burst into laughter. This was too satisfying. That person looked at Ling Han coldly and asked, are you really not selling? Ling Han smiled and said, you do indeed need medicine, but it's not the Meridian guiding pill you need, but medicine for your ears. There's obviously something wrong with your hearing. There's something wrong with his brain as well, Jianfang said unhurriedly as he added another stab. That person trembled with anger and said coldly, good, good, good. You're really bold. I've already remembered your voice. As long as I find your voice somewhere else, I'll teach you a lesson. Ling Han deliberately hugged himself. I'm so scared. It had been many years since he had been threatened like this, and it gave him a sense of novelty. Just you wait. That person turned around and left. Ling Han shook his head. Both of them had only bought a Meridian guiding pill, but why was the difference between them so great? What? There's a Meridian guiding pill here? The commotion from before was a little loud, and it immediately attracted the attention of the people around them. Sell it to me. No, sell it to me. There was not enough to go around, which immediately caused a commotion. First come, first served. Each person is limited to buying one, Ling Han said. I'm the first. I'm the first. Because the black market had its own rules, no one dared to mess around. These rules had been established for a long time, and no one dared to break them. Therefore, although the Meridian guiding pill was very tempting, no one dared to break the rules, cut in line, or use force. After selling a total of 6 bottles, Ling Han took out the 7th bottle and said, this is the last one. I offer 160 jade seeds. Sell it to me. Someone took the initiative to raise the price. I offer 170. 180. This seemed to have become an auction, and everyone raised their offers. However, Ling Han shook his head and said, I'll sell as many of my medicines as I want. I won't accept any bargaining, and I won't raise the price, either. He sold the 7th Meridian guiding pill to the next person in line. 150 jade seeds, no more, no less. Some people secretly called Ling Han a fool. Wasn't this simply refusing money? However, some people admired Ling Han. In the present day, there were not many people who could adhere to their principles. Ling Han dusted off his behind and stood up. He had already earned enough jade seeds, and it was time to spend them. He scanned the stalls one after another. There were indeed many strange things here. Most of them were damaged weapons. It was said that they had been dug out from ancient ruins and had once possessed immeasurable power. However, because they were damaged now, they could no longer unleash their power. However, in terms of sharpness, they were much better than what the current craftsmanship could produce, and their sturdiness far exceeded that of earth element iron. Ling Han suppressed his curiosity. He wanted to find the spirit gathering formation first. If his own strength was insufficient, what would it matter if he had a powerful weapon? Ling Han had always firmly believed that his own strength was the true path to take and the foundation for everything else. There really was a spirit gathering formation here, and Ling Han inquired about the price. The asking price was 20 jade seeds. Was this cheap? Not cheap at all. 1 jade seed was enough to buy a slave. 20 jade seeds was definitely a huge sum of money. Moreover, this spirit gathering formation only had 7 formation foundations. As for the materials, they were extremely crude as they only had to be inscribed in ordinary steel. However, it wasn't as if there was nothing special about it. Ling Han could sense a faint energy emanating from the formation foundations and from the formation patterns carved in them. According to the seller, each spirit-gathering formation could be used about 3 times before the formation foundations would collapse. When using it, one had to fill in 10 to 100 jade seeds at a time. The more jade seeds there were, the better the effect. Ling Han thought for a moment, and bought 9 spirit-gathering formations. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy a few more, but that the seller only had 9 available for sale. The mission was completed, and Ling Han left. He still had many jade seeds in his possession, but all of them needed to be used for cultivation. He couldn't waste them. After returning to the sect, he found a place to change his clothes before returning to his residence. He rested for a short while, and then it was time that the sun rose. Ling Han stood up and began to practice his fist techniques. Huan Shui also woke up very early. She had to prepare breakfast for Ling Han. After she was done, she went to the courtyard to watch Ling Han practice his fist techniques. Half an hour later, Ling Han retracted his fists. The sun had already risen, and there was no longer any effect even if he continued practicing. However, he still had the spirit-gathering formation. Ling Han started to set up the formation foundations. When he saw Huan Shui standing at the side, he asked, "Huan Shui, do you want to cultivate?"
Ah!
Huan Shui was stunned. At first, she revealed a look of longing. Then she shook her head. "I'm not cut out for martial arts." Ling Han smiled and said, "As long as you have perseverance, determination, and a bit of luck, nothing is impossible. In the future, I'll prepare a few Meridian guiding pills for you." "Thank you, young master," Huan Shui said. However, she only thought that Ling Han had said it off-handedly to make her happy. What a joke. Meridian guiding pills were so precious that one was valuable enough to buy several of her. Ling Han saw this, but did not say anything else. This girl did not know that he was the alchemy emperor. Refining pills? Heh, it was no big deal for him. "Young master, have some breakfast." Ling Han nodded. After breakfast, he activated the spirit-gathering formation and continued to practice his fist techniques. Wang, the formation channeled, and the formation patterns on each formation foundation suddenly lit up. Meanwhile, the jade seeds beside the formation foundations began to emit a dense mist, as if they were burning. This formation didn't draw on the terrain or heaven's might, so it didn't need to be set up at a specific location. The energy used to power this formation came completely from the jade seeds. Ling Han practiced his fist technique, and immediately felt another surge of power surge into his body. Awesome! Chapter 3102. 3102 Sun Jianfang was stunned. 3102 Sun Jianfang was stunned. Ling Han continued to punch. During this process, traces of energy surged into his body, surging through his meridian, widening it, pushing out impurities, and leaving behind some sort of mysterious energy. Hoo. Ling Han's punches became faster and faster. In fact, one could even see afterimages left behind his punches. Although the meridian opening tier is determined by how many meridians are opened, cultivation level is cultivation level, and strength is strength. The two of them cannot be confused. Two people may both be one meridian, but the width of the meridian that each person opens is different. Usually, the strength of a one meridian is about 250 kilograms. 250 kilograms of strength is already very extraordinary. For someone like that, killing a wild wolf with his bare hands would be no problem. However, the limit that can be attained is 400 kilograms of strength, which is enough to defeat a ferocious tiger. Ling Han thought to himself as he punched. His dream was to achieve 400 kilograms of strength. This way, even if his cultivation speed was a little low, as long as his power was strong enough, was there still any need to be concerned about his cultivation level? Strength was the true way to go. Everything else was meaningless. Ling Han had cultivated from his very beginning of body refining tier to heavenly venerable tier, so would Ling Han still care about something as superficial as cultivation level? He practiced from morning to noon and finally stopped. It wasn't that he was tired. On the contrary, his essence, qi, and spirit were at their peak. However, his meridian was in pain, making him realize that if he continued to train, his meridian might break. That would be too foolish. More haste, less speed. There had to be moderation in everything. Ling Han had a good rest, took a bath, and ate a meal. Then, he came to the basement, where a meter for strength was placed. This was a very crude calculator of strength. It was very large and took up 2/3 of the available surface area. It was fixed to the ground with incomparably thick steel screws. Facing Ling Han was a black iron plate with leather wrapped around it. If he punched it, it would immediately display his level of strength. The reason why it was wrapped with leather was naturally to protect his hand. Ling Han focused, and then suddenly threw a punch. The energy in his meridians surged out majestically. Pang! His punch landed solidly. However, the dynamometer didn't vibrate at all. Instead, the numbers kept jumping and finally stopped at a number. 132 kilograms. That's all? Ling Han was slightly dissatisfied. Although he had already set aside the fact that he had once been an omnipotent heavenly venerate, after these few days of cultivation, he actually only had 100 kilograms of strength. Wasn't this a little too weak? It would be great if Wally was here. This 4-directional fists is only a simplified version. The effect definitely can't compare to that of the real fist technique. If I can deduce the real fist technique, my advancement will definitely be much faster. Ling Han sighed. However, the 4-directional fists was the foundation of the ancient Tao sect. Even those elders could only learn 3 to 5 moves, so how could he possibly obtain the complete inheritance? Not only could it be used to cultivate, but it could also be used to fight enemies. It was extremely powerful. Let's try using the fist technique. Ling Han started practicing the 4-directional fists, and then abruptly threw another punch. Bang! A ripple emerged on the leather, and it let out a muffled sound. The value changed again. 152.5 kilograms. The enhancement isn't very strong, but it's solid. If I don't use the fist technique and punch continuously, my power value will fluctuate between 100 and 130. However, after using the fist technique, I can always maintain the value at around 150 kilograms. Ling Han rubbed his chin, pondering. Then how many punches can my current body allow? He began to experiment again. If he didn't use his fist technique and maintain his fastest punching speed, he could probably hit 100 times. Then his speed would slow down. By the time he hit 300 times, he would basically have no strength left. If he were to use the fist technique, he would be able to deliver 150 punches in one go. Then, his arms would feel as if they were on fire, and he would be unable to exert any more force. If I'm fighting someone, I have to calculate my limits. I can't just focus on fighting and fall into a state of exhaustion. From the afternoon onwards, Ling Han stopped practicing his fist technique. He rested well, and then he once again began to train with all his might on the morning of the second day. His improvement was astonishingly fast. After a day, his fist strength had increased to more than 145 kilograms. The effect of the spirit gathering formation is very obvious. It made my advancement more than double. It's just that my body's strength is a little low. It's not enough to allow me to cultivate for an entire day. What he didn't know was that if someone else were to use the spirit gathering formation like him, they definitely wouldn't be able to get out of bed the next day. Ling Han's recovery speed could be considered abnormal. It was just that he hadn't completely gotten used to his current body of an ordinary person. He would subconsciously compare the present him with how he had been in the past. In that case, he would definitely think that he was far inferior to his previous self. Day after day, Ling Han's progress was astonishingly fast. By the 10th day that he had agreed on with son Jianfang, Ling Han's fist strength had already reached the 250-kilogram mark. Theoretically speaking, he could already be considered to have reached the peak of one meridian, and could now open up a second meridian. However, Ling Han did not feel at all that he had widened the Zuyang bright gastric meridian to the extreme, and felt that there was still a great deal of room for improvement. "Young master, Lord Sect Master has summoned you." Huan Shui came over. Ling Han nodded. He stood up and left his rooms, heading over to where Sun Jianfang was. "How is it? Have you sensed your meridians?" Sun Jianfang asked. Although 10 days was a little short, combined with the meridian guiding fruit and Ling Han's genius, it should be possible for him to sense his meridians. "I sensed it," Ling Han replied honestly. Sun Jianfang revealed a smile, appearing very satisfied.
Even with the help of the Meridian guiding fruit, to be able to sense his first Meridian in 10 days was still very extraordinary.
Good, good, good.
He pointed at the strength tester placed in the courtyard. Come, let's see how much strength you have now. Ling Han walked over and clenched his fist. Power surged in his Meridian, and he did not use any fist technique. Pong, he threw a punch, and the numbers flashed. 253 kg. Sun Jianfang was instantly shocked, speechless.
Although this little bit of power was not worth mentioning in front of him, a person who had only been born more than 10 days ago and had just sensed a Meridian could actually blast out about 250 kilograms of power.
Fuck, what kind of monster was this? This was already the peak of one Meridian. A prodigy. Truly a prodigy. Sun Jianfang could not help but sigh with emotion. He looked at Ling Han, and his gaze became even gentler. Your progress has far exceeded my expectation. He thought that Ling Han's fist strength would at most reach 50 kilograms. After all, he had only just begun. However, he was truly a little frightened now. Ling Han was able to cultivate to become one Meridian in 10 days. Even though the higher one's cultivation level was, the slower one's progress would be. This fellow should reach 12 Meridians in a year or two, right? Hee. He secretly laughed at himself for taking this for granted. The more Meridians one opened, the more difficult it would be to sense new Meridians. He had been through this before, so how could he not know? However, even if Ling Han could only reach 12 Meridians in 5 to 10 years, this would still be extremely shocking. How long had it taken Sun Jianfang to reach the same level? A full 37 years. Chapter 3103. 3103 Two Meridians. 3103 Two Meridians. You're very good. Sun Jianfang nodded and smiled. He raised his hand and took out another fruit. I'll give you another Meridian guiding fruit. I've always been fair and just in meting out punishments and granting rewards where it's warranted. It was a pleasant surprise. Ling Han hurriedly took it. This was a gift that would make him rich, so how could he refuse? Moreover, if the Meridian guiding fruit was consumed directly, the effects would be too poor, and it could only be consumed by one person, but it would be different if it was refined into the form of alchemical pills. With Ling Han's skill in alchemy, refining 6 to 8 pills would definitely not be a problem. He was contributing to the ancient Dao sect. This time, I'll give you 20 days before I conduct another inspection. Sun Jianfang waved his hand, indicating that Ling Han could leave. Wait, he spoke again. Don't let anyone know about your cultivation progress. If anyone asks, tell them that you only sensed your first Meridian 20 days later.
Yes.
Ling Han nodded. He knew that Sun Jianfang wanted him to hide his ability. After all, humans were unpredictable, and not everyone wanted to see him mature and grow. Actually, even without Sun Jianfang's warning, Ling Han had no intention of telling anyone about his advancement if others knew all about him. How could he trick them in the future? He returned to his residence, and found the 3 elements formation foundations. Then, he ran to the place where he had refined alchemical pills. After setting up the formation, he quickly refined the Meridian guiding fruit into alchemical pills. This time, there were 6 pills. It was slightly worse than the last time. Ling Han was not discouraged. The success rate of pill completion would naturally fluctuate. 1 more or 1 less pill was completely within the normal range. Only by improving his skills would he be able to further increase the success rate of the pills. This could only be done slowly. Besides, producing 6 or 7 pills in a single cauldron was already quite a lot. Because he still had quite a few jade seeds, Ling Han was not in a hurry to sell the alchemical pills in his hands. He returned to his room, and used the optical computer to further understand this world better. This computer could be seen as a neutered version of Wally. I can't let Wally know about this, Ling Han thought to himself. Otherwise, with his additional emotional function, he would definitely jump up and down in mad fury. This new world looked a little like the ancient realm. It was a vast galaxy filled with stars. The planet he was on was known as Celestial Sea Planet. It belonged to the Centaur Galaxy. There were a total of 11 planets like Celestial Sea Planet in this galaxy, and they revolved around a huge star. Life had only evolved on Celestial Sea Planet.
However, as the technological development of Celestial Sea Planet reached its heyday, it had once sent detectors to other planets and made astonishing discoveries.
Ling Han saw a picture. It was a damaged building. This had caused a sensation back then.
Could it be that civilizations had appeared on other planets before? However, before humans could explore further, a drastic change occurred in the heaven and earth, and this matter was completely put on hold. The problem of survival had not been solved, so how could they still be in the mood to explore the endless starry sky? People guessed that there had to be other life forms and other civilizations in the endless universe. Perhaps one day, intelligent creatures with higher civilization levels would descend on Celestial Sea Planet. According to historical records, human civilization began 3,000 years ago, but now that heaven and earth has changed drastically, many ancient buildings have appeared from underground. This means that the lifespan of human civilization is not as short as 3,000 years. But how did the civilization from 3,000 years ago get exterminated?
Earthquake? Super tsunami?
The bombardment of meteors from outer space. Before this, some people deduced that humans evolved from apes. Ling Han touched his face, finding it a little hard to imagine himself with a sharp mouth, monkey-like cheeks and hairy face.
How did we get here?
Ling Han turned off his optical computer. He knew how he had come here, but the question was, what was the origin of that divine stone? Although Sun Jianfang said that he had brought it back from an ancient site, what about the details?
It was blank.
I'll have to explore all of this myself.
What an interesting world.
It's a pity that Luan Xing, Big Brother, and Second Brother can't come out. Otherwise, it would be so interesting to adventure in this world together. Ling Han was very well behaved. His current strength was too low, and he needed to slowly grow in secret for now. Every day, he would test his strength after completing his fist practice. From 250 kilograms, he would steadily increase. Soon, he passed the 300 kilograms mark, followed by 350 kilograms and then 400 kilograms. 400 kilograms of strength was the limit that even prodigies had to stop at. Throughout the 100-year history of the ancient Tao sect, no one had ever exceeded 400 kilograms of strength at one meridian. However, Ling Han was not satisfied. If he stopped here, then he could only be a so-called prodigy. But he had always pursued his limits. 400 kilograms.
No way.
Furthermore, Ling Han was very confident because he did not feel any pressure on his meridian, which meant that his meridian could still continue to grow wider. 450 kilograms, 500 kilograms. On the 12th day after leaving Sun Jianfang, Ling Han reached 500 kilograms of strength. This was extremely terrifying. One had to know that even an average 2 meridians would only have this bit of power. Ling Han was only in 1 meridian, yet he was comparable to a 2 meridians. How could this not be shocking?
I've really reached my limit. Right now, I can already feel a dull pain in my meridian.
I can't expand any further, or else I'll only explode, Ling Han said to himself. Alright, I can start sensing the 2nd meridian. He chose to start practicing his fist technique early in the morning. He had to sense a new meridian, which could not be done in the spirit-gathering formation. His 1st meridian was already filled with power, so he couldn't pour in any more energy. Thus, the power that entered his body began to search for a new place to break through. However, he did not manage to find such a breakthrough for the time being. The power clashed randomly within his body, making Ling Han feel extremely uncomfortable. With a whoosh, he violently spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling an incomparably uncomfortable sensation in his chest.
Fuck, this is killing me.
Ling Han panted. He knew that he was a little too anxious. Cultivation definitely could not be rushed. Otherwise it would only result in madness. I need to take my time. Ling Han adjusted his mentality, and once again began to practice the 4 directional fists. He still hadn't consumed the meridian guiding fruit, because he believed in his own ability. The energy that had rushed into his body began to clash randomly again. Ling Han cleared his mind, allowing this energy to circulate, and searching for a breakthrough point. This energy was like a small snake, slithering all over his body, and drilling into him until he felt more and more uncomfortable. However, Ling Han gritted his teeth and endured it, as if this body was not his, and he felt no pain. After experiencing so many disasters and calamities, this was no big deal for him. However, this state couldn't be sustained for too long. The energy would definitely cause damage to his body. When he was about to reach his limit, Ling Han's body trembled slightly, and an extremely relaxing feeling rose within him. Success! He smiled. This power had finally found a breakthrough. It surged into his right ring finger, traveled along his arm to his shoulder, then up his neck, and stopped at the top of his right ear. He had opened his second meridian, the hand Shaoyang 3 burning meridian. 2 meridians. Ling Han felt his entire body relax. A powerful force surged into his body, giving him a strong sense of power. Chapter 3104. 3104 Fighting a Wolf. 3104 Fighting a Wolf. Ling Han's strength was advancing by leaps and bounds. A few more days later, Ling Han encountered a problem. The 9 spirit gathering formations were all broken, and his supply of jade seeds was almost used up. He was extremely poor again, but he still had 6 meridian guiding pills. Looking at the date, it happened to be the 21st today. He disguised himself a little, and went to the black market at night. A person wearing an ox head mask appeared, and said enthusiastically, "Brother Han, you are finally here." This was Nie Yang. Ling Han recognized him from his voice. Ling Han couldn't help but be surprised, and asked, "You actually recognize me?" He hadn't said anything yet. "Only you would set up your stall in such a remote corner." Nie Yang smiled and said, "How is it? Are there meridian guiding pills for sale again?" Ling Han also smiled and asked, "You've broken through?" Of course. Nie Yang was a little proud. He was also one of the few geniuses in the ancient Tao sect, but there were too few meridian guiding fruits, limiting his speed of advancement. Now that he had the help of the meridian guiding pill, he could naturally sense his 8th meridian easily. "You haven't cultivated to the limit yet, right? Is there such a rush?" Ling Han asked. "Brother, don't you know that the wearer knows best where the shoe pinches? This is a meridian guiding pill. Only you would actually sell it, brother." Nie Yang sighed. "You're really rich." Ling Han was also a little rueful. "Hee hee." Nie Yang laughed. Some jade seeds were exchanged with treasures he had risked his life to obtain, while others were given to him by his grandfather, who asked him to have an ancestor of 11 meridians. The latter was close to standing at the peak of this world. Ling Han didn't ask any more questions. What he needed was jade seeds. He didn't need to know about other people's matters. "It's still 150 jade seeds." Ling Han took out a bottle and placed it on the ground. "I'll buy it." Nie Yang tossed a bag to Ling Han, and then picked up the bottle on the ground. "You don't want to see if it's real or fake?" Ling Han asked with a smile. "I trust your character," Nie Yang said boldly. Ling Han nodded. This person was really worth befriending, but his taste was too unique. Last time, he had worn a goat mask, and this time it was an ox head mask. "If you get into any trouble, feel free to look for me," Nie Yang said. He didn't ask anyone else to buy another pill on his behalf, because he knew that this wasn't realistic. No one would give him the meridian guiding pill after knowing about it. With a price of 150 jade seeds for a meridian guiding pill, it naturally sold very well. In just 10 minutes, Ling Han sold 3 meridian guiding pills, but he kept the remaining 3 as he had other uses for them. Ling Han bought a few more spirit gathering formations, and then left carefully. After such life continued for a few more days, Ling Han felt bored. He planned to go out for a stroll. Of course, it would be within the boundaries of Hai Ping Mountain. There were no demonic beasts here, and even if there were, they might have just mutated. They couldn't be that powerful. However, just to be safe, he still went to the town and bought a sword. It was also made of earth element iron, so it was sharp and sturdy. He carried his sword and entered the depths of the mountains. The heaven and earth had changed drastically, and the landscape had changed. There were ancient sites that emerged from the ground, and there were also tall mountains that emerged from the earth. Even the original tall mountains had changed, and there were now narrow valleys and sharp peaks. Hai Ping Mountain had existed since ancient times, and it was not a mountain that had appeared after the drastic changes of heaven and earth. However, There were a few more dangerous peaks on the mountain that were so tall that they jutted into the clouds. Although the ancient Tao sect occupied this mountain, no one could climb these dangerous peaks. It wasn't that the terrain was too dangerous, but that there was an inexplicable force suppressing them, preventing them from ascending. That should be due to a formation that had been set up, Ling Han guessed. He strolled slowly in the mountains, and the air was exceptionally fresh. It was said that before the change in heaven and earth, humans had entered the era of industrialization, causing great damage to nature. However, after the Great Mutation, factories turned into ruins, and the environment became better. It had to be said that this was a great irony. Ling Han deviated from the normal route, and entered into the primitive parts of nature. It had only been a little over 100 years, but these plants had undergone an outbreak of growth. Large numbers of trees that were more than 100 meters tall had appeared. They were like small mountains that blotted out the sky. Ling Han strolled along, feeling comfort like he was a dragon swimming in the sea, or a tiger returning to the depths of the mountains. After walking for a while, he felt thirsty, and found a small stream to quench his thirst. Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of foreboding.
Xiao.
A strong gust of wind came from behind. Ling Han clenched his fist, turned around, and threw a punch. It was a giant black wolf that was about 2 meters long. Its fur was soft and glowing, and it was originally very handsome, but now it bared its mouth full of fangs and drool flowed out, making it look extremely ferocious.
Pang.
This punch avoided the giant wolf's mouth, but the giant wolf's head also dodged his fist, and the two simply brushed past each other. Ling Han was astounded. His punch had actually missed. The huge wolf had missed its target and landed steadily on the ground. It was really very tall, about 1.2 meters at the shoulder, and its eyes were like light bulbs, staring fixedly at Ling Han. Ling Han beckoned with his hand and said, "Come on." The giant wolf was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, it began to pace around, as if it was searching for Ling Han's weakness. The wolf was a very smart animal. Being a hunter, patience was one of its strengths. "If you don't come, I will." Ling Han laughed loudly, and charged forward. He didn't need to use a weapon to deal with a wild wolf that might have just begun to mutate. The giant wolf was forced to fight. It waved a paw, and swatted at Ling Han's head. It was huge, and the force of this swat was no paltry matter. Even if it didn't have 250 kilograms of strength, it would still have a strength of 150 to 200 kilograms. Ling Han was naturally unafraid, and exchanged blows with the giant wolf. The giant wolf immediately let out a wail as its huge body was sent flying. Ling Han sighed, and withdrew his fist. There was a bloody mark on his fist, which originated from a slice of the giant wolf's claws. In terms of power, Ling Han had the upper hand, but in terms of physique, he was inferior to the giant wolf. If only he could cultivate the indestructible Heaven Scroll.
Again.
He laughed heartily. In the past, he had slaughtered dragons as easily as if he was slaughtering chickens. Now, this was just an ordinary giant wolf. How could it be that he couldn't handle it? The giant wolf was in a lot of pain from this punch, but this stimulated it into madness, and it launched a counterattack at Ling Han. Ling Han fought fiercely with the giant wolf. Relying on his endless battle experience and his advantage in power, he quickly gained an absolute upper hand. You can be considered the first sacrifice. Ling Han used the 4 directional fists, and the power of each punch was stabilized at around 600 kilograms. This was too terrifying, and the giant wolf howled in pain from the impact, its spine quickly broken. "There's meat for dinner." Ling Han began to skin the wild wolf by the stream. After washing it clean, he started a fire and set up a piece of wolf meat to roast over the fire. Very quickly, it was roasted until it was golden, and oil seeped out, emitting an alluring fragrance. What a pity. If only I had a spatial artifact. I could store seasonings in it, and I would be able to add seasonings too. The taste would be even better.
Zhi.
Just as Ling Han was about to start eating, he saw a large baboon jump out, and it was continuously pointing at that piece of meat. Chapter 3105. 3105 Monkey. 3105 Monkey. A baboon was asking for food from him. Ling Han was slightly surprised. This was not the Genesis world, where it would not be strange no matter how human-like and intelligent beasts were, because even wild animals had become intelligent. This was a world that had just begun on its path of evolution. The appearance of such an intelligent animal would definitely be shocking. Seeing that Ling Han didn't respond, the baboon turned around, showing its red butt as it swayed back and forth, as if it was provoking him. Ling Han laughed loudly. He used his sword to cut off a piece of meat from the wolf's leg, and then tossed it over. The baboon hurriedly caught it. Its body was extremely agile, but this piece of meat had just been cooked through, and was extremely hot. As soon as it grabbed it, it immediately let out a strange cry. However, it was clearly a glutton and refused to let go. It kept juggling it from its left hand to its right hand, then from its right hand to its left hand. After tossing the meat back and forth dozens of times, the heat of the meat slowly subsided. Only then did the baboon grab the meat and eat it. With a bite, oil seeped out. The meat was incomparably fat and delicious. Howl! 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 The monkey was so happy that it kept jumping and eating even faster. Ling Han also began eating. He was indeed hungry. The baboon quickly finished the meat, and then extended its hand toward Ling Han. Its eyes were wide open, and it looked a little adorable, as if it was begging for more food. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. Previously, he had just seen how it had been speculated that humans had evolved from apes. Then, was this his brother from the primitive ages? Take it. He threw out another piece of meat. The baboon jumped up in excitement again, and lowered its head, beginning to eat again. Its appetite was truly not small. Only after eating 4 pieces of meat did it finally stop asking Ling Han for more. Xiao, it leaped up and climbed onto a tree. The leaves rustled, and it quickly disappeared from sight. Sigh, it had really forgotten Ling Han's kindness. It ran away after eating. You didn't even stay long enough to wipe your mouth. It was better not to have such a brother from the primitive ages. Strange, didn't he also obtain a powerful affinity? Why didn't it work on this monkey? Ling Han laughed in his heart. He naturally wouldn't take a monkey to heart. Seeing that the sky was also very dark by now, he decided to find a cave to stay in for the night. Right now, his strength was only equivalent to an ordinary peak stage of 2 Meridians. That could not be considered strong at all. Therefore, he naturally could not be careless. His luck was not bad, and he quickly found a cave. Furthermore, it was very dry inside. He started a fire, and simply sealed the entrance of the cave with rocks before closing his eyes to rest. The sword was placed right at his side. If any wild beasts wanted to attack at night, he would kill them immediately. The night passed peacefully. One thing had already become instinctive for Ling Han woke up before the sun had even risen. He pushed aside the stone at the entrance, found a flat ground, and began to practice his fist techniques. Entering the deep mountains to train was one thing, but he also wanted to try his luck and see if he could find some precious fruits. After the great changes of heaven and earth, many new plants had appeared, such as the Meridian guiding fruit tree. In addition, many other plants would bear precious fruits which were greatly beneficial to cultivators. These plants were called precious trees and precious herbs, and the fruits they produced were called precious fruits. Of course, there were also people who called them mysterious fruits, treasured fruits, and even celestial fruits. There was a Meridian guiding fruit tree in the ancient Tao sect, and it was currently the most precious treasured tree. However, who knew if there was a second treasure tree in this vast mountain? Ling Han was practicing his martial arts when his ears suddenly twitched. He heard rustling sounds, and then saw large monkeys jump down from a tree and sit down in front of him one after another. There were at least 30 of them surrounding him. There were tall and sturdy male baboons, as well as female monkeys carrying their cubs. They surrounded Ling Han forcefully, and some were even imitating Ling Han's fist technique. Their out-of-place appearance really made one want to laugh. Ling Han ignored them. The time he had to cultivate every day was limited, and he only treated these monkeys as if they did not exist. He only stopped after the limited time of half an hour of cultivation had ended. Squeak, squeak, squeak. These monkeys all jumped up now, as if they knew that Ling Han could not be disturbed just now. Don't tell me you're all here to eat? Ling Han couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. After that monkey had eaten the wolf meat yesterday, could it be that it had gone back to advertise, and had only brought so many companions over today? In his eyes, every monkey looked the same. It was really difficult to tell which monkey was the one from yesterday. "All right, I am going to eat breakfast anyway," Ling Han said with a smile. On the basis that they were all his primitive age family, he would treat them to a meal. He began to roast the meat, and the monkeys continued to watch. A monkey was impatient by nature. When they smelled the fragrance of the meat, they began to jump up and down, and they could not help but drool.
Take it.
Ling Han divided the wolf meat into many portions, and after taking a portion himself, he gave the rest of the meat to the monkeys. The monkeys immediately swarmed forward, and divided the roasted meat among themselves. After eating, the monkeys dispersed. "Sigh, as expected, they're a bunch of ingrates." Ling Han shook his head. He rested for a while, then slung his sword onto his back, and prepared to set off. Shwa, shwa, shwa. The leaves rustled, and a few more baboons appeared. However, they weren't empty-handed this time. Instead, they each held 2 fruits in their hands. A total of 7 monkeys placed 14 fruits in front of Ling Han.
Is this for me?
Ling Han was surprised. Could it be that he was wrong? These monkeys also knew how to repay kindness. Squeak, squeak. The 7 monkeys all jumped up and down, as if responding to Ling Han. Ling Han laughed loudly, and picked up the fruits. He didn't even need to put them close to the tip of his nose, and he could already smell a refreshing fragrance coming from them. He washed them cleanly, and picked one to eat first. As soon as he took a bite, a sweet juice exploded in his mouth, making all the pores on his body seem to open up. There was only one word to describe it: comfortable. Not only that, but he also felt a trace of energy surging in his meridians, which had the effect of expanding them. However, this speed was ridiculously slow, and could not be compared to when he was practicing his fist technique. It could increase one's cultivation. Ling Han was astonished. No matter how weak it was, it still didn't require him to cultivate it himself. This boost to cultivation was completely obtained for free. Who would reject it? Precious fruit. This was also a precious fruit. Ling Han wolfed down the fruit. After finishing one fruit, he began to eat the other fruits. These fruits were all of the same type. They were the size of a fist, and were completely red in color. This fruit was really valuable. Not only was it delicious, but it could also increase one's cultivation. Even though Ling Han had already eaten his fill earlier, he still forced himself to finish all these fruits. When he consumed all 14 fruits, he discovered it was equivalent to having cultivated for another day. Ling Han couldn't help but be filled with anticipation, and asked a large monkey, "Are there any more fruits like this?" How could the baboons understand his words? They all squeaked as if they were looking at an idiot. Fuck, was he being looked down upon by a few monkeys? Ling Han pointed at the fruit cores on the ground, and then made a gesture of eating, gesturing like this so the monkeys could see what he meant. Since they were his primitive age brothers, they should be able to understand him, right? Chapter 3106. 3106 Old Sunday. 3106 Old Sunday. As expected, these monkeys really understood. A baboon walked forward. After taking a few steps, it turned around and saw that Ling Han had not moved, so it waved its left arm at him, as if signaling him to follow. Ling Han understood. It was probably taking him directly to the precious tree. All right, now he could go and pick the fruits himself. He didn't have to ask the monkeys for it. They traversed mountains and ridges. The monkeys moved nimbly. They climbed walls and trees if there were no paths ahead, but Ling Han was different. He was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person now. Going through such high-intensity exercises, he was soon panting heavily. He could only ask to stop and rest several times before they finally arrived at a valley. This valley was very hidden, mainly because the path was too difficult to travel on. Oh, that wasn't right, there wasn't any path at all. 70% of the journey required them to climb over rocky terrain and trees to pass through. This was clearly the nest of the monkeys. There were over 100 monkeys in the valley, and when they saw Ling Han coming over, they all jumped over, squeaking as they grabbed onto tree branches and swayed about, appearing to have gone wild. Ling Han, on the other hand, smiled and tried his best to appear amiable. Had these monkeys been feeding on those precious fruits, they would probably have been very strong. If he was to anger them, it really wouldn't be a joking matter if over 100 of them rushed up against him. If he, a former ultimate elite and unparalleled prodigy, was to die under the chaotic punches of these monkeys, then his reputation would truly be tarnished for tens of thousands of years. There was a fruit tree at the bottom of the valley, and it was only 8 meters tall. In the current environment, this height was really nothing out of the ordinary. However, Ling Han's attention was focused upon the fruits growing on the tree. They were all the same as the ones he had eaten before, but most of them hadn't matured. They weren't even the size of a fist, and they hadn't turned completely red. There were only a dozen or so that could be harvested, and they were all at the top of the tree. Ling Han instantly wanted to climb the tree to pick the fruits. He walked to the bottom of the tree, and just as he was about to start climbing, he suddenly felt his feet slip. He fell down solidly.
Zhi.
The monkeys were instantly amused, and all of them grinned widely and laughed. Fuck, I was actually mocked by a group of monkeys. Ling Han patted off his behind and stood up. He was also a little puzzled. Why did he suddenly fall? The ground here wasn't very slippery. He stayed vigilant and went to climb the tree again. He slipped again and fell hard for the second time.
Zhi.
The monkeys were easily amused, and the entire group instantly erupted into laughter. Something wasn't right. There had to be some sort of trick. Ling Han climbed to his feet. He couldn't have fallen for no reason. Someone had to be playing a prank on him. It ought to be the monkeys. He sized up the monkeys, but every one of them was quite a distance away from him. He really didn't believe that they could affect him by making a move from afar. So what's going on? Ling Han became even more careful, and further slowed down his movements. He suddenly made a move, and directly hugged the tree trunk. Let's see how you're going to cause trouble now. Ling Han climbed up the tree, but he had only climbed less than half a meter when he felt his hands suddenly go limp. He instantly slipped from the tree, and fell to the ground.
Zhi.
The monkeys were amused again. Fuck. Ling Han felt depressed, like a tiger that had fallen from grace and was being bullied by a dog. In the past he had been incredibly powerful and impressive, but now he had actually been treated as a joke by a bunch of monkeys. He felt stifled. Ha. A burst of laughter rang out. The sound of laughter couldn't be suppressed by the squealing of the monkeys. Ling Han was stunned. Monkeys only knew how to squeal, and couldn't speak. Then who was laughing? It had to be a human. There was a human here. It had to be this person who had interfered. However, this person probably didn't have any malicious intent. Otherwise, given that he was able to exert force through the air, killing Ling Han would have been child's play for him. Senior, may I pay my respects? Ling Han stood up and bowed in all directions. Brat, do you really want to see old Sun? A voice asked. This person's surname was Sun. Ling Han smiled and said, of course. All right, then come and find old Sun, the voice said slyly. Ling Han first looked up at the tree, but did not discover anything. He then expanded his range of search, but still did not discover anyone. They were surrounded by valley walls, and there were no caves. Where could a person hide? He finally realized that there was a spot that was different. It was covered with a pile of huge fan-like leaves, as if something was hidden within it. Ling Han walked over and asked, Senior should be here, right? However, could such a small place really hide a person? At least you're smart, brat. That voice rang out again. Clearly Ling Han was standing right beside it, yet he was completely unable to detect that this voice was coming from the pile of leaves. Elites were indeed unique. Ling Han peeled off the leaves 1, 2, and 3 leaves. The leaves were continuously being plucked away, and when there were only 3 leaves left, Ling Han took away another leaf, and couldn't help but reveal an expression of disbelief on his face. Under the pile of leaves was not a person, but a head, a monkey's head. Ling Han felt a little dizzy. Was it a monkey talking to him just now? Was it also a monkey toying with him? He looked again and saw that the monkey's body was completely inside the mountain, with only its head sticking out. It definitely didn't enter the spot by itself, because the hole at its neck was too small to allow its body to come out, and its head couldn't possibly retract into it. There might be some kind of tunnel at the other end. This monkey seemed to be bound to this mountain. Insolence. The monkey bared its teeth with a fierce expression. Brat, why aren't you kneeling when you see old son? It really was this monkey speaking. Ling Han was astonished. More than 100 years ago, the sky, seas, and stars had undergone a mutation, and a large number of ferocious beasts had gained intelligence and possessed great power. However, he had never heard of wild beasts being able to speak. Could it be that the monkey was really a human's brother from the primitive ages, so after the mutation, it could speak human language? Greetings, Senior. Ling Han cupped his fists. He would not bow down to a monkey. Insignificant human. Back when old sons might shook the world, countless human prodigies wanted to follow old son, but old son didn't take a fancy to them at all. Now that I've given you a chance to bow before me, you actually don't want to do so. You're really infuriating, old son. The monkey shouted loudly. All around, the baboons were watching them from afar, seemingly in awe of this monkey. Ling Han nodded inwardly. This monkey could even speak human language, and its level of evolution was indeed very high. It was no wonder that all the other monkeys revered it. Senior, you seem to be suppressed here, he said. He had experienced so much before, and seeing this scene now, it was obvious that this monkey had been suppressed. Although only one head was revealed, its fur was golden, as if made of gold. It gave off a mighty and noble feeling. It definitely wasn't an ordinary monkey. The monkey was originally extremely furious, but upon hearing Ling Han's words, its anger seemed to fade instantly, and it became dejected. Ling Han had hit a sore spot. Humph, not even the heavens can be hidden from my eyes. How can this mountain suppress me forever? The monkey immediately became full of confidence again. In less than 10 years, I'll definitely be able to escape. Chapter 3107 3107 Cultivation Technique 3107 Cultivation Technique. This monkey was quite pitiful. He had clearly undergone mutation, developed intelligence, and gained great power, but he was suppressed under the mountain as if he was trapped in a cage. However, he still maintained an optimistic mindset, which was truly not easy. Senior's mentality is really good, Ling Han praised. That's right. I, old son, am invincible among my peers, and it is destined that I will be invincible in the galaxy in the future. The monkey began to boast again, as if he was completely free of worries. He did not recall at all the fact that he was being suppressed now. How should I address Senior? Ling Han asked. The monkey thought for a moment and shook his head. Since I haven't escaped yet, revealing old son's real name will damage my reputation. You can call me Monkey Sunday. His surname was Sun, and he was also a monkey. He was indeed Monkey Sunday. Ling Han chuckled and said, Should I call you Brother Monkey? This monkey's strength seemed to be very shocking. It was not a disgrace for him to call him Brother Monkey. Monkey Sun looked up at Ling Han, a little surprised. Back then, his brothers and friends had all called him Brother Monkey. Unfortunately, after that period of great chaos, how many of them were still alive now? He suddenly had an idea. Brat, shall we become sworn brothers? Become sworn brothers with a monkey. The corners of Ling Han's mouth twitched involuntarily. This was a little surreal. What is it? Are you looking down on old son? The monkey was enraged, and his eyes shot out a sharp light. It was extremely terrifying. Ling Han hurriedly came back to his senses. This monkey seemed to be very sensitive. Yes, it was in line with the impatient nature of a monkey, changing moods very quickly. Ling Han smiled and said, How could that be? I was just shocked by this sudden surprise. Of course. Those who can become sworn brothers with old son are all impressive people. The monkey immediately smiled again. He had really changed moods quickly. Ling Han was also a swift and decisive person. He immediately turned around and faced the same direction as the monkey. Then, he knelt down and they kowtowed. Monkey nodded his head slightly as a form of kowtow. All right, after 9 kowtows, we'll be brothers. The monkey paused and looked at Ling Han. Brother, what's your name? This sworn brother was really muddle-headed. He didn't even know his name before deciding to become sworn brothers with him. Ling Han replied. Brother, Your strength doesn't seem to be much, said Monkey. He frowned, seemingly very frustrated. This was truly a temperamental person. No, a temperamental monkey. He was still being suppressed, but he was already worried for Ling Han. Ling Han nodded. I just started cultivating. What cultivation technique did you cultivate? Monkey asked again.
None.
Ling Han shook his head. The monkey revealed a surprised expression. He had completely developed intelligence, so his expression was very rich with emotion. If you don't have a cultivation technique, could it be that you're using the most primitive method to cultivate? He looked at Ling Han. Wang, his eyes emitted a bright light as he scanned Ling Han from head to toe. This has already allowed you to cultivate to the limit. Hiss, brother, you're really extraordinary. Yes, the vitality of your body is very powerful. No wonder it can allow you to cultivate to the limit. Monkey was very happy and grinned. As expected of Old Sun's brother. You also have as much talent as Old Sun from back then. Brother, come. Old Sun will teach you a cultivation technique. It was stolen by Old Sun before. Unfortunately, when Old Sun obtained it, Old Sun no longer needed it. Now it's all yours, Monkey said. Ling Han's heart trembled. Cultivation technique. He had always suspected that just using fist techniques to cultivate was not the right path. There was indeed a cultivation technique. Ling Han said, Thank you, Brother Monkey. We're a family. What are you thanking me for? Monkey boldly opened his mouth, and instantly spat out golden characters that floated towards Ling Han and sank into his forehead. Wang, Ling Han's entire body shook, and ripples appeared in his mind, transforming into ancient words. He didn't recognize these words, but he felt that he could understand them. This was very strange. This had surpassed mere words. Ling Han nodded in his heart. This was a kind of spiritual resonance. After a while, these words disappeared, but Ling Han knew that he had grasped a cultivation technique that was suitable for this world. Unfortunately, it wasn't the time when the sun first rose at the horizon, so he couldn't cultivate. Brother, the origins of this cultivation technique are astonishing. Not only can you not impart it to others, you can't even let others know what cultivation technique you're cultivating. Otherwise, it will bring you great danger. The monkey said seriously. Ling Han was solemn. Although they had just met, he felt that he had already figured out this big brother's temperament straightforward and frank, with the temperament of a monkey. I understand. He nodded solemnly, and then complained, besides, I don't know the name of this cultivation technique. Pausing for a moment, Ling Han asked, Brother Monkey, can you really escape? Of course, Monkey said proudly. This lousy mountain has suppressed Old Sun for so long. How can it suppress me for the rest of my life? Ling Han did not say anything. He only made a mental note of this matter. Once he became powerful enough, he would come and help this new big brother escape. You can also use this cultivation technique in battle. It will have a miraculous effect. As for the specifics, Old Sun isn't very clear. After all, Old Sun didn't cultivate it back then, either, Monkey said seriously. It said that this cultivation technique is the foundation of a certain supreme heavenly cultivation technique. However, don't underestimate it. Only by having a solid foundation can one rush to the peak. Without Monkey Sun causing trouble, Ling Han naturally picked the precious fruit, and he also went to hunt down a goat, washed it, and roasted it before distributing it among the monkeys. After sleeping in the valley for a night, Ling Han woke up early the next morning, and sat down cross-legged, waiting for the sun to rise. Last night, Monkey had given him pointers on the details of his cultivation, helping him understand this cultivation technique thoroughly. Monkey could only express his admiration for Ling Han's strong comprehension ability. The moment the sun rose, Ling Han channeled his cultivation technique, and began to extract the power of heaven and earth, turning it into his own energy. Boom! His body trembled slightly because the amount of energy surging in was astonishing. It was actually 100 times more than when he had been practicing his fist technique. Previously, it had been like the scouring of a small stream, but now it was like a great river surging, and it was a river that was flooding at that. It was truly turbulent. Black filth was seeping out of Ling Han's skin visibly. It was extremely smelly. Half an hour later, Ling Han stopped, a look of disbelief on his face. He had already expanded his second meridian to the limit. He couldn't go any further,
or his meridians would explode. This was too exaggerated. Originally, he would need at least half a month to reach the peak of 2 meridians, but now he had reached it in a day.
It stinks.
Ling Han gritted his teeth. This time, he had expelled too many impurities, which was comparable to the total amount that he had expelled previously. It couldn't be helped. The improvement this time was simply too great.
He hurriedly ran out of the valley to find a water source to rinse himself off.
Wherever he passed, monkeys covered their noses and looked at him with disgust. Sigh, he was being looked down upon by the monkeys. Chapter 3108. 3108 Ambush. 3108 Ambush. Ling Han found a river, washed himself clean from head to toe, and then returned to the valley. Monkey called him over and said, "Old Sun will teach you another set of fist techniques so that your battle prowess won't be too weak and damage Old Sun's reputation." This is called the demonic monkey fists. It's a branch of the 9 beasts' immortal fists. It's a secret technique inherited through Old Sun's bloodline. It's said that if one can fuse the complete 9 beasts' immortal fists, its power would be boundless. Being disdained by this brother monkey, Ling Han was speechless. Moreover, learning monkey fists from a monkey, he felt that it was a little funny. "Focus and calm your mind," the monkey said solemnly. Light shone in its eyes, and it struck out many more symbols that surged into Ling Han's mind. These symbols turned into the form of a monkey, practicing fist techniques in Ling Han's mind with incomparable agility. Unknowingly, Ling Han began to learn as well, and then immersed himself in it. When enlightenment dawned on him, he fell in a trance. He was then told that 4 days had passed. 4 days. So much time had actually passed. He immediately felt an intense hunger in his stomach, and he hurriedly picked some fruits and ate them. Only after eating more than 10 fruits did he feel less hungry. Ling Han stayed here for another 3 days, mainly to ask Monkey about the monkey fists. Although he had basically learned this fist technique, he felt that this fist technique was incomparably profound. He could completely spend his entire life immersing himself in it. If not for the monkey urging him to leave, and Ling Han being worried that Sun Jianfang would think that Ling Han had gone missing and send someone to look for him because he had not seen him for a long time, Ling Han would still want to stay here for much longer. On the 8th day after entering the valley, Ling Han finally left. Who was the one who suppressed Brother Monkey? Ling Han thought to himself as he walked. In these 3 days, Monkey only guided Ling Han in cultivation, but did not say anything about himself. Occasionally he would say something, but he would then immediately change the topic without revealing anything specific. Monkey warned Ling Han not to divulge anything about him to anyone, but if he really encountered any trouble, he could run to the valley to look for him. As long as he was within the range of the valley, any problem would no longer be a problem. Brother Monkey is a person with a story. A monkey. In the past, he seemed to be all-powerful and extremely impressive. Unfortunately, he has been suppressed by someone now. How impressive. The change in heaven and earth started more than 100 years ago. If Brother Monkey was suppressed at that time, how old would he be by now? Although heavenly venerates could easily live for several epochs, that was the time within the Divine Stone. A year here was equivalent to 1,000 epochs within the Divine Stone. Based on this, everyone here was countless times older than Ling Han. The lifespan of humans here was about 120 years. It was mainly due to the development of technology. It could treat many diseases, and offered many supplements that could extend their lifespan. However, after the great change of heaven and earth, when one had stepped onto the path of cultivation, they would rarely fall sick. They could maintain a strong body until they were over 100 years old, but there was no breakthrough in the maximum limit of their lifespan. Some people could live up to 150 years old, but very few of them did. For the majority, their lifespan ended up at around 100 years old. So, Brother Monkey had really lived very long. Ling Han crossed mountains and ridges. Although only 4 days had passed, his speed had become much faster, and the journey was also much easier for him now. In the past 3 days, his cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds, reaching the peak of 3 meridians. Although he hadn't tested his strength, Ling Han estimated that his strength should have reached around 2,000 kilograms.
It had to be known that even a peak stage 4 Meridians only had around 1,750 kilograms of strength. Ling Han could now be compared to an average middle stage 5 Meridians. As he walked, he suddenly felt a wave of killing intent. His invincible power had disappeared, but the sharpness of his divine sense had not. Shua, a person suddenly jumped out from the bushes in front of him. Zhang Tongfeng. He held a sword in his hand, and his face was filled with malevolence. The gaze he used to look at Ling Han was filled with killing intent. Ling Han smiled slightly, and said, "Isn't this senior brother Zheng? What? You want to bring me out to play again?" Zhang Tongfeng almost died of anger. After returning from the casino, he went to Li Changdan to beg him to save his life. However, Li Changdan didn't want to take on so many debts for no reason, and refused to help him pay off his debts. The only solution was to find Ling Han and retrieve those jade seeds. Otherwise, once Zhang Tongfeng left the ancient Dao sect, he would definitely be eliminated by the casino. Thus, after finding out that Ling Han had left the sect and entered deep into the mountains to train, he had laid an ambush on this path that Ling Han would definitely have to pass through. He had finally spotted Ling Han. Zhang Tongfeng gritted his teeth and said, "It's all thanks to you that I don't even dare to step out of the sect now." "What are you saying?" Ling Han shook his head. "Ask yourself first. What was the purpose of bringing me to the casino back then? Do you have the right to criticize me? Give me the jade seeds, and I can spare your life." Zhang Tongfeng shouted. He actually didn't want to kill Ling Han, mainly because he didn't dare, because Ling Han was deeply favored by son Jianfang. If Ling Han died, then son Jianfang would definitely investigate thoroughly. If Zhang Tongfeng was found to be responsible, he would definitely be finished. Thus, as long as Ling Han was willing to hand over the jade seeds, and he paid some more jade seeds, he should be able to settle things with the casino. Ling Han shook his head and said, "You shot yourself in the foot, yet you act like a victim. Don't be so disgusting." He strode forward, completely disregarding Zhang Tongfeng. Zhang Tongfeng's right hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. When Ling Han walked past him, he suddenly turned around and roared, "Ling Han, you forced me to do this." Shua, he stabbed out with his sword, aiming straight for Ling Han's back. Ding! With a crisp sound, Ling Han drew his sword just in time to block Zhang Tongfeng's attack. Zhang Tongfeng instantly felt his hand go numb, as if he couldn't keep his grip on the hilt of his sword. He could not help but be aghast. He was in the middle stage of 4 Meridians, and his power was as high as 1,500 kilograms, yet he had actually been struck by Ling Han to the point that the area between his thumb and index finger was aching. How was this possible? "Why you? Could it be that you have some sort of rare treasure?" Zhang Tongfeng exclaimed. He knew that son Jianfang greatly favored Ling Han, so it was not inconceivable for him to bestow some ancient rare treasure upon Ling Han. Otherwise, he really couldn't imagine how a mere 1 Meridian could be so powerful. Heh! Ling Han smiled faintly. He couldn't be bothered to respond to a dead person. A raging killing intent surged in Zhang Tongfeng's heart. He had to obtain the jade seeds from Ling Han, or else he would not be able to pass this hurdle in front of him. Moreover, there seemed to be something extraordinary about Ling Han that made his heart race. He would kill him, rob him, and snatch away his treasure. His eyes were bloodshot. Although he was practicing martial arts, he was only 20 years old, after all. He hadn't even killed many ferocious beasts. Now that he had reached the point where he was about to kill someone, it made his blood boil, and he felt a little dizzy. Die! He brandished his sword, but did not attack head-on. Instead, he began to move and circled around Ling Han. He believed that this rare treasure only increased Ling Han's strength, but it was impossible for his reaction speed and speed to keep up. Thus, once he circled Ling Han a few more times, he would definitely make Ling Han panic, and thus cause him to expose a flaw in his defense. Chapter 3109. 3109 Excited. 3109 Excited. It was just like when a hyena hunted a bison. When it came to head-on confrontation, the hyena would definitely be instantly killed by the bison. However, if the hyena went behind the bison what would it matter if the bison had great power? It would still die. Zhang Tongfeng was full of confidence. Ling Han was that wild bison, while he was the hyena. As long as he could seize an opportunity, his strike would definitely take Ling Han's life. However, when he moved, he was horrified to discover that Ling Han's speed was actually not inferior to his.
What?
He was stunned. What kind of rare treasure could cause a qualitative change in both a person's strength and speed? Ding ding ding. As they clashed repeatedly, Zhang Tongfeng's expression looked like he had seen a ghost. Was the other party really only a 1 meridian? Ling Han gave him the feeling that he was a 5 meridians. He was too powerful. Zhang Tongfeng was completely suppressed. To speak nothing of killing Ling Han, if they continued to fight, he would definitely lose his life. The moment this kind of fear rose up in him, he had lost all his fighting spirit. He had to flee. He thought of this, then turned around, and was about to flee to the sect. Ling Han humphed and said, "Still want to run?" He was not Zhang Tongfeng. He was a man who had experienced countless bloodshed in his life. He took a big stride forward, and the long sword in his hand aimed directly for the other party's back. Zhang Tongfeng didn't even turn his head as he parried with his sword. Ding! His strength was far inferior to Ling Han's, and his sword was instantly diverted by Ling Han's sword, and the latter continued to stab forward. Zhang Tongfeng's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he hurriedly called out, "Junior brother Ling, let's talk things out." "All right," Ling Han said. "Then tell me, who asked you to bring me to the casino?" Zhang Tongfeng didn't respond. He didn't dare to betray Li Changdan. Otherwise, his ending wouldn't be any better. "You're not going to tell me?" Ling Han said with a cold smile. "I don't care anyways." He thrust his sword forward. Pooh! The cold blade pierced through Zhang Tongfeng's body. This weapon was made of earth element iron, and it was incomparably sharp and sturdy. Although Zhang Tongfeng was a 4 meridians cultivator with a power of 1,500 kilograms, his physique was no different from an ordinary person's. Of course, his body wouldn't be able to withstand this strike. Zhang Tongfeng turned his head and stared blankly at Ling Han. Then he slowly closed his eyes, lowered his head, and took his last breath. Ling Han really didn't care who was plotting against him behind his back. Such a person would definitely jump out again. As long as Ling Han had sufficient strength, then he would kill whoever came, so why would he care who it was? They were just clowns in his eyes. He withdrew his sword, thought for a moment, and dragged Zhang Tongfeng into the forest in the distance. This way, Zhang Tongfeng's body might wait months or years to be discovered, or it might even stay there forever. If it were someone else, their legs might have gone soft, and their hands might have trembled at this moment. However, Ling Han had killed decisively all his life. The number of elites and prodigies he had killed was innumerable, so how could he take this to heart? If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If anyone offends me, I'll return the favor tenfold. This was Ling Han's principle, and he had always been someone who adhered to his principles. Sigh, I've clearly accommodated the entire Genesis world. Luck and affinity should all be soaring straight off the charts, so why am I still encountering trouble? Ling Han scratched his head, appearing rather depressed. Could it be that my halo of trouble is the strongest attribute, and can overwhelm everything? That's the only explanation. Ling Han returned to his residence and called Huan Shui over. Then, he handed over 3 alchemical pills. "Take them." "Young master, what is this?" Huan Shui was curious. "Oh, Meridian guiding pills," Ling Han said casually. Huan Shui was speechless, and could only open her mouth wide. What? Was this the Meridian guiding pill? Although she wasn't a martial artist, she had grown up in the ancient Tao sect, so she had naturally heard of the Meridian guiding fruit and Meridian guiding pill. This thing was very expensive, especially the Meridian guiding pill, which was even more valuable than the Meridian guiding fruit. It cost more than 100 jade seeds, and 1 jade seed was enough to buy her. Ling Han had actually given her 3 pills in a single stroke. How could she not be dumbfounded? Young master, I why you? It took her a long time to come back to her senses, but she was still stammering. "Take them." Ling Han nodded and said, "Later, I'll teach you the 4 directional fists. After you've mastered it, take an alchemical pill at dawn when the sun rises, and start practicing the fist technique." Thank you, young master." Huan Xue's speech was incoherent. Such a surprise was really going to knock her unconscious. At this moment, she was truly willing to die for Ling Han. In such a chaotic world, what was the most important? Strength. She didn't know if she could step onto the path of martial arts, but at the very least, Ling Han had given her a chance, and if it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't give her such an opportunity. Ling Han taught Huan Xue the 4 directional fists. After mastering that unknown cultivation technique, to say nothing of the simplified version of the 4 directional fists, even the real 4 directional fists would be nothing to him. Of course, the 4 directional fists should still be very useful against enemies. Huan Xue wasn't stupid, and her zeal was also ignited. If she couldn't learn it once, she would practice it a second time and a third time. No matter how sore her hands and feet were, she gritted her teeth and persisted. It was only when Ling Han called for her to stop that she took a break. After spending a few days, Huan Xue finally learned the 4 directional fists. However, she had only learned the stances, and many details were not perfect enough. After another 2 days, she finally mastered the 4 directional fists. A smile appeared on Ling Han's face. If he were able to nurture a maid at 12 meridians, would others get a huge fright from this? He then thought of something else. Right now, his wealth was supported by the Meridian guiding pills, but the raw materials for the Meridian guiding pill were restricted, so he couldn't obtain the pill in large quantities. There are 2 more days before the deadline I agreed on with Sect Master Sunday. Can I get another Meridian guiding fruit? Can I buy the raw materials? It should be very difficult. As long as one doesn't reach the 12 meridians, everyone will keep the Meridian guiding fruit for themselves. There actually is something I can do. Ling Han's eyes lit up. He had thought of a solution. However, he had already used up all the Meridian guiding pills, so he still had to slow down for now. Another 2 days passed, and Ling Han had already widened his 4th meridian to the extreme. He now had 4,000 kilograms of strength, and normally speaking, a peak 4 meridians cultivator would only have 1,750 kilograms of strength. However, the higher one's cultivation level was, the slower one's cultivation would be. This was because the total amount of energy Ling Han absorbed remained unchanged, but the more meridians there were, the harder it would be to widen them. Therefore, he needed more jade seeds to set up a spirit-gathering formation to accelerate his cultivation. There were also precious fruits, which could directly increase one's cultivation. No matter how many there were, he wouldn't mind. As his strength skyrocketed, Ling Han's physique also improved. His muscles became denser, and his bones also became much more robust. Otherwise, if he delivered a punch, then even if it could shatter rocks, his fist would also explode into pieces. He realized that this enhancement came from the precious fruits he had eaten in the Monkey Valley. Those 7 days had really been an eye-opener for him. The monkeys in the valley had extremely powerful physiques, and they wouldn't die even if they fell from a high place. In fact, in order to satisfy their appetites, they had even hunted down a ferocious tiger. They had only dispatched 3 male baboons, but not only had all of them returned safely, but none of them had been injured. The strength of their physique was evident. Chapter 3110 3110 Trading for Fruits. 3110 Trading for Fruits. Ling Han knew that his strength had increased too quickly, so the toughness of his body could not keep up. Others should not have such a problem. For others, their physique was also slowly becoming stronger at the same time that their cultivation level increased, so there was nothing to worry about. Ling Han went to where Sun Jianfang was. He did not dare to fully display his power, and only said that he had already opened up his 2nd meridian, and was about to expand this meridian to its limit. Of course, Sun Jianfang was overjoyed. After giving him some encouragement, he gave him another meridian guiding fruit. This is the last meridian guiding fruit, he said. The ancient Tao sect could harvest 10 meridian guiding fruits in a year. Even if he was the sect master, it was impossible for him to give all of them to Ling Han to use. I understand. Ling Han left. He had already thought of a way to resolve the problem of the meridian guiding fruit. That day, he refined the meridian guiding fruit into alchemical pills and went to the black market. He set up a stall and wrote a few words on the ground. I have the meridian guiding pill, and am willing to trade for the meridian guiding fruit. When everyone saw this, They immediately surrounded him. Who didn't know that the Meridian Guiding Pill was more effective than the Meridian Guiding Fruit? It was obvious from the price. The market price of the Meridian Guiding Fruit was 100 jade seeds, and the price of the Meridian Guiding Pill exceeded this number. Therefore, who wouldn't want to refine the Meridian Guiding Fruit into alchemical pills? The problem was that no one could do it. Now, seeing Ling Han offer such conditions, others could naturally guess that Ling Han definitely had a way to refine the Meridian Guiding Fruit into alchemical pills. This would allow him to make a huge profit. The key was that they themselves didn't know how to do it. Then, faced with a choice between a Meridian Guiding Pill and a Meridian Guiding Fruit, how would they choose? They would naturally choose the Meridian Guiding Pill. Of course, no one would be foolish enough to bring the Meridian Guiding Fruit here. However, after a short while, people left and came back again to commence a trade of the Meridian Guiding Fruit. I have a condition, one person said. I know that you will definitely be able to refine the Meridian Guiding Pill. My condition is that after you refine it, you have to sell me another one. Ling Han thought for a moment, and said, all right. He had made a fortune, so he didn't mind giving others some benefits. Besides, this didn't break the rule that each person could only buy a single pill. Brother. Nie Yang also came. This time, he was wearing a pig-headed mask. It seemed that he had a showman personality. I also have a Meridian Guiding Fruit here. Take it, but don't forget about me if there are benefits. Ling Han smiled faintly. Nie Yang was definitely more knowledgeable about the ways of the world than the previous one. He had directly sold Ling Han a favor. All right. Ling Han nodded. He planned to give one to Nie Yang after refining the Meridian Guiding Fruit into alchemical pills. Although he had brought 7 Meridian Guiding Pills, in reality, only 3 people traded with him. With rough calculations, the ancient Dao sect had 10 Meridian Guiding Fruits a year. 3 had been given to Ling Han by Sun Daofeng, and 3 more had been traded to Ling Han. That meant that there were only 4 aside from those he had gotten. Perhaps the people with the treasured fruit had yet to receive the news, or perhaps the fruits had already been eaten. Ling Han temporarily closed his stall. In any case, he had 3 more Meridian Guiding Fruits, so he could refine quite a few Meridian Guiding Pills. After returning to his residence, he first went to refine pills. This time, he obtained 23 alchemical pills. His efficiency in refining pills could be said to have improved considerably. Young master. Ling Han had just entered through the door when he saw Huan Xue welcoming him excitedly. He couldn't help but smile and asked, what is it? Is the sky about to collapse? Huan Xue was a little embarrassed that she had lost her composure. However, in the next moment, she became excited again, and said, young master, I sensed my meridians. Very good. Ling Han nodded. He had seen this girl's hard work, and he was also very happy. However, Huan Xue's expression immediately darkened, and she said apologetically, young master, it's all my fault for being too stupid. I have consumed all 3 Meridian Guiding Pills. Ling Han laughed loudly, waved his hand and said, it's fine. Here, I'll give you 3 more pills. You can take them after you've cultivated the level of 1 meridian to the extreme. Young master. Huan Xue was extremely excited. Even a proud prodigy like Li Changdan could only obtain 1 Meridian Guiding Fruit every 2 years. And what about her? She had already obtained 6 Meridian Guiding Pills in total. Meridian Guiding Pills were much more precious than Meridian Guiding Fruits. She was extremely moved, and really wanted to give her heart and soul to Ling Han. Since you've already sensed your meridians, report to the sect. From now on, you can become an official disciple of the sect, Ling Han said in a low voice. In this era, there were very few cultivators who could cultivate, so every one of them was very precious. As long as one could become a cultivator, their status would improve by leaps and bounds. A beauty like Huan Xue could be bought with just 1 jade seed. However, if it was a cultivator, one might need 10 jade seeds just to hire them. The difference was like heaven and earth. Plop! Huan Xue immediately knelt down and kowtowed continuously. Young master, Huan Xue will follow you for the rest of my life. I can't repay your kindness even if I die 100 times. There was no one in the world who treated her better than Ling Han. Furthermore, Ling Han had never asked for anything. This was what truly made her completely loyal to Ling Han. She made up her mind. No matter what happened, she would always be Ling Han's maid. Ling Han smiled, and didn't force her. He had once been an ultimate elite, so he naturally had a mentality that belonged to an ultimate elite. Since Huan Shui insisted, he naturally wouldn't try to persuade her otherwise. What did this have to do with him? After some thought, he decided to take responsibility since he had decided to nurture this maid. Ling Han gave Huan Shui a spirit-gathering formation, and taught her how to use it. This was very simple. She didn't need any knowledge of formations. She just needed to set up the formation foundations and have enough jade seeds. Huan Shui was naturally moved to tears again. Her tears flowed uncontrollably. There was only one thought in her mind: if Ling Han was in danger, she was willing to take his place. Ling Han did not lack jade seeds for the time being, and he had also refined so many Meridian guiding pills. This was enough to trade for a large number of jade seeds, which would support his cultivation for a very long time. He focused his attention on the demonic monkey fists. Every time he practiced this fist technique, he would gain a new appreciation. It was as if its power was limitless. Brother Monkey said that he obtained this from a bloodline inheritance. Then, what kind of great elite had appeared among his ancestors? Ling Han thought to himself. The prerequisite for a bloodline inheritance was that the bloodline had once produced an extremely impressive figure. Only then could it fundamentally affect the bloodline. Before this era, there was a martial arts civilization, but it disappeared for some reason. In that case, Brother Monkey's ancestors must have been from that era. What a pity. Brother Monkey must know a lot about that era. He just doesn't want to tell me. That's true. I'm too weak now. It's not good for me to know some things. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Huan Shui hurriedly went to open the door. After a while, she led a young man over. Junior brother Ling. This young man smiled at Ling Han, and then handed over an invitation. In a few days' time, it will be junior sister He Miaoyin's 18th birthday, and we'll also celebrate the fact that junior sister He has broken through to 6 meridians as well. Junior brother Ling is specially invited to attend. Chapter 3111. 3111 Attending the Banquet. 3111 Attending the Banquet. Ling Han accepted the invitation, and the young man revealed a strange smile as he turned to leave. Wait, Ling Han said. After the young man stopped, he asked, "How should I address you?" The young man turned around with an unhappy expression. I'm your senior brother. When you speak to a senior brother, you should add the word please. Forget it. You've just entered the sect. I won't blame you this time. My surname is Pang, full name Pang Anhut. Ling Han ignored him, and only lowered his head to look at the invitation. Fuck. Pang Anha instantly felt like he had thrown a punch into a ball of wool. This disregard made him so angry that he was about to explode. In a fit of anger, he even had the impulse to make a move. However, he recalled how Ling Han was the Lord Sect Master's most favored disciple, so even if anyone wanted to mess with him, how could he possibly jump out and be the first one? Forget it. In any case, Ling Han wouldn't be smug for very long. With a flourish of his sleeves, he left. Huan Shui escorted the guest out. The smile on her face had long disappeared as she glared at Pang Anha. Right now, she wished she had the power to punch this bastard to death. How dared he disrespect her young master? Just you wait. I'll remember this. Ling Han didn't care at all. In the past, there had been plenty of proud prodigies who had put on airs and acted like big shots in front of him, but hadn't all of them been beaten into retards and slaughtered like weak chickens by him? He Miaoyin, the granddaughter of 7th Elder He Guan. No wonder there is such a big fuss over her 18th birthday. He Guan had advanced to 10 meridians 20 years ago, and became the last elder of the ancient Dao sect. His current cultivation level is unknown. Although son Jianfang treats me well, this has also aroused the jealousy of many people. To invite me to a banquet at this time, most of those attending probably don't have good intentions. Forget it, I'll go take a look. There were still 4 days before He Miaoyin's birthday banquet, and Ling Han continued to practice the demonic monkey fists while giving Huan Shui some pointers. Even though Huan Shui's talent wasn't high, her current cultivation didn't require much natural talent, either. As long as she could sense her meridians, all that was left for her to do was to work hard.
This was especially true for one Meridian. One only had to achieve 250 kilograms of strength, and Xueqi wasn't a prodigy, so 250 kilograms of strength was indeed her limit. With the support of the spirit-gathering formation, she had already completed the cultivation of one Meridian by the third day. After taking the 3 Meridian guiding pills, she sensed her second Meridian, successfully opened the second Meridian, and entered the level of 2 Meridians. By the fourth day, she already had 350 kilograms of strength. This was simply shocking. Only Ling Han would be so generous as to spend so many resources on a person with no natural talent. One had to know that 6 Meridian guiding pills were enough to produce a 6 Meridians. If others were to find out, they would definitely scold Ling Han for being wasteful. He was extravagant to the point of speechlessness. Meanwhile, Ling Han's strength had increased from 400 kg to 5,000 kilograms. This advancement was much faster than Xueqi's, and he was comparable to a peak stage 6 Meridians. And he had only opened up his 5th Meridian at this point. He realized that his physique was rapidly becoming stronger. The precious fruits that he had eaten previously should have been completely digested, and no longer had any effect, right? Why was his physique still rapidly improving? It didn't make sense. He thought for a long time, and felt that this was the effect of the unknown cultivation technique. Brother Monkey had said that there were many advantages to it. Enhancing one's physique should be one of them. However, Ling Han could not keep calling it the unknown cultivation technique, right? I'll call it Brother Monkey cultivation technique. Ling Han nodded. If the Empress and the others knew about this, they would definitely say that no matter where this fellow was, he was still as incompetent at naming as ever. Xueqi, let's go. Seeing that it was getting late, Ling Han beckoned to his little handmaiden. Xueqi can go too? Xueqi was excited. With her status, she was not qualified to attend events like banquets, unless it was Ling Han that held a banquet. Then, as a servant, she could attend, but she would also be working. Ling Han nodded. With his protective personality, since Xueqi was one of his people, she was more noble than anyone else in his eyes. All right, young master. Xueqi will go change immediately. Xueqi ran off in a flash. The corners of Ling Han's mouth twitched slightly. As expected, as long as it was a woman, she would love to look beautiful. Wasn't it just going to attend a banquet? Did she need to specially change her clothes? After a while, Xueqi appeared. She had changed into a clean red dress, and a small white bag was slung over her shoulder. Her face was slightly powdered, making her look even fairer. Her red lips were rosy and bright, and her eyes had somehow grown larger. This makeup, TSK. If Xueqi could originally be considered a beauty worth 70 marks, then she was now at least a beauty worth 80 marks. This makeup really wasn't wasted on her. Young master. Xueqi was a little embarrassed to be stared at by her young master. Let's go. Ling Han smiled and took the lead. Xueqi hurriedly followed behind him. She didn't dare to walk alongside Ling Han, and instead fell a step behind, bearing in mind her position as a maid. However, Ling Han had just stepped out of the door when he stopped. Young master? Ling Han smiled awkwardly. Where does he meowing live? Pfft. Xueqi immediately laughed. This young master was really interesting. She didn't dare to tease him, and quickly pointed the way. The two of them left. The ancient Tao sect was actually very large. Most of the buildings here had appeared after the earthquake. They were products of the previous civilization. However, there were also some that were built now and imitated the ancient style, but because they were too new, they could be clearly distinguished with a glance. After walking for about 20 minutes, they arrived in front of a large courtyard. This was obviously a newly built structure because it was huge. The ancient buildings were all small courtyards, but this one was at least 5 times larger, and the paint on the exterior walls and such was very new. At the door, 2 servants were welcoming guests. They were wearing very strange clothes, with the ends of their clothes resembling a swallow's tail. They also wore a cloth collar. Ling Han learned about the civilization from 100 years ago from the optical computer. Those clothes were called tuxedos, and they were only worn by high-class families when they held banquets. The cloth collars around their necks were called bow ties, and there was another type called ties, which was similar to this, but a long strip of cloth would hang down from it,
making it even stranger. There were many guests entering, most of them in pairs. The men were basically dressed in a suit, while the women's clothes were of all kinds and varieties. Some of them even revealed their fair thighs and backs, and even their chests were almost half exposed, which made Ling Han very surprised. The women here were really too open. Ling Han walked over and handed over the invitation. A servant took it, and immediately made a gesture to invite him in. So it's young Master Ling. Please. Ling Han went first, and Huan Shui hurriedly followed, appearing extremely cautious. Although she was already a cultivator, she still couldn't change her mentality of a servant for the moment. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Someone actually brought a maid over. Immediately, a young man laughed loudly. The female companion beside him also covered her mouth and chuckled, appearing very reserved in her amusement. However, the disdainful gaze she shot at Huan Shui already showed her attitude. Chapter 31:12. 3112 Apologize. 3112 Apologize. Even if you can't find a partner, there's no need to find a maid, right? Aren't you ashamed to bring her to such an occasion? The young man continued mockingly. His female companion also said, Ugly ducklings are ugly ducklings, after all. They can't change even if they wear the clothes of a princess. Ha ha ha. This wasn't the main hall of the banquet, but because it was the peak period of the banquet, there were still quite a few people around. When they heard this, they all burst into laughter. However, because they did not know Ling Han's identity and background, everyone only smiled and watched the show. No one wanted to stand out. Who knew if Ling Han was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Huan Shui's strength had increased, but her mentality was far from being able to keep up with her boost in strength. Faced with such ridicule, her first reaction was that she had embarrassed Ling Han, causing her to lower her head in discomfort. Her feet could not help but retreat, as if as long as she could distance herself from Ling Han, she could draw a clear line between the two of them. Apologize. However, right at this moment, she heard Ling Han's shout, and her heart trembled. You want me to apologize? The young man pointed at himself, and couldn't help but laugh. Who do you think you are? Don't you know respect for seniority? He had never seen Ling Han before, so there was only one possibility. Ling Han should be a new disciple. Then, according to the rules of the ancient Tao sect, the first to enter the sect was considered the elder disciple, and the strong were to be respected. Why would he need to care about Ling Han's anger? Moreover, he also wanted to show off in front of his female companion. She was a young lady from a wealthy family in the town. Her family was in the food business. Although she wasn't a cultivator, she was very rich. Marrying her would be of great help to him in the future. Ling Han looked at him, and his gaze was very cold. I'll say it again. Apologize. Haha, let alone once, so what if you repeat it 10,000 times? Do you know who I am, Junior, brother? He stretched out his hand, wanting to poke Ling Han in the chest. Ling Han reached out, grabbed the other's 5 fingers, and then twisted them. Ah! The young man immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. As the saying went, the fingers were connected to the heart, and the pain immediately went straight to his heart. Huan Shui saw this, and couldn't help but tear up again. She was extremely touched. Young master, she said softly, wanting to call out to Ling Han. She was afraid that Ling Han would be at a disadvantage. Ling Han turned his head and smiled at her. Naturally, he would not let it go. How could someone as protective as him watch the people around him just suffer quietly? What are you doing? Hurry up and let go. The young man's female companion hurriedly said. Who would have thought that Ling Han would suddenly make a move? It had to be known that this was not only the ancient Tao sect, but also He Miaoyin's birthday banquet. If they caused trouble here, wouldn't they offend the He family? Ling Han looked towards her and said, Apologize. What? The woman couldn't help but retreat. Although Ling Han's expression wasn't terrifying at all, that cold and emotionless look made her feel a chill rise from the bottom of her heart. Pa! Ling Han slapped her across the face. A streak of blood flew, and the woman was already sent flying by his slap. Her hair was completely messed up, and there was a clear palm print on her left cheek. There was blood at the corner of her mouth. Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath. This lord was truly overbearing. The other party had only mocked him a little, and he already slapped her. Don't you know that this is He Miaoyin's house? Don't you know that today is He Miaoyin's birthday? Apologize. Ling Han continued, his voice cold and emotionless. The woman was about to go crazy. She had suffered such a slap, yet she still had to apologize. Ling Han tugged at the young man. Ah! As the young man cried out in pain, he moved closer to the woman and slapped her again. Pa! The slap rang out crisp and loud. Apologize, Ling Han said again. I'm sorry. The woman admitted defeat and cried. Not to me but to her. Ling Han pointed at Huan Shui. The woman's mouth was half open, and her face was filled with unwillingness. He wanted her to apologize to a servant. Then how would she be able to hold her head up again in the future? Pa! The third slap was delivered. The woman finally understood that she had met a god of calamity, who did not know what it meant to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. I'm sorry, she said to Huan Shui. Only then did Ling Han stop staring at her, and picked up the young man in his hands. Pa! He first slapped him 3 times, and then said apologize. That young man's face was filled with resentment. After being humiliated by Ling Han like this, he had completely lost his dignity. In the future, could he still hold his head high? Pa! Ling Han didn't care. If the man wouldn't apologize, fine, he would slap him until he did. Ling Han's refusal to talk reason finally made the young man feel fear. He had a feeling that he would be beaten to death. He was depressed. No matter what, he was still a Two Meridians cultivator, but because he had underestimated Ling Han too much, he had actually been taken down before he could even make a single move. This made him unwilling and dissatisfied. I'm sorry. He gritted his teeth. Pa! Ling Han slapped him again, causing the young man's mouth to half open. He felt as if his heart was filled with. Didn't I fucking apologize? You dragged on for too long, so I need to add some interest, Ling Han said calmly. Fuck, there was such a thing? The onlookers all thought to themselves that if their strength was inferior to this person's, they absolutely could not become enemies with Ling Han. Otherwise, they would be in dire straits. This guy was truly overbearing. But on the other hand, wasn't it the couple who had asked for it? Did Ling Han offend them? Ling Han shook his right hand, and the young man was thrown out, landing heavily on the ground. The young man got up. He was still a gentleman, so he first checked on his female companion, and asked, Xiaomei, are you all right? All right. The woman pointed at her face. You call this all right? Zhang Baichuan, are you still a man? Of course, the young man was Zhang Baichuan. His face was ferocious as he gritted his teeth, and said, Xiaomei, don't worry. I'll definitely avenge you. He turned to face Ling Han, and said balefully, I want to duel with you. Gasp. Gasps rang out all around them. In the sect, everyone would naturally spar with each other to increase their actual combat experience. However, when they were sparring, no one would be ruthless. If they injured or even killed someone, they would definitely have to pay compensation. However, a duel was different. One was responsible for his own life or death. From the moment he opened his mouth, Zhang Baichuan declared his intentions of a duel. It was obvious that he was too angry. Ling Han glanced at him, shook his head, and strode off. You don't dare? Zhang Baichuan roared. You're not worthy, Ling Han said calmly. You! Zhang Baichuan was infuriated. He chased after Ling Han with a quick step, and aimed a punch at the back of Ling Han's head. Ling Han didn't make a move. In fact, his steps didn't change in the slightest. Zhang Baichuan couldn't help but smile. You're so arrogant. Do you really think I won't dare to make a move? Just as he was about to land a solid punch, a fair and tender fist suddenly swung over to meet his fist. Boom! He was instantly knocked back, and he felt his blood boil. Zhang Baichuan focused his gaze, and couldn't help but stare. He saw that behind Ling Han, there was a young girl maintaining her posture of having delivered a punch. It was Huan Shui. Chapter 3111. 3111 Attending the Banquet. 3111 Attending the Banquet. Ling Han accepted the invitation, and the young man revealed a strange smile as he turned to leave. "Wait," Ling Han said. After the young man stopped, he asked, "How should I address you?" The young man turned around with an unhappy expression. "I'm your senior brother. When you speak to a senior brother, you should add the word please. Forget it. You've just entered the sect. I won't blame you this time. My surname is Pang, full name Pang Anhut." Ling Han ignored him, and only lowered his head to look at the invitation. Fuck. Pang Anha instantly felt like he had thrown a punch into a ball of wool. This disregard made him so angry that he was about to explode. In a fit of anger, he even had the impulse to make a move. However, he recalled how Ling Han was the Lord Sect Master's most favored disciple, so even if anyone wanted to mess with him, how could he possibly jump out and be the first one? Forget it. In any case, Ling Han wouldn't be smug for very long. With a flourish of his sleeves, he left. Huan Shui escorted the guest out. The smile on her face had long disappeared as she glared at Pang Anha. Right now, she wished she had the power to punch this bastard to death. How dared he disrespect her young master? Just you wait. I'll remember this. Ling Han didn't care at all. In the past, there had been plenty of proud prodigies who had put on airs and acted like big shots in front of him, but hadn't all of them been beaten into retards and slaughtered like weak chickens by him? He Miaoyin, the granddaughter of 7th Elder He Guan. No wonder there is such a big fuss over her 18th birthday. He Guan had advanced to 10 Meridians 20 years ago, and became the last elder of the ancient Dao sect. His current cultivation level is unknown. Although son Jianfang treats me well, this has also aroused the jealousy of many people. To invite me to a banquet at this time, heh, most of those attending probably don't have good intentions. Forget it, I'll go take a look. There were still 4 days before He Miaoyin's birthday banquet, and Ling Han continued to practice the demonic monkey fists while giving Huan Shui some pointers. Even though Huan Shui's talent wasn't high, her current cultivation didn't require much natural talent, either. As long as she could sense her meridians, all that was left for her to do was to work hard. This was especially true for 1 meridian. One only had to achieve 250 kilograms of strength, and Huan Shui wasn't a prodigy, so 250 kilograms of strength was indeed her limit. With the support of the Spirit Gathering formation, she had already completed the cultivation of 1 meridian by the 3rd day. After taking the 3 meridian guiding pills, she sensed her 2nd meridian, successfully opened the 2nd meridian, and entered the level of 2 meridians. By the 4th day, she already had 350 kilograms of strength. This was simply shocking. Only Ling Han would be so generous as to spend so many resources on a person with no natural talent. One had to know that 6 meridian guiding pills were enough to produce a 6 meridians. If others were to find out, they would definitely scold Ling Han for being wasteful. He was extravagant to the point of speechlessness. Meanwhile, Ling Han's strength had increased from 400 kg to 5,000 kilograms. This advancement was much faster than Huan Shui's, and he was comparable to a peak stage 6 meridians. And he had only opened up his 5th meridian at this point. He realized that his physique was rapidly becoming stronger. The precious fruits that he had eaten previously should have been completely digested, and no longer had any effect, right? Why was his physique still rapidly improving? It didn't make sense. He thought for a long time, and felt that this was the effect of the unknown cultivation technique. Brother Monkey had said that there were many advantages to it. Enhancing one's physique should be one of them. However, Ling Han could not keep calling it the unknown cultivation technique, right? I'll call it Brother Monkey cultivation technique. Ling Han nodded. If the Empress and the others knew about this, they would definitely say that no matter where this fellow was, he was still as incompetent at naming as ever. Huan Shui, let's go. That person is Ling Han, right? Someone recognized Ling Han. After all, when Ling Han had appeared back then, many people had gone to see him. This person had jumped out from the divine stone, so who wouldn't be curious about him? Yes, that's him. It's only been a month, but he already seems very impressive. It can't be helped. Don't you know that Lord Sect Master gave him a meridian guiding fruit? It's 2 meridian guiding fruits, okay? Hey, it's 3. No wonder he could fight Zhang Baichuan. So he has advanced to 2 meridians. As long as one can sense his meridians, 1 month is enough time for him to advance into 2 Meridian. Comparisons are really infuriating. I only get 1 Meridian guiding fruit every 4 to 5 years. Furthermore, Lord Sect Master actually sent a disciple of 2 Meridians to be Ling Han's maid? What favoritism! Everyone sighed with emotion. They naturally did not believe that Huan Shui was a maidservant, but rather that she was some junior sister of the sect that had been sent to protect Ling Han. Huan Shui, come back, Ling Han said. There was really no need to waste time on a nobody like Zhang Baichuan. Huan Shui immediately stopped and retreated to Ling Han's side. Stretch out your hands, Ling Han said. Huan Shui stretched out her hands, and 3 of her 10 fingers were dislocated. Ling Han pressed her fingers back into position one by one, and cracking sounds rang out. Huan Shui gritted her teeth, and didn't say a word. She only broke out in cold sweat from the pain. Fortunately, they were only dislocated, and everything would be fine once they were pushed back into place. Let's go. Ling Han strode forward, and Huan Shui hurriedly followed. Seeing the 2 of them disappear around the corner, everyone looked at each other, their hearts palpitating in shock. However, Ling Han's cultivation time is too short. At most, he's only a 3 meridians. That is completely insufficient in the sect. I heard that a few veteran senior brothers and senior sisters want to mess with him this time. He will definitely suffer today. Hee, let's just wait and see the show. Everyone followed him in. As for Zhang Baichuan and Xiaomei, no one cared. This world never sympathized with losers. The victors would take away all attention, and the losers could only lick their own wounds. Ling Han entered the main hall, and saw that it was truly magnificent. From the outside, it looked like an ancient building, but the interior was extremely modern. It was the same style as before the great change that had happened more than 100 years ago. The marble floor tiles were covered with thick carpets, and there was no sound at all when one stepped on them. Oil paintings hung all around on the walls. Most of them were probably fakes because most of the real ones had probably been destroyed in the chaotic era of the past. Unusually, there was a huge photo hanging in the middle of one wall. It was of a young girl. She was quite good-looking, and exuded an incomparably arrogant aura. This was the main lead of today, He Miaoyin. It seemed that this girl was quite narcissistic. The hall was filled with youngsters holding tall wine glasses in their hands and walking back and forth. There were also attendants shuttling through the crowd, holding trays filled with wine glasses in their hands. The guests could take a glass as they walked past. There was music playing, but no musicians could be seen. It was something called a music player. It could store sound and play it at any time. Of course, there was a prerequisite for this electricity. Junior brother Li Changdan appeared. He was tall and slender, and his temperament was outstanding. It was as if he had a halo above his head. No matter where he stood, he was incomparably dazzling, and attracted the attention of countless people. His eyes were sharp, so he quickly spotted Ling Han, and strode over. Like a cluster of stars surrounding the moon, Li Changdan was surrounded by everyone, completely suppressing Ling Han in bearing. Chapter 31:14 3114 Theft. 3114 Theft. Li Changdan, a proud prodigy. He was only 21 years old, but he had already opened 9 meridians. No one in the ancient Tao sect could surpass such a young person of 9 meridians. This was a man who was born with a halo around him. He was destined to be brilliant and dazzling. If Ling Han hadn't appeared, he would definitely have been made the Tao child and inherited the legacy of the ancient Tao sect. He would have been able to obtain the core inheritance and reach the peak of existence. Unfortunately, Sun Jianfang had brought back a divine stone which had actually nurtured a person. This had caught Li Changdan off guard, and might have even caused his status as the Tao child to fly away. He was naturally displeased with Ling Han, but he was extremely shrewd. In the ancient Tao sect, who would dare to make a move under Sun Jianfang's nose? Fortunately, Ling Han had only just started, and was still far inferior to him. Li Changdan didn't believe that before Ling Han caught up to him, those elders of the sect would agree to make Ling Han the Tao child. The Tao child would represent the next generation of a sect. Of course, they had to establish the one who was strongest and had the greatest potential as the Tao child. The changes in this world had just begun, and the path to immortality was an endless one. They were only standing at the starting point, and the resources should naturally be spent on the most suitable people, such as Changdan. Thus, after learning that Sun Jianfang had given Ling Han 3 Meridian guiding fruits, even with Changdan's shrewdness, he still couldn't bear it. As he instructed, the matter of he Miaoyin inviting Ling Han to the banquet happened. Of course, it was so that he could make things difficult for Ling Han. It would be best if he could humiliate Ling Han to the point that the latter could no longer stay in the ancient Tao sect. At the very least, he had to make Ling Han's reputation stink. If that happened, how could he continue to become the Tao child? "Come, junior brother Ling, let me introduce you," Changdan said with a smile. He was gentle and refined like a modest gentleman, and people couldn't help but have a favorable impression of him. "This is Rue Yuanliang, senior brother Rue," he said, pointing to a young man beside him. This person was about 24 to 25 years old, and his face was filled with arrogance, as if he did not take Ling Han seriously at all. Ling Han nodded and said, "Senior brother Rue." Rue Yuanliang only snorted softly, and raised his chin slightly as a form of greeting. Ling Han sneered in his heart. "Is it really okay for you to be so arrogant? What's the big deal about you?" Senior brother Rue is Elder Qi's son-in-law. His natural talent in martial arts is quite extraordinary, and he's already an elder of 8 meridians now, Changdan continued. Rue Yuanliang revealed a reserved smile and nodded slightly at Changdan. Oh, so he was a freeloader that was living off of his wife. What was there to be arrogant about that? "This is Lao Lian, senior brother Lao," Changdan introduced again. Ling Han was too lazy to even nod. These people were all arrogant, and they seemed to be either the descendants or in-laws of the elders. They thought that their status was so very noble, so why should he be bothered to act polite to them? "Humph, how arrogant," Lao Lian said in dissatisfaction. These people were all too selfish. Didn't they know who was the one who put on airs first? "This junior brother is really arrogant," another man said. "Don't think that you can be arrogant just because Lord Sect Master dotes on you." Ling Han glanced at him and asked, "And who are you?" "Tan Gaobua," the man said proudly. "Never heard of you," Ling Han said calmly, and then turned his face away. "You." Tan Gaobua and the others were furious. No matter how much Sun Jianfang thought highly of Ling Han, the latter had only stepped onto the path of martial arts for less than a month. Naturally, he should maintain absolute respect and modesty in front of these senior brothers. Moreover, they were all the descendants and in-laws of the elders. Just how high was their status? "As long as you are not the Tao child, what right do you have to be arrogant in front of us?" All right. Changdan waved his hand to stop the conflict from intensifying. "Junior brother Ling is young and impetuous. Don't blame him." This seemed to be speaking up for Ling Han, but it was actually pointing out his arrogance. It was equivalent to adding fuel to the fire. Ling Han looked at this young prodigy from the ancient Tao sect. He was young, but his shrewdness was truly profound. Tan Gaobua and the others all wore displeased expressions, and their gazes towards Ling Han were filled with disgust. In their eyes, Ling Han was only a lucky person. Because he had been born from the divine stone, he had inexplicably obtained Sun Jianfang's favor. It was too unfair. They looked at each other, and then sneered. They would definitely make a fool of this kid and ruin his reputation. "Junior sister, he has come." Right at this moment, someone spoke, and a woman in red walked out surrounded by 4 beauties. They were all wearing off-shoulder dresses, revealing fair shoulders. One could see their proudly bulging breasts presenting an extremely alluring sight. This couldn't help but cause many men to howl like wolves and cheer with all their might. The woman in red was he Miaoyin, today's female lead. She walked to the middle of the hall, and said a few opening words before announcing the star of the banquet so that everyone could have fun. Ling Han had no interest in paying attention to anyone, and just sat at the side. Huan Shui, on the other hand, was doing her job as a little maid. Once Ling Han gave the word, she would go and bring over Ling Han's favorite food. This made everyone envious. By now, everyone had heard about what had happened. Huan Shui had defeated Zhang Baichuan, who was a 2 Meridians, so she at least had the strength of 2 Meridians. In this era, Cultivators were the most precious resource. Regardless of their cultivation level, they were superior in status. Yet Huan Shui was actually serving Ling Han like a maidservant, willing to work without complaint. How could this not make people envious? The banquet continued, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. There were no more conflicts, which surprised Ling Han greatly. There was actually no one who came to provoke him. This didn't make sense. He was someone with a halo of trouble. When the banquet was about to end, Miaoyin returned to her room. However, when she appeared again, her pretty face was icy. The door was immediately closed, and the music stopped playing.
What's going on?
What happened? Everyone was curious and started asking around. After a while, they were all in a commotion. It turned out that Miaoyin's Meridian guiding pill had been stolen. It was said that this Meridian guiding pill was a gift from Guan to his granddaughter for her birthday in attaining adulthood. Now that it had been stolen, Miaoyin was naturally enraged. Now that the door was closed, the meaning was obvious.
The thief was among them.
I'm sorry, everyone. We're going to search everyone now. Although everyone was dissatisfied, they couldn't afford to offend the He family. Moreover, they didn't have a guilty conscience, so they naturally didn't mind being searched so they could prove their innocence. Ling Han raised his eyebrows slightly. Could this be a plot against him? When someone walked over and wanted to search him, he didn't object. He just strictly paid attention to whether the other party took the opportunity to frame him. To his surprise, he completed the body search smoothly. Was he thinking too much? Found it! A voice rang out. A woman was standing beside Huan Shui with a bottle in her hand. There was a pill inside. Chapter 31:15. 3115 framed. 3115 framed. Miaoyin had just lost a Meridian guiding pill, and found a bottle which contained an alchemical pill on Huan Shui. Was there such a coincidence in the world? She must be the thief. Ling Han frowned. He naturally believed that the little handmaiden was not a thief. This was an obvious attempt to frame her. He had miscalculated. He didn't expect that he wasn't the target, but rather his maid was. As the saying went, even if you hit a dog, you had to look at the owner first. If he interfered, then with evidence, he would only be dragged down into the mud as well. He might even be thought to be the mastermind behind it. And if he did not do anything, then everyone would look down on him. If he could not even save his own subordinate, how could such a person be worthy of becoming the Tao child? T. Ling Han looked towards Li Changdan. Had this gentle and refined-looking person come up with this idea? Miaoyin came over aggressively and appeared in front of Huan Shui. She raised her hand, and was about to slap her. However, her hand didn't land. It wasn't because she was soft-hearted, but because there was another person in front of Huan Shui. It was Ling Han. Get lost, Miaoyin said coldly. Ling Han shook his head and said, "This is my maid, so it's not your place to discipline her." Hiss, everyone exclaimed in their hearts. Was Ling Han really going to go against Miaoyin for the sake of a maid? How dare you? Miaoyin sneered. Someone beside her came over and told her Ling Han's identity. She gave an "oh" and said, "So you're Ling Han. No wonder you dare to be impudent in front of me. However, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Her face was full of pride. "Now I wonder if you are the mastermind behind this. Are you the one who ordered this B*TCH to steal what belongs to me? And now that you are trying so hard to protect her, you want to cover up the truth, right?" "I didn't steal it," Huan Shui said anxiously. "Humph, you have been caught red-handed, and you still want to deny it?" Miaoyin glanced at Huan Shui with disdain. "That's right. We've caught you red-handed. How are you going to deny it?" Rue Yuanliang said with a smile. "Sigh, I really didn't expect junior brother Ling to be such a person." Lao Lian chimed in, directly targeting Ling Han. Hee. Tan Gaobua merely twitched his lips with a fake smile. Li Changdan revealed a pained expression, and said, "Junior brother Ling, how can you be so foolish?" He shook his head and turned to Miaoyin. "Junior sister, can you let this matter go on my account? Senior brother will think of a way to give you a Meridian guiding pills." Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. They felt a strong sense of respect for Li Changdan. Look, this was the real person that they publicly acknowledged as a prodigy of the ancient Tao sect. It clearly had nothing to do with him, yet he had taken on this matter to intercede on Ling Han's behalf. In fact, in order to exonerate Ling Han, he had even taken on the debt of a Meridian guiding pill. One had to know that he was a 9 Meridians, and he needed the Meridian guiding fruit and the Meridian guiding pill the most. If he obtained them, he would definitely consume them himself. But now, he was willing to give them away for the sake of his junior brother who was from the same sect. How could they not admire such generosity and kindness? Senior brother Li. Many people shouted. It was great to have such a senior brother in the sect. In the future, he would definitely be able to become a giant tree that supported the ancient Tao sect and protected them from the storms raging outside. All right, for senior brother Li's sake, I won't pursue this matter any further. He Miaoyin said as her beautiful eyes swept over Ling Han and Huan Shui, revealing deep disdain and ridicule. You're really lucky to have senior brother Li to speak up for you. Otherwise, humph. She was still angry. To think that they actually dared to steal from her. Get lost, don't let me see you again. Ling Han smiled faintly. Li Changdan really did things beautifully. Not only did he show off his greatness, but he also gave him a blow at the same time, confirming that Ling Han and Huan Shui had colluded with each other and their supposed crime of theft. In this way, no matter how much Sun Jianfang liked Ling Han, how could he have the cheek to make him the Tao child? Wouldn't he be afraid of being laughed at if word got out? Wait. Ling Han waved his hand. He had never been the type to allow others to bully him. They wanted to frame him. Hee, didn't they know that he had an attribute of being extremely lucky? You people are really audacious. Ling Han shook his head and pointed at the bottle as he said, this was clearly something I bestowed upon my little handmaiden. When did it become stolen goods? Is this a blatant robbery of what is originally mine? Ah! Everyone was shocked. What was going on? Logically speaking, even if Ling Han didn't accept this favor from Li Changdan, he should still try his best to disassociate himself from this bottle and that alchemical pill. He could even say that he had been framed. However, Ling Han actually said this. This was truly beyond everyone's expectations. Was he courting death? Even Li Changdan didn't expect this. This matter had gone completely out of his control. He felt a sense of unease that things might develop in an unknown direction. However, he immediately shook his head. After Ling Han admitted it, wouldn't that be even more impossible to refute? Humph, I'd like to see how you court death. He Miaoyin was furious. This thief stole from her, and still dared to make a false countercharge. You scoundrel, how dare you slander me? Fine. If I don't punish you today, my name won't be He Miaoyin, she balefully said. She was already infuriated. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, since you all say that this is stolen goods, I would like to ask you, how do you prove that this is your alchemical pill? Is there any need to prove it? Everyone shook their head in their hearts. Ling Han's counterattack, or rather excuse, was too weak. Oh, He Miaoyin just said that a Meridian guiding pill was stolen, and she found it on your maid. Is there such a coincidence in this world? He Miaoyin suppressed her anger and asked indifferently, let me ask you, what alchemical pill is this? The Meridian guiding pill, Ling Han said. Since he had been framed, this pill was definitely the Meridian guiding pill. Everyone was stunned for a moment. You even admitted it yourself. What else was there to say? Humph. He Miaoyin sneered. She couldn't be bothered to continue speaking. It was a complete waste of time. Everyone looked at Ling Han as if they were looking at a fool. How could such a person become the Tao child? What kind of joke was this? If he were to inherit the position of sect master, they would only be crushed to death by the rolling wheels of the Great Era. Huan Shui, on the other hand, was extremely anxious. If killing herself could help Ling Han resolve this problem, she would give up her life without hesitation. Rho alpha N D alpha S nu omicron V epsilon L omicron M. Ling Han laughed, took out a bottle from his shirt, and said, I have another Meridian guiding pill here. Could it be that you guys are saying that I stole it again? Why was there another Meridian guiding pill? Ling Han took out another pill bottle, and said, If it's not enough, there's still one more. Yes, there's another here too. He took out the third pill bottle. The Meridian guiding pills were too precious, and it was not safe to leave them in his rooms, so Ling Han kept them close. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this for real? So many of them were all Meridian guiding pills. If these Meridian guiding pills were real, then this matter was really undecided. Chapter 31:16 3,116 tables turned. 3116 tables turned. What was going on? The maid was clearly caught red-handed, but why did the quantity of stolen goods exceed the quantity that she should have? Humph, just because you say this is a Meridian guiding pill, does that mean it's genuinely a Meridian guiding pill? He Miaoyin asked coldly. Of course. Ling Han appeared extremely confident.
Why should I believe you?
He Miaoyin said disdainfully. One had to know that this Meridian guiding fruit was something that her grandfather had paid a huge price to obtain. What right did Ling Han, a disciple who had just entered the sect, have to obtain it, and even having obtained 3 of them? Get someone to appraise it, someone said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Getting someone to appraise it would resolve the matter. Simple as that. Ask who to appraise. Let me do it. A young man stepped forward. He was quite good-looking, but there was a cunning expression on his face. This voice sounds a little familiar.
Brother Nye.
Rue Yuanliang, Lao Lian, and the others dare not treat him lightly, and collectively cupped their hands in greeting. Ling Han immediately remembered that this guy was Nye Yang. This guy seemed to have a powerful background, so it was normal for him to be invited to He Miaoyin's birthday banquet today. Nye Yang seemed to have a high status among these second-generation young masters, so when he wanted to be the appraiser, the others were extremely confident of his ability to do so. However, in Ling Han's eyes, no matter how he looked at it, this guy seemed to be quite incompetent and unreliable. Nye Yang uncorked the bottles one by one. After comparing them carefully, he said, based on my experience, these 4 are all Meridian guiding pills. What? Everyone was shocked. They were all genuine. Hiss, wasn't it said that Sun Jianfang had only given Ling Han 3 Meridian guiding fruits? Could it be that there were still other Meridian guiding pills? Ling Han smiled faintly and said, couldn't I have asked someone to refine it to produce a pill? This explanation was indeed reasonable, but the problem was, when did the ancient Tao sect have a formation alchemist?
No, there really is.
Yes, a few days ago, a mysterious person was selling Meridian guiding pills in the black market. Moreover, he even traded pills for fruits. Clearly, he must have mastered the refining method of the Meridian guiding pill. Some people immediately spoke up. What? There's really someone selling Meridian guiding pills? Some people weren't aware of this, so they were naturally very surprised. If Ling Han knows this person, then it wouldn't be strange for him to get this person to refine the Meridian guiding fruit into a pill. So long as one Meridian guiding fruit was refined, it ought to produce at least 3 or 4 pills, right? Therefore, it wouldn't be surprising that 3 Meridian guiding fruits could produce 4 Meridian guiding pills. Everyone nodded, all of them leaning towards the fact that these Meridian guiding pills were acquired by Ling Han through a trade. By the way, do you know who that woman is? Someone pointed at Huan Shui. Isn't she some junior sister from the sect? Wrong. She's actually a maid. More than a month ago, when I went to Ling Han's place, I saw her with my own eyes. Hey, now that you mention it, I remember too. There is indeed such a maid. Hiss. Everyone gasped in astonishment. The former maid had now become a Two Meridians elite. What did this mean? Ling Han had to have many Meridian guiding pills in his hands, which directly caused his maid to dash into becoming a Two Meridians. They were about to cry. How extravagant could you be? No matter how many Meridian guiding pills you possess, how could you squander them like this? How good would it be for him to give it to them? With their natural talent in martial arts, the same amount of Meridian guiding pills would definitely be more effective on them. Therefore, it wouldn't be strange that Huan Shui had a Meridian guiding pill on her. It was probably leftovers from what she had been given. I really want to be bestowed with one too. Everyone looked at Ling Han eagerly. If not for the fact that their status as cultivators did not allow them to do so, they would all have the urge to hug Ling Han's thigh and become his lackeys. Li Changdan was speechless. This matter was resolved just like that. As far as he was concerned, there was no solution to this, but Ling Han had taken care of it effortlessly. He naturally knew very well that the Meridian guiding pill found on Huan Shui indeed belonged to He Miaoyin because it was stolen by Rui Yuanliang and the other two, and the three of them did not hide this matter from him.
It was too fucking strange.
Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Now surely my little handmaiden's innocence can be proven?"
He Miaoyin had nothing to say. She had heard it just now. Huan Shui was originally a maid, but now she had become a Two Meridians.
How many Meridian guiding pills would he have to spend to nurture a person with ordinary aptitude into a Two Meridians? Who would believe that such a wealthy person would steal her Meridian guiding pill?
Even she wouldn't be able to believe it.
Ling Han swept his gaze over the crowd. No one said anything else as they all lowered their heads. He then turned his gaze to He Miaoyin and said, "Since this is a completely false accusation, then apologize to my maid."
He Miaoyin was stunned. What? He even wanted her to apologize. What did she do wrong?
Her possession had been stolen. Could it be that it was wrong for her to search for what she had lost? Ling Han said, "It's naturally not wrong for you to be looking for lost items, but it's wrong for you to verbally insult someone before you've figured out the situation." He had not forgotten that He Miaoyin had previously called Huan Shui AB*TCH. Who could be allowed to humiliate his maid? He had to slap her back in retribution of the insult she had hurled at his maid. Only then did He Miaoyin remember, and she couldn't help revealing a proud expression.
"So what if I wronged her? She's just a servant, can't I scold her?
I don't care who she was in the past, but now she's my maid. You insulting her is equivalent to insulting me." Ling Han's expression became menacing, and his gaze was sharp as a sword as he stared straight at He Miaoyin.
"Do you think I'm easy to bully?"
Under his gaze, He Miaoyin couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Was this really a young man? Why did she feel that the other party was an ancient monster, a terrifying demonic beast that was currently at the peak of its cultivation? It made her feel an extreme chill from the bottom of her heart. A smile appeared on the corners of Ling Han's mouth, and he said, "Junior sister He, do you not know that the sect has rules? To humiliate a fellow disciple, what kind of serious crime is this?" Over the past few days, he had been tinkering with the optical computer whenever he was free. He already acquired quite an in-depth understanding of this world. Since he was now in the ancient Dao sect, how could he not make himself understand the rules of the sect?
He Miaoyin was stunned.
In the sect, humiliating a fellow disciple was a serious crime. If things were to really escalate, even if she was the granddaughter of an elder, she would still be punished. She would definitely be whipped at the mountain gate. Under her grandfather's protection, she believed that it wouldn't hurt even if she was whipped a few times. However, the problem was, how embarrassing would that be? She quickly calmed herself down and said, "I was not insulting you, it was directed at her." She pointed at Huan Shui. Ling Han nodded and said, "It's good that you admit it." "What did I admit?"
He Miaoyin was getting a bad feeling.
Ling Han said calmly, "According to the rules of the sect, as long as one's meridians could be detected, whether it's in a gardener, servant or coachman, one will automatically be promoted to become a disciple of the sect. Therefore, in the case of my maid, she is also a disciple of the sect. Since you've admitted to insulting her, do you still want to deny it in front of so many people?"
He Miaoyin was speechless.
For a moment, her heart was filled with panic, and her mind seemed to have gone blank.
"Apologize." Ling Han raised his voice. This shout was like the roll of thunder. He Miaoyin's heart was in a chaotic state.
She blurted out, "I'm sorry." Chapter 3117 3117 Reforging the Meridians.
3117 Reforging the Meridians.
As soon as the words were uttered, He Miaoyin was stunned. She had actually lowered her head in front of a lowly servant. What she didn't know was that Ling Han had even channeled the brother monkey cultivation technique when he shouted, which was why he had directly stunned her mind. Seeing that He Miaoyin had really apologized, everyone found it unacceptable. Who didn't know that He Miaoyin was incomparably proud, and had the temperament of an extremely spoiled young mistress? To say nothing of insulting others, She had even beaten up junior brothers of the sect before. However, others were apprehensive of her grandfather, and thus chose to keep the peace. They didn't dare to complain to the sect at all. She even managed to suppress such a serious matter, but now, she was lowering her head just because she had called the maid a B*TCH? Unbelievable. Everyone looked at Miaoyin, and then at Ling Han. They all had a feeling that perhaps a real dragon of the sect was about to soar. However, Ling Han was very dissatisfied. He first suppressed Miaoyin in terms of aura, and then used the brother monkey cultivation technique and combined it with a shout. Only then was Miaoyin caught off guard and blurted out the words, "I'm sorry." Sigh, if it had been in the past, he would already have made her kneel and kowtow. He shook his head and said to Huan Shui, "Let's go." Huan Shui's face was filled with pride. This was her master. For her, he could go against a young mistress like Miaoyin. He was her god. She obediently walked behind Ling Han carefully. Ling Han started walking. When he walked past Rue Yuanliang and the other two, he paused for a moment and said, "Thanks." "Thanks for what?" The others were all baffled, but Rue Yuanliang and the other two knew why. Ling Han was thanking them for personally giving him a Meridian guiding pill. They really wanted to vomit blood. This matter of stealing the pill would definitely be exposed. When that happened, Miaoyin would naturally ask them to pay compensation. Originally, as long as they had successfully framed Ling Han and Huan Shui, then naturally no one would have called them to account for this matter. But now they had to swallow this grievance in silence. Otherwise, if word got out that they had framed their junior brother from the same sect, they would be kicked out of the sect, and even their elders would not be able to save them. If it was just stealing the pill, they could still say that they were fooling around with Miaoyin, and it wouldn't be that difficult to resolve the matter. They were all extremely depressed. They had laid such a flawless trap, so how could Ling Han easily jump out of it, and even conveniently trample all over their faces? This Ling Han. Ling Han continued walking, and when he reached Nie Yang's side, he paused again. Nie Yang smiled at him and winked at him. Obviously, this guy had also recognized Ling Han. After all, Ling Han didn't change his voice at that time. Yes, just as he had expected, this person was a show-off. With everyone watching, Ling Han and Huan Shui walked out of the main hall, out of the courtyard, and then headed back to their residence. After returning home, Huan Shui hurriedly handed the Meridian guiding pill to Ling Han, and said, "Young master, Huan Shui almost implicated you today." Ling Han smiled and said, "Since this was gifted to you by someone else, take it." He recalled the faces of Rue Yuanliang and the other two, and the corners of his mouth revealed a menacing expression. They actually dared to extend their claws toward him. However, the mastermind behind all this should be Changdan, right? Just because of the title of the Dao Child, this fellow was conspiring to get rid of Ling Han. Ling Han was now certain that the person who had ordered Zhang Tongfeng to bring him to the casino and wanted him to fall was definitely Changdan. However, Changdan was known as a prodigy, and was now at the peak stage of the 9 Meridians. His battle prowess was probably much stronger than that of ordinary people. If the two of them were to engage in a fierce battle now, Ling Han would definitely lose. The higher one's cultivation level was, the greater the difference in strength. This was especially true for the 10 Meridians. This was a dividing line. Why could one only become a sect elder after opening the 10 Meridians? This was because a cultivator's strength would undergo a huge transformation after his cultivation had advanced to 10 Meridians. The power he cultivated in his body could be unleashed from afar, and at 12 Meridians, he could even injure people 100 steps away. His opponents weren't even qualified to approach him. It's all about ability. Ability. Ling Han muttered. If I let Changdan advance to 10 Meridians first, then I will be at an absolute disadvantage. Therefore, I must catch up to his cultivation as soon as possible. The next morning, he welcomed the morning sun and cultivated as usual, and the little maidservant also joined in. He sat at the side and cultivated, while Huan Shui was practicing fist techniques. This scene was a little strange. Ling Han was clearly a tall man with long legs, but he was sitting quietly at the side, while a delicate beauty was punching and kicking, making her seem very violent. Ling Han's nostrils flared. Instantly, invisible energy was inhaled through his nose, and circulated within his body. Absorption of the energy wasn't just limited to his meridians. Even a portion of his physical body would similarly absorb the energy. It was probably due to the tempering by this energy that his physical body had advanced to become even more powerful. Brother Monkey had said that this cultivation technique had great benefits. As expected, the more one cultivated it, the more one would gain new insights. Half an hour was naturally not a long time, and Ling Han used the spirit gathering formation again. However, he discovered that as his cultivation level increased, the effect of the spirit gathering formation on him also became weaker and weaker. It was already far inferior to half an hour ago when the sun rose, and seemed very useless. Is the level of the spirit gathering formation too low? Ling Han deduced that the martial arts of this world had just begun, and everything originated from ancient sites buried deep underground. In that case, the formations that had appeared now were naturally very backward, and belonged to the most superficial level. No, another reason is because of the cultivation technique I'm cultivating now. Ling Han's insight was naturally sharp. He discovered that the cultivation technique he was currently cultivating was like a millstone, grinding and purifying the power in his body, removing the dregs, leaving behind essence, and increasing the level of quality. However, this would definitely cause his cultivation speed to slow down. His cultivation when the sun rose was still all right. The energy of heaven and earth was very pure to begin with. Although some impurities would be removed, there were not many of them. At most, half of them would be worn away. However, the energy produced by the spirit gathering formation was different. There were countless impurities, and it was difficult to sieve through all of them. Therefore, the effect of the spirit gathering formation was greatly reduced. If I were to use the 4 directional fists, such a situation would not happen. It would allow my cultivation level to continue increasing at a high speed. But what's the point of having such a high cultivation level? It's just an empty shell. It looks good, but it's useless. When you're building your foundation, you must not take shortcuts. Ling Han decided to reconstruct the meridians he had previously cultivated and purify his power. Otherwise, this would definitely affect his advancement in the future. Fortunately, I met Brother Monkey. Otherwise, if I finished cultivating the meridian opening tier with the 4 directional fists, then I don't know how much of a price I would have to pay if I wanted to reconstruct the foundation in the future. Ling Han went on to recultivate the few meridians from before. This was because he didn't need to absorb external energy, so there was no time limit on cultivation. After spending 3 days, he had completely purified the power in his body. Although his cultivation level had decreased significantly, his power hadn't. Instead, the power of his attacks had increased. It's like a sword. If it's filled with impurities, even if it's struck with great power, it will only shatter when it clashes with a stone. However, if it is forged into a sword of refined iron, even if its power is slightly weaker, it can still leave marks on the stone. Chapter 31:18 31:18 Forced Decision 31:18 Forced Decision. Ling Han was unable to continue his seclusion because Nie Yang had arrived. "You bastard, you've kept me in the dock for so long," he rebuked. Ling Han smiled and said, "That's because you're dense. What can I do?" Nie Yang slapped his forehead. Wasn't this Han Lin, when recited backwards, Ling Han? The other party had indeed reported his real name from the beginning, but it was he himself who hadn't linked the 2 names together at all. "I don't care. You have to compensate me." He was behaving shamelessly. Ling Han smiled, tossed out a pill bottle, and said, "This is for you." This was something he had decided long ago. Nie Yang reached out and took it. He smiled and said, "Don't tell me that this is a Meridian guiding pill." "That's right, it's the Meridian guiding pill," Ling Han said. "Hey, you're not saying that you're giving this to me as a gift, are you?" Nie Yang exclaimed. Ling Han couldn't be bothered. Didn't he say from the start that it was a gift? Fuck, I knew I was right to become friends with you. You're really something. Nie Yang laughed loudly, and came over wanting to put his arm around Ling Han's shoulder. Ling Han took a step back, not allowing him to succeed. "Hee, we're all men. Why are you shy?" Nie Yang teased. A show-off was a show-off, no matter where he was. Ling Han merely glanced at this fellow, and didn't pay any attention to him. "Haha, you still don't know, right? Rue Yuanliang and the other two guys were extremely miserable. Nie Yang changed the topic. After the investigation, it turned out that they stole that Meridian guiding pill, and were severely reprimanded by their elders. Rue Yuanliang was the most miserable one. He only managed to climb up the social ladder by captivating the young lady of the Qi clan. He was never in Elder Qi's good graces to begin with. Now that such a scandal had happened, Elder Qi hung him at the door, and he was thrashed for the entire afternoon. Nie Yang chuckled and gloated. Ling Han's expression was calm, and didn't express much joy over the matter. If he hadn't happened to refine the Meridian guiding fruit, he would have been the one unable to clean up the mess. If it weren't for the young lady from the Qi clan pleading for mercy, Rue Yuanliang would probably still be hanging there, Nie Yang said leisurely, as if he was looking forward to it. You don't get along with these people, do you? Ling Han asked. Of course. Nie Yang revealed a look of disdain. Those guys only depended on their elders in the family, and relied on many Meridian guiding fruits to achieve their current cultivation level. How much ability do they really have? And yet they act smug all day long and look down on everyone. Hey, I really look down on them. Ling Han smiled faintly. Nie Yang was indeed a little different. However, Rue Yuanliang and the others will definitely blame this on you, so you have to be careful. Even if their cultivation levels come from accumulation, they are still 7 meridians and 8 meridians, so they still have abilities, Nie Yang reminded. Ling Han nodded. He was indeed not a match for a 7 meridians yet, but in a month or two at most, his strength would definitely catch up. If you really run into trouble, come find me. I'll help you resolve it. Nie Yang patted Ling Han's shoulder, appearing very loyal. Ling Han thought to himself that it seemed that he indeed possessed a considerable amount of affinity, but this affinity seemed to have its limitations, which was that the people who liked him would like him even more, while the people who hated him would hate him even more. That's good though. Wouldn't the path of cultivation be too boring without one pushing the limits? The Ancient Tao Sect, Meeting Hall. At the beginning of each month, Sun Jianfang would gather all the elders in the sect for a discussion on the sect's matters. Usually, there would be no major issues, and the participants would disperse after a brief meeting. However, this time was different. Sect Master, now that the outside world is in turmoil, it's time for our sect to choose the Tao child and focus our resources on one person to compete with other forces, an elder suddenly said. He was Lao Lian's grandfather, Lao Feng. His cultivation level was said to be of 11 meridians. However, his exact level was a secret which no one knew any details about. Sun Jianfang frowned. What did Lao Feng mean? I also think that we need to settle the matter of the Tao child as soon as possible. Tan Jing seconded the motion. I think so too. He Guan nodded in agreement. Among the 7 elders, 3 of them expressed the same opinion. What about you guys? Sun Jianfang didn't say anything. He looked at the other 4 people. I agree. Qi Wu nodded. Nie Huayun, Gu Tang, and Zhuo Xingbang remained unperturbed, as if they weren't too interested in this matter. Sun Jianfang raised his white brows, and said, Then, elders, do you have any suitable candidates? Needless to say, it's definitely Li Changdan, He Guan immediately said. He seemed to be an impatient person. Ever since that kid started cultivating, he has always displayed outstanding talent. Moreover, he has an outstanding magnanimity. All the disciples in the sect are convinced of his abilities and character. No one will have any objections if he becomes the Tao child. Yes. Qi Wu, Lao Feng, and Tan Jing nodded. Nie Huayun wanted to say something, but hesitated. He suppressed the urge and continued to sit quietly. Of course, he wanted to push out his grandson, Nie Yang, but it was obvious that Qi Wu and the other 3 had formed an alliance. How could he fight alone? Therefore, it was better to let Sun Jianfang take the lead. However, this matter was a little uncertain because Zhuo Xingbang, Gu Tang, and Sun Jianfang didn't have any descendants. It could be said that no matter who became the Tao child, it had nothing to do with them. Therefore, it was very likely that Sun Jianfang would accede for the sake of the sect's unity. Sun Jianfang pondered for a moment, and said, Have you forgotten that the divine stone broke open and gave birth to a divine son? Since he's not of our race, he must have intentions that are different from us. Qi Wu said disdainfully. Who knows what kind of demon he is? If it was up to me, I'd directly slash him to pieces to avoid any trouble in the future. This old man was really ruthless. Sun Jianfang waved his hand. He had high expectations for Ling Han, so how could he listen to Qi Wu and kill him? In the hands of the great elites of ancient times, it was clearly mentioned that the divine stone would nurture a spiritual being of heaven and earth. The future of our ancient Dao sect should rest on Ling Han's shoulders, Sun Jianfang said. Everyone, I hope that you all can set your sights on the long term. This great era has just begun. I don't know how long the path of cultivation in the future will be. We're just one step ahead, and can be surpassed at any time. If we choose the right person, under his leadership, we might all be able to charge towards a higher mountain top. He Guan laughed and said, Sect Master, I agree with you. We must choose the right candidate for the Dao child. Therefore, I think highly of Li Changdan. We are already old, and may be trapped at 12 meridians forever, but Changdan is different. In the surging era, he should be able to overcome all kinds of obstacles and challenges, reaching a height that we can only look up to. Yes, I also have high hopes for Changdan. Qi Wu nodded. Therefore, now is the time to win over the hearts of the people. We have to firmly tie Changdan to our ancient Dao sect's battle chariot. Sun Jianfang raised his brows again. Could it be that Li Changdan would betray the ancient Dao sect in the future? Respecting one's teacher was the basic ethics that a person should have. We have to be careful when choosing the Dao child, he said slowly. Not only do they need to have standing, but they also need to possess great potential. Since that's the case, let's use the ancient formation for the audition. Chapter 31-19 3119 Audition 3119 Audition. The ancient formation has been repaired? Nie Huayun asked. Sun Jianfang nodded, and then shook his head. A portion has been repaired, but it's far from enough to unleash its full power. Then what does Sect Master mean by an audition? Gu Teng asked. Actually, he was the least bothered by this matter. He didn't have any children, and what he liked the most was money and beautiful women. Therefore, as long as he could ensure that there would be no change to his lifestyle, he didn't mind who the Dao child was. Sun Jianfang said, since we're choosing the Dao child of ancient Dao sect, anyone who is of age can participate. After entering the ancient formation, whoever can walk out first will be the candidate for the Dao child. Sect Master, may I ask what this ancient formation is like? Tan Jing asked expectantly. If possible, he naturally wanted his grandson to become the Dao child. He only supported Li Changdan because he knew that his grandson couldn't compare to Li Changdan, and he himself had received benefits from Higuan. But now, he was filled with anticipation. There will be all kinds of tests in the ancient formation, said Sun Jianfang. Most importantly, if two people fight, the formation will adjust the cultivation level of both sides to ensure it will be a fair battle. It actually has such an effect? The elders were all shocked. Sun Jianfang nodded. However, I don't know whether it was the ancient formation not being completely repaired or if it was naturally like this. But it can't adjust the cultivation of both sides to be exactly the same. If it's just a difference of a single meridian, there won't be any adjustments from the formation. If the difference exceeds 1 meridian, it will suppress the one with a higher cultivation level to the point of just slightly exceeding the gap of 1 meridian. The elders all nodded. This way they would be able to fight fairly. On the other hand, a prodigy could also stand out. For example, Li Changdan had always been invincible among his peers. Even if he encountered opponents who were stronger than him by 1 meridian, he would remain undefeated. However, the suppression of a 10 meridians on a 9 meridians was too great. Right now, Li Changdan could only be invincible among his peers. He was unable to contend against one of 10 meridians. However, if the opponent was dropped to 9 meridians, then Li Changdan would still be the same Li Changdan from before. In this ancient formation, his battle prowess would definitely be number 1. Higuan immediately nodded, and said, All right, Sect Master's suggestion is really good. Anyone can participate in the audition. The one who stands out is undoubtedly the Dao child. No one can say anything further. Yes. Qi Feng and the others nodded. This was indeed relatively fair, but with Li Changdan's strength, who else could compete with him? To be honest, Even if they enter the ancient formation, they might not be a match for Li Changdan. Then it's decided, Sun Jianfang said indifferently. The time is set to be 10 days later. A piece of news spread, shocking the entire ancient Dao sect. Audition for selecting the Dao child. The Dao child was actually not decided by the sect master or elders, but was to be selected through an audition. How would he be selected? Everyone went to understand the situation, and then shook their head. Under such rules, who could compete with Li Changdan? Of course, there was also a portion of people looking forward to it. This was because the ancient formation wasn't as simple as just a battle. It also depended on luck. Perhaps if one had a burst of luck, they would be the first to run out of the formation without even having to fight. Everyone was making preparations. There were still 10 days left, so they naturally had to make proper preparations. When Ling Han heard of this, he was also slightly surprised. This was because Sun Jianfang had previously said that he would be given 3 years to advance to 12 meridians. At that time, he would be appointed as the Dao child. Why did things suddenly change? However, within the formation, his cultivation level would be suppressed. If there was only a difference of 1 meridian, Ling Han believed that he would still be able to defeat all his opponents. However, the question was, why was selection of the Dao child being moved ahead of schedule? Someone was causing trouble. At first, Ling Han didn't manage to guess the reason behind this, but within 2 days, there was news that Li Changdan and Miaoyin were getting engaged, and the time was on the day after the audition for Dao child. So that was the case. He Guan took the initiative, and gave the other elders some benefits so that they could form an alliance to force Sun Jianfang's hand. Then, Sun Jianfang would have no choice but to accede. Well, it was Li Changdan again. Ling Han rubbed his chin. Actually, he didn't really care about the status of the Dao child. He believed in himself. This wasn't something that could be decided by whether he was given the identity of the Dao child or not. However, Li Changdan's tricks made Ling Han extremely displeased. So he wanted to bully him. Since Li Changdan cared so much about the status of the Dao child, Ling Han had to take it all the more. Li Changdan. Alright, let's meet this ancient Dao sect's #1 prodigy. Ling Han used these 10 days to either cultivate or practice the demonic monkey fists every day. This set of fist techniques was truly vast and profound, as if it was enough for him to use the rest of his life to figure it out. 10 days later. All the youngsters of the ancient Dao sect arrived in front of the great formation. At the foot of the mountain, there were paddy fields, forests, and a stretch of river. Who do you guys think will obtain the position of Dao child? Tisk, is there a need to guess? It must be senior brother Li. That's right. Not only is senior brother Li of 9 meridians, he's also invincible among his peers. No matter what, I think it's impossible for him to meet his match. That's not necessarily true. Nie Yang and Tu Luo aren't weak, either. It's not certain who will win in a battle of the same level. What a joke. Senior brother Li is invincible in a battle of the same level, okay? Besides, Nie Yang and Tu Luo haven't even entered the 9 meridians. How can they be a match for senior brother Li when there's a difference of 1 meridian? Exactly. The public opinion was basically leaning towards Li Changdan. After all, he had been a top prodigy of the ancient Dao sect ever since he started cultivating. Now that he had the advantage in cultivation level, he definitely had a high chance of winning. Li Changdan is here, someone shouted. In the distance, Li Changdan strode over, accompanied by a delicate beauty. It was Miaoyin, who had just celebrated her 18th birthday. Li Changdan was dressed in a green martial arts attire, completely revealing his slender and muscular figure. Coupled with his gentle and refined appearance, he was truly elegant and graceful, causing many female disciples to squeal involuntarily. Miaoyin's face was filled with pride. This incomparably outstanding man would soon become her fiancé, as well as the ancient Dao sect's Dao child and future sect master. These women, Humph, you're only worthy of being jealous of me. A faint smile was seen on Li Changdan's face. No one could guess what he was thinking. Looks like the rumors are true. Senior brother Li is really going to get engaged to junior sister He. Sigh, I'm so envious of senior brother Li, junior sister He is so beautiful, and she's also elder He's granddaughter. Nonsense, It's clearly He Miaoyin who's out of his league. Senior brother Li is so handsome, so elegant, and so promising. The men were jealous of Li Changdan, while the women were envious of He Miaoyin. Some of them even started fighting. Few people noticed that Ling Han had also walked over from another direction. He glanced at Li Changdan, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. Actually, he understood Li Changdan better than anyone else. Such a person who called himself a prodigy actually thought that He Miaoyin was not worthy of him. However, for his future, he had to make some sacrifices. Otherwise, how could he have such an expression when his beloved was right beside him?
Chapter 3120. 3120 Searching for Formation Foundations. 3120 Searching for Formation Foundations. Ling Han wasn't interested in expressing his opinion. Firstly, he and He Miaoyin weren't friends, and secondly, even if he did, He Miaoyin probably wouldn't appreciate his kindness. Instead, she would think that he was deliberately trying to sow discord. It had nothing to do with him. Ling Han stood at the side, waiting for the Great Formation to be activated. Nie Yang, Lao Lian, and the others were also here. They had to try their best and not allow themselves to have any regrets. After a while, Sun Jianfang, He Guan, Lao Feng, and the other elites walked over together. In this era, every cultivator was an extremely precious resource. However, only those whose cultivation had reached 10 meridians were qualified to truly become a powerful elite. Those with 9 meridians and above could be called king tiers. Sun Jianfang and the others were publicly acknowledged king tiers. Although they were all very old, it was as if there were dozens or even hundreds of ferocious tigers hidden within their bodies. Once they unleashed their might, it would shake the heavens and earth. Everyone knows the rules, Sun Jianfang said simply. The first person to walk out of the Great Formation will be our sex Dao child. In addition, you can attack as you wish in the Great Formation, and need not worry about the consequences. This is because this ancient formation is used as a test. If a fatal situation occurs, the person will be automatically sent out. However, this also means that he will have lost the qualifications to fight for the Dao child position. All right, go in. He waved his hand. Instantly, those who were determined to fight for the position of Dao child entered the Great Formation. The ancient formation hadn't been activated yet, but after Sun Jianfang placed a jade pendant in it, this Great Formation was finally activated. The originally clearly visible ground and forest gradually became blurry, as if it was covered in a thick layer of fog. Those who entered the Great Formation hurriedly broke into a run. The best strategy was none other than to rush out of the Great Formation as quickly as possible without engaging in any battle. However, as soon as they ran, they realized that something was amiss. This was because the surroundings that they had clearly seen earlier had become incomparably blurry. Their visibility was only about 3 meters, and they immediately lost their sense of direction. They couldn't tell which direction was north, south, east, or west. Wait for me, Li Changdan said softly to He Miaoyin. His voice was gentle and intoxicating. He Miaoyin nodded and said, I'll wait for you at the exit. The first person to walk out will definitely be you. Li Changdan smiled proudly and strode toward the ancient formation. On the other side, Ling Han also told his little handmaiden to go back first, while he himself leisurely walked towards the Great Formation. This Great Formation was like a monster that had devoured many people. Mist billowed, as if it had emerged independently from this mountainous region. Ling Han strolled along as he observed his surroundings. Since this was a formation, there was no way one would be the first to leave just by relying on their speed. Therefore, the most important thing at the moment was not to run out, but to observe. If he could see through what formation this was, he would be able to break through it directly. If he couldn't, he would have to see through at least its fundamentals. Otherwise, it would only be a waste of time and energy. Ling Han seemed to be walking casually, but he was actually taking in his surroundings. He made comparisons of his observations, and reconstructed them in his mind as he went along. He had never seen this formation before, but he had also studied formations in the Genesis world, so there were bound to be similarities. Furthermore, he was now boosted by various attributes, with affinity, natural talent in alchemy, and, of course, formations. He captured the slightest change, and all kinds of enlightenment arose in his heart.
If I take 3 steps here, Ling Han took 3 steps to the left, and the path ahead suddenly opened up. The fog seemed to have instantly disappeared, and returned to its original appearance. Not bad. Ling Han walked towards the exit, but he had only taken a dozen steps when the fog appeared once again. He hadn't been able to break through this formation. He had only managed to understand a tiny bit of its secret. If I could master this formation and set it up around my residence, would I still need to worry about being ambushed? Also, such an arrangement would greatly increase the safety factor when exploring the wilderness. The reason why this formation could be set up successfully is definitely because of the formation foundations buried in every corner. I'll go dig out the formation foundations and learn the formation patterns. Ling Han's eyes lit up. He believed that this formation could trap everyone for a long period of time, including Changdan. Because Ling Han was the only formation alchemist in the entire ancient Dao sect. Changdan definitely had not studied formations before. At the very least, he did not have much natural talent in this area. If the other party wanted to walk out, he would have to repeatedly measure every inch of land. He would also have to have an outstanding memory in order to draw a map in his mind. Ling Han was not in a hurry. He relied on his intuition regarding formations, and combined it with what he had currently grasped to locate the location of the formation foundations. After coming out of the Divine Stone, his strength had to start from scratch, but he didn't completely start from scratch. This was because he had unimaginable luck as he possessed astonishing comprehension of formations and alchemy. After searching for a while, Ling Han finally stopped. He began to dig in the ground. This was a competition within the same sect, so no one was allowed to carry a weapon. Ling Han could only snap off a nearby branch, and then use the branch as a shovel. He dug 3 feet into the ground, but he still didn't find what he needed. Could it be that it's not here? Ling Han rubbed his chin. Or could it be that I didn't dig deep enough? I'll dig some more. He continued to dig. The 3 feet deep burrow became 5 feet, but he still couldn't find the formation foundations. I'll dig another 3 feet. Ling Han gave himself a limit. After digging continuously and shoveling out a large amount of soil, the corners of Ling Han's mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. He finally dug it out. Underneath the ground, there was a black pillar erected. It looked like some kind of metal, and there was a strange light flickering on its surface. Ling Han reached out and pulled it out. Fortunately, there wasn't much of the black pillar that was still buried in the ground, so he easily pulled it out. However, as soon as it was pulled out, the flickering brilliance on it immediately dimmed, as if it had turned into an ordinary iron pillar. It was about 1 foot long, thicker than a forearm, and square-shaped. Each side was engraved with complicated veined patterns, giving one a headache just by looking at it. Ling Han keenly discovered that after digging out this pillar, the fog suddenly disappeared in the radius of about 90 meters. Once the formation foundations were gone, the formation in this area would naturally lose its effectiveness. Ling Han observed the veined patterns on the formation foundations. These were formation patterns, the core secrets of a formation. However, no matter how much he looked, he could not grasp anything. This was because as long as he looked away, his mind would not have the image of the formation patterns at all. If he couldn't remember them at all, how could he learn? Ancient formations are indeed not easy to learn. Ling Han nodded. What should he do? Could it be that he was going to give up just like that? Ling Han looked to his left and right, and after confirming that there was indeed no one around, he hid this black pillar into the layers of his clothing. Yes, I'll take it back and slowly study it. Ling Han, I've finally found you. A voice suddenly sounded from behind Ling Han. Chapter 3121. 3121 Cool wind blowing against one's buttocks. 3121 Cool wind blowing against one's buttocks. Ling Han turned around to look. It was an unfamiliar man who appeared to be in his 30s. Do I know you? Ling Han asked. Humph, I asked you to sell 2 Meridian guiding pills back then, but you refused. I told you before, you'd better not let me see you within the sect, the man said through clenched teeth. Ling Han came to a sudden realization. So it was him. The first time he went to sell pills, he did meet someone who insisted that he sell 2 Meridian guiding pills, and even said some harsh words. However, at that time, both parties had covered their faces and did not know each other's identities. With Ling Han being outstanding and having made a name for himself at He Miao Yin's birthday banquet, some people would definitely be able to figure out something.
Oh, what do you want now?
Ling Han asked calmly. Of course I'm going to beat you up. The man charged forward, throwing a punch at Ling Han. I'm going to personally send you out of the formation and make you lose your chance to become the Dao child. You'll regret it for the rest of your life. They couldn't kill anyone here, as the Great Formation would send them out at the last moment. Ling Han's feet didn't move. Only when the attack of this punch approached him did he similarly clench a fist and blast it towards his opponent.
Pang!
That person's body shook, and he couldn't help but stagger backward. After retreating 7 or 8 steps, he finally managed to steady his footing.
What?
His face was filled with disbelief. He was a 7 Meridians, and his power reached 7,000 kilograms. Even if his cultivation level was suppressed, he was definitely stronger than Ling Han by 1 Meridian. But now, the feeling was reversed. It was as if Ling Han was the one who was superior to him by 1 Meridian. Was Ling Han of 8 Meridians? How was he supposed to believe this? If this brat who had just entered the sect for less than 2 months could leap to 8 Meridians, then what justice was there left in the world? Ling Han smiled faintly and said, You want to send me out of the Great Formation, but your abilities seem to be a little lacking. The man was so angry that he was trembling. After letting out a loud roar, he immediately charged over again and unleashed his 4 directional fists. Ling Han shook his head. You're filled with flaws. Over the past few days, he had been studying the demonic monkey fists. Coupled with his insight as a former heavenly venerate, the mastery of his fist techniques had actually already reached an astonishing height. In terms of fist techniques alone, even if Sun Jianfang unleashed the true 4 directional fists, he might not necessarily be a match for Ling Han. Ling Han only need to move his feet slightly, and easily dodged the punch. The man's punch missed, but he swiftly pivoted sideways, leveraging on this force to deliver another heavy punch. Ling Han shook his head repeatedly, shifting his feet as he did so. He looked extremely casual, but no matter how fast the man swung his fists, they did not even touch the corner of Ling Han's clothes. After dozens of punches, that person couldn't help but feel shocked. He stared at Ling Han, and suddenly came to a realization. You've mastered a movement technique. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but reveal a greedy expression. Now that the path of martial arts had just begun, there would be ancient techniques appearing from time to time, but the movement techniques were pitifully few in number. Did Lord Sect Master pass this down to Ling Han in private? Why? Just because this guy was some bullshit T divine son? Ah, he roared explosively, and attacked Ling Han like a mad tiger. Ling Han threw out a punch, but didn't meet the opponent's attack head-on. Instead, his fist directly blasted through the flaw in that person's fist technique, and smashed into that person's cheek. He didn't use too much force, and it was completely insufficient to kill him. Thus, that person only flew into the air, and wasn't sent out of the Great Formation.
Ayo!
That person fell hard, and couldn't help but groan as he lay on the ground. Ling Han walked over, his slender figure casting a shadow over the man's face. So what if I don't sell you alchemical pills? Do you still have any objections? Ling Han lifted the man up, and slapped him over a dozen times in succession. However, he quickly lost interest. In the Genesis world, those who were his enemies were all supreme prodigies Ji Wuming, Feng Wuding, and Xian Qihu. Only trampling such prodigies would bring pleasure to him. He was done playing. Ling Han raised his fist, wanting to send the other party out of the Great Formation. However, after thinking for a moment, his fist did not land. Instead, a strange smile appeared on his face. The man couldn't help but have goosebumps all over his body. Looking at this smile made him feel a terrifying fear in his heart. He couldn't help but ask, What are you trying to do?
Hee hee.
Ling Han chuckled, and began to peel off the man's clothes.
No, no, no.
The man was terrified. What was going on? Could it be that Ling Han had some special fetish? What are you screaming for? It's not like you're going to lose a piece of flesh. Ling Han snickered a few times, and stripped the man of all his clothes. The man only felt cool wind blowing against his buttocks as he thought of the kind of forbidden love that had once prevailed 100 years ago. He couldn't help but shiver in fear. Could it be that Ling Han had vile intentions about his A***? No. He covered his butt with both hands, as if he would rather die than submit. Pang! Ling Han's fist smashed down, smashing towards the man's head. This was a fatal blow, but it was precisely because of this that the Great Formation was activated. Xiao, the man disappeared into thin air. Interesting, Ling Han murmured. Although one of the formation foundations is missing, breaking through the surrounding fog, the functions of the formation have not completely disappeared. Otherwise, in this area I would be able to kill someone. If I was the designer, I'd use 2 sets of formations overlapping to achieve it. One is the fog formation, and the other is the defensive formation. However, why does this person's sudden disappearance seem like the regulations of space from the Genesis world? Interesting. Formations are really worth studying. I believe that they complement martial arts. Outside the formation. Shua, a white figure flashed and appeared in the plaza. Another person has been eliminated. Pfft, what's going on? Everyone was collectively horrified. This naked man was covering his butt while wailing loudly, and he seemed as if he had nothing to live for. What sort of blow has he suffered? This is Yang Fei. He seems to be a 7 Meridians elite. His abilities are definitely not weak. How did he get eliminated so quickly? Pfft, forgive me for being easily amused, but I really can't help it. Why is he stark naked? Even if he was sneak attacked when he was pooping, it shouldn't be like this, right? Everyone was talking animatedly, but they really couldn't guess the situation at that time. After screaming for a while, Yang Fei also sensed that something was wrong. He stopped screaming and looked around. He immediately became so angry that he almost fainted. He was actually stark naked in front of everyone. Look, some people were even pointing at his buttocks, while some female disciples turned their heads away in embarrassment. They wanted to look, but they didn't dare to. It was over. He was really going to become famous in the ancient Tao sect, and such a reputation was enough to make him forget about raising his head in the sect for the next 10 years. He thought about how he would inevitably be pointed at when walking about in the sect in the future. A senior brother would introduce him to his junior brothers and junior sisters who had just entered the sect. This is Yang Fei, the one who revealed his bare buttocks during the audition for the Tao child position back then. Ling Han. Yang Fei gritted his teeth, his eyes spitting fire with hatred. He naturally knew now that Ling Han didn't have any special fetishes, and was just trying to make him suffer a great humiliation. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Chapter 3122. 3122 being humiliated instead. 3122 being humiliated instead. Ling Han naturally did not take it to heart. He had obtained a formation foundation, and was in a very good mood. As he whistled, he continued to search for other formation foundations. After dozens of steps, he entered the fog-shrouded area again. Ling Han slowed down. He studied it carefully. This fog had a strange power. He was clearly walking in a straight line, but as he walked, he actually circled back to the original spot. It wasn't that there was an overlap in space, but that his divine sense had unknowingly been affected. If my divine sense is incomparably tenacious, this formation will definitely not be able to interfere with me. At most, it'll just be a fog covering my eyes, Ling Han concluded. Interesting. As he made a careful assessment, he soon found another spot to start digging. He had experience this time, so he was naturally determined. After digging for about 7 feet, he found the second formation foundations. After taking it away, the fog within a radius of 90 meters instantly dispersed. Ding ding ding. He knocked on the 2 formation foundations, producing a crisp sound. This is metal from the ancient era. It doesn't exist in the modern world. But why do I have a feeling that this is even sturdier than earth element iron? Unfortunately, he didn't have a sword with him. Otherwise, he could have used it to slash the item and see which one was sturdier. Just as he was about to leave, he saw someone rushing toward him. Rue Yuanliang. Enemies were really bound to meet on a narrow road. Rue Yuanliang had already neared him and said balefully, "Enemies are really bound to meet on a narrow road." Ling Han shook his head and said, "Do you know that stealing someone's lines is a very bad behavior?" Rue Yuanliang humphed. "You don't know how to repent even on the brink of death. How pathetic." Ling Han cracked a smile and said, "I heard that you were hung and beaten up. I wonder if your injuries have healed?" "You?" Rue Yuanliang almost went mad with anger. Wasn't this rubbing his nose in it? Besides, this was all Ling Han's fault. His chest heaved up and down a few times before he forcefully suppressed his anger, and said, "Go ahead and talk. When I trample you under my feet, you'll regret angering me." Ling Han spread his hands and said, "It seems like you and those people surnamed Tan were the ones who framed me, and you ended up humiliating yourself instead, right? Why are you blaming me now? You still dare to say it?" Rue Yuanliang roared as he charged over. This really made him feel sullen. He had given Ling Han a Meridian guiding pill for nothing, while he himself had been hung at the gate and gotten whipped. He had completely lost face. He wanted to kill someone. Boom! A fist flew over, bringing with it a terrifying gale. However, Rue Yuanliang revealed a shocked expression. He naturally understood the approximate level of his strength when he attacked. 3,500 kilograms. This was the power of one whose cultivation level had reached the peak of 5 meridians. It was very normal. Ling Han's cultivation was definitely weaker than his, so the Great Formation would lower his cultivation. However, because the disparity was too great, he was still 1 meridian higher than Ling Han. What did that mean? Ling Han's cultivation level should be at 4 meridians. Hiss. A fellow who had been in the sect for less than 2 months had actually cultivated to 4 meridians. However, with so many meridian guiding pills in Ling Han's possession, in addition to the spirit gathering formation, it was not entirely impossible for him to reach 4 meridians in 2 months. Rue Yuanliang was mad with jealousy. He had only eaten 3 meridian guiding fruits. Compared to Ling Han, how wide was this gap? Biased. Sun Jianfang was really too biased. In that case, Rue Yuanliang would ruthlessly humiliate this fellow and make him lose all face. He would find an opportunity to kill him in the future. In just an instant, so many thoughts crossed Rue Yuanliang's mind. Ling Han smiled faintly. The people of the ancient Dao sect basically cultivated the 4-directional fists, and it was a simplified version at that. In front of him, it was simply full of flaws. Even if he didn't cultivate the demonic monkey fists, with his insight as an ultimate elite, he could easily pick out more than 10 of such flaws. What he had lost was just power. Ling Han kicked out. Pang! His kick arrived first, and landed on Rue Yuanliang's chest. Under the powerful impact, Rue Yuanliang was instantly kicked many meters up high before he fell hard on the ground. Rue Yuanliang groaned and laid on the ground, unable to recover. This kick was really too hurtful. He was about to get up, but just as he raised his head, he felt a footstep on his cheek and press him further to the ground. It was naturally Ling Han's. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He was clearly the one who had suddenly discovered Ling Han and wanted to come over to take revenge, so how could he be thrashed by Ling Han instead? This didn't make sense. How could the other party have seen through the flaw in his punch? Furthermore, his power was so great. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have felt so terrible from just taking a kick. Did it feel good? Ling Han asked with a smile. Rue Yuanliang only wanted to kill, but he was being stepped on by Ling Han. What else could he do other than glare at him? He was extremely humiliated. Although he was a live-in son-in-law and was often laughed at behind his back, who wouldn't respectfully call him young Master Rue in front of him? How humiliating. Hee hee. Ling Han chuckled, and began to peel off Rue Yuanliang's clothes too. What are you trying to do? Rue Yuanliang asked in shock. It was indeed painful previously, and it made him feel ashamed. However, compared to taking off his pants, it had become a small matter. Asterisk. Ling Han said viciously. Rue Yuanliang almost fainted from fright. How could he have thought that Ling Han actually had such a fetish? This great formation prohibited killing, but there didn't seem to be anything forbidden about being, right? He was scared to death. If he was really, Would the Qi clan still acknowledge him as their son-in-law? He was finally afraid, and screamed repeatedly, "No!" Ling Han snickered. He paid no attention to it, and continued to strip him. Although Rue Yuanliang resisted desperately, how was he capable of resisting? Soon he was stripped naked.
No!
Rue Yuanliang screamed miserably like Yang Fei. This was the effect that Ling Han wanted.
Pang!
He threw a punch at Rue Yuanliang's head. At this moment, the Great Formation immediately took effect, and sent Rue Yuanliang out. Thus, the people outside the formation were fortunate enough to see another naked man. That's Rue Yuanliang. Look at how miserable he looks. Could it be that he was too? Heavens! Could it be that there's a pervert in the sect? Everyone only felt a sense of panic, and their *ses faintly hurt at the thought. It's over. Rue Yuanliang has embarrassed himself in public like this. I reckon that the Qi clan will never want this son-in-law again. That's for sure. That young lady from the Qi clan is famous for being, flirtatious. She could simply go with another man. How could she accept a husband who had bared his buttocks in public? Senior brother Rue is really spectacular in some aspects. No wonder he charmed Miss Qi. Rue Yuanliang heard all of this, and his hands couldn't help but clench tightly. Although Ling Han didn't kill him, and didn't even severely injure him, he knew that all that he possessed had already been destroyed by Ling Han. He swore in his heart that no matter what price he had to pay, he would kill Ling Han. Then, he finally shed tears of humiliation. Chapter 3123. 3123 Battling Li Changdan. 3123 Battling Li Changdan. Ling Han walked into the fog, and continued to search for the formation foundations. Since he had already found two, finding the third one was naturally not a problem. Very quickly, Ling Han located it. He dug 7 feet into the ground, and obtained the third formation foundations.
I can't dig anymore.
Ling Han sighed. It wasn't that he didn't have enough time, but that the 3 formation foundations were already very obvious. They had stretched his clothes so much that the latter were nearly bursting at the seams, and thus it was impossible for him to hold a 4th one. I'll have to come back and dig for them later. Ling Han was still thinking about it. This formation ought to be very high level, being capable of forcibly bringing down the cultivation level of Meridian opening tier to almost the same level. It would also be very practical in battle. If I can simplify it and set it up at any time, whom would I be afraid of in a battle of the same level? He began to look for an exit. He didn't want Li Changdan to be lucky and walk out first. Here, turn 3 steps to the left. Here, take 2 steps back. The fog continued to dissipate in front of him. Standing at a special node, he could clearly see the entire picture.
Eh?
Ling Han was astounded. He really couldn't underestimate Li Changdan. This guy had actually walked more than half of the way. If nothing had changed, he should be able to walk out of the formation in another 2 hours. I'll fight you. Ling Han increased his speed. This wouldn't allow him to walk in a straight line, and the formation would unknowingly affect his divine sense. Unless his divine sense was extremely powerful, he wouldn't be able to ignore the effects of the formations. Right now, he could only follow the rules of the formations obediently. The distance between the two was rapidly closing, but it was only after half an hour that Ling Han managed to reduce the distance to under 90 meters. Due to the fog, Li Changdan did not notice Ling Han's approach. He was still focused on exploring the path ahead. As he was close enough, Ling Han discovered that there was something faintly glowing under Li Changdan's neck. With a flash, the fog would be pushed back a little, and then he took the opportunity to take a few steps forward. Although the speed wasn't fast, it was stable, and there was no need to take the wrong path. This guy has a treasure that can unravel formations, Ling Han said. However, this one should only be able to reduce the power of the formations by a little. Otherwise, he completely could have taken large strides and directly walked out. No wonder this guy can take the lead. Ling Han walked forward, but as soon as he left that special node, Li Changdan's figure immediately disappeared. It didn't matter. After he took a few steps, Li Changdan immediately appeared before his eyes again. At 60 meters, 30 meters and 15 meters, the distance between the two of them was already getting very close. Li Changdan suddenly stopped in his tracks. He felt that something was slightly amiss. He stopped moving, and it looked like he was listening around. Was anyone approaching? Impossible. He had a rare treasure that he had obtained from exploring an ancient site. How could he believe that someone could catch up to him now? Could it be a sniper that the formation had manifested? This wasn't impossible. He had explored ancient sites before, and knew that some formations could materialize energy and transform it into a humanoid or ferocious beast form to kill those who entered. He didn't dare to be careless, and immediately put up his guard. The fog billowed. A long time later, a black shadow emerged from the fog and approached him continuously. However, due to the fog, he couldn't see the other party's appearance clearly. The object of energy was fast approaching. Li Changdan had already channeled his power, ready to unleash an attack of 9 meridians at any moment. The fog rose again, and the figure of the person finally became clear. Disbelief instantly appeared on Li Changdan's face, and he blurted out, "Ling Han." Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother Li seems to be very surprised?" Li Changdan was extremely shrewd, and the shock on his face slowly disappeared. He took a deep breath and said, as expected of someone birthed from the divine stone, born with special ability. He had relied on a rare treasure to reach this place, but Ling Han was actually able to catch up to him. Was there any other reason besides obtaining some sort of ability from the divine stone? Born with special ability. Ling Han thought for a moment. This could also be counted as so. He possessed the secret code of the entire Genesis world, which equipped him with extremely strong luck and affinity, as well as special comprehension abilities in alchemy and formations. Senior brother Li, shouldn't we settle the score between us? Li Changdan remained calm and even looked surprised. Junior brother, what are you talking about? It's just the two of us, and you still want to pretend? Ling Han said with a smile. Wasn't this guy a little too careful?
Oh.
He nodded. Senior brother is worried that I have a recording device on me. If I accidentally record your voice, it will expose your true colors and destroy your perfect image, right? Li Changdan shook his head with a pained expression. Junior brother, you're really thinking too much. Fine. I can't be bothered to expose your hypocrisy. Relatively speaking, I'd rather give you a good beating to vent my anger, Ling Han said. Junior brother, you seem to have a lot of misunderstandings about me. Li Changdan sighed. Come and fight. Ling Han was too lazy to waste his breath. He had always used violence to make others submit. Xiao, he shot forward like an arrow, and the fog surged. He was like a fairy from the heavens. Li Changdan was naturally unafraid of the challenge. The corners of his lips curled in a cold smile. Didn't Ling Han know that he, Li Changdan, was an outstanding talent among the younger generation of the ancient Tao sect? In a battle of the same levels, he was the true invincible one. He casually struck out with his palm. It appeared to be a light strike, but it actually carried supreme power. This was the 4-splitting snowflake palm, which he had obtained from an ancient site. Its power was slightly inferior to that of the real 4-directional fists, but because he had only learned one style of the 4-directional fists, it was definitely not as useful as this palm technique. With this palm strike, he was going to make Ling Han suffer. Ling Han did not retreat, and directly took the attack head-on. Pang! The two of them clashed, and a force as high as 5,000 kilograms surged, causing the surrounding fog to rapidly swirl. Tang, 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 Ling Han took 9 consecutive steps back, and Li Changdan also took 3 consecutive steps back. Both sides took a total of 12 steps back, and both of them instantly disappeared into the fog, making it difficult to see each other's figures. Ling Han gave a shake of his hand. Li Changdan really lived up to his reputation. Despite his cultivation level being suppressed to 5 meridians, he actually still had the power to suppress Ling Han. He couldn't be underestimated. However, Ling Han's fighting spirit flared instead. To constantly trample on trash like Yang Fei and Rue Yuanliang really did not give him a sense of accomplishment. Junior brother, you're really amazing, Li Changdan said with a smile, but his heart was filled with shock. Others might not know, but he knew very well that because of the rare treasure hanging around his neck, he could slightly loosen the formation suppression on him. Thus, he could move forward slowly but firmly. On the other hand, the suppression of his cultivation level was weaker than for others. Others could only be higher by 1 meridian, but he was close to 2. He was a prodigy to begin with, and his battle prowess was invincible among those of the same cultivation level. Further, there was the suppression caused by the disparity in power to about 2 meridians, so who could be his match? Chapter 31-24. 31-24 Treasure Seizing. 31-24 Treasure Seizing. Li Changdan had originally thought that he was invincible among the younger generation, but after exchanging a blow with Ling Han, tempestuous waves surged in his heart. In terms of power, Ling Han was only slightly inferior to him, but the power of Ling Han's fist was incomparably condensed. This punch caused his palm to hurt and even feel slightly numb. How was this possible? With a suppression by nearly 2 meridians of cultivation, coupled with the fact that he was already stronger than most people, his current strength was around 6,000 from the suppression of his cultivation level, it could be seen that Ling Han's cultivation level should be at 4 meridians. The power of the 4 meridians was only about 1,750 kilograms. Yet Ling Han's strength was as high as 5,000 kilograms. How terrifying was this? Hiss! Li Changdan felt numb with shock, while at the same time, boundless killing intent surged within him. Such a person had to be eliminated. Otherwise, Li Changdan wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Junior brother Ling, let me teach you how to fight. He charged over and struck out with his palm. It appeared to be a light strike, but actually carried a strong sound of rushing wind, indicating that the destructive power of this palm strike was actually very terrifying. He had a rare treasure that could negate the suppression of the formations within a short range. Thus, he broke through the fog and charged murderously towards Ling Han. It was only a mere 12 steps. A raging fighting spirit appeared on Ling Han's face as he charged forward. Xiao, his figure was agile like a highly spirited monkey. This was indeed the demonic monkey fists. Li Changdan's palm landed on thin air. Ling Han's fist smashed over from an extremely tricky angle, completely exceeding his expectations. This was not the 4-directional fists. Pang! Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he was punched in the left shoulder. A piercing pain assaulted him, causing him to grunt and stagger back. This was only because he had dodged in time. Otherwise, this punch would have landed on his chest. What a terrifying fist technique. Why was it even more powerful than the style of 4-directional fists that he had learned? What fist technique is this? He couldn't hide his shock. Dog fist. Ling Han laughed, and once again closed in, throwing a punch. This demonic monkey fists was not only agile, but also extremely domineering. Ling Han seemed to have transformed into a domineering, rash demonic monkey, exuding boundless savageness. His punches were tricky and domineering, causing Li Changdan to be hit repeatedly. He was in extreme pain. Li Changdan had cultivated up to 9 meridians, so his physique was naturally very powerful. However, after being struck by Ling Han's barrage of attacks, he was still in extreme pain. After all, the force of over 5,000 kilograms had smashed into him, causing him to be in extreme pain. He was no longer as calm as before, and his neat hair had become disheveled. He no longer had the slightest trace of elegance. This top genius of the ancient Tao sect was actually so weak. It wasn't that Li Changdan was too weak, but that Ling Han was too freakish. In this era, who had obtained an inheritance of cultivation technique? Perhaps there was some, but it was definitely pitifully little. At the very least, Li Changdan didn't have it. Meanwhile, with the tempering from the brother monkey cultivation technique, Ling Han's power was incomparably pure. He also possessed 5,000 kilograms of power, but his destructive power was greater than others. Coupled with the demonic monkey fists, which might be a secret technique from the golden age of ancient martial arts, it naturally far surpassed the 4-directional fists and the 4-splitting snowflake palm. Furthermore, Ling Han's state of mind as an ultimate elite was something that Li Changdan could never compare to. With so many factors added together, even if Li Changdan had the cultivation level advantage by 2 meridians, it would be useless. He could only passively take a beating. However, compared to Rue Yuanliang, he was much more durable. At the very least, he could still hold on for now, unlike Rue Yuanliang, who had been defeated with just a kick from Ling Han. Li Changdan was no match for Ling Han, and had the intention to retreat. If he continued to fight, he would only be humiliating himself. As long as he left this great formation, he would have a crushing advantage in terms of power, and would definitely be able to find an opportunity to eliminate Ling Han. He had to get rid of him. This guy was too freakish. He pretended to make a move before he turned to run. Pang, he unleashed his power, and kicked out at an extremely fast speed. Right now, none of them had mastered any movement techniques, so speed was basically dependent on power. With this burst of power, he instantly disappeared into the fog. However, Ling Han was not nervous at all, nor did he chase after them. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back and counted 1, 2, 3. He had only counted to 9 when he saw a black shadow coming toward him. Li Changdan. You're back? Ling Han laughed loudly, and his right fist had already struck out. This was a psychedelic great formation. Although Li Changdan possessed a rare treasure that could break through the formation with certain limitations, that rare treasure wouldn't be able to take effect in time when he was running so quickly just now. Thus, even though he was clearly walking forward, he had actually made a detour and ran right in front of Ling Han. What? Li Changdan's pupils involuntarily dilated, but he was a prodigy after all. He abruptly bent over and barely dodged the punch. Pang, Ling Han kicked out, hitting right between Li Changdan's legs.
Oh!
Li Changdan had already cultivated his physical body to an extremely powerful state, yet no matter how much he cultivated, he couldn't cultivate that place as well. His entire body bowed, and his face turned so pale that there was no trace of blood circulation. He swayed back and forth on his tiptoes, as if a mere light push would cause him to tip over and fall to the ground. Ling Han shook his head. If Li Changdan was placed in the Genesis world, he would be far from a prodigy. He could only be said to be slightly stronger than ordinary people. This world had just started after all, and there was a limited number of cultivators. Moreover, in such a small place like the ancient Tao sect, it was normal that no true prodigy had appeared. Ling Han instantly felt a sense of boredom. He had originally thought that he could trample on a prodigy, but who would have thought that this one would only be slightly better than mediocrity, disappointing him.
Boring.
He shook his head. Li Changdan really wanted to curse. You beat him up so badly, and yet you still said that it was boring. He was the #1 genius of the ancient Tao sect. Having defeated him, how glorious would that be? What a huge humiliation. However, Li Changdan couldn't even open his mouth. Now, he deeply understood what it meant to have a pain in the nuts, and this was really fatal. Ling Han stretched out his hand, and tore open Li Changdan's collar with a rip. A purple pendant hung from his chest, and he wore it with a thread. Ling Han reached out and pulled at it. The thread broke, and the pendant fell into his hand. "Our return," Li Changdan barely said, but the words "it to me" couldn't be uttered at all. Ling Han smiled and said, "Senior brother is really stingy. Isn't it just a pendant carved from a piece of broken wood? What's our relationship for you to be fussing over this with me?" He put his arm around Li Changdan's shoulder, as if they were good friends. Li Changdan reached out with a trembling hand, but the pain coming from his lower body was too intense. He felt as if just stretching out his hand had caused a tug on his balls, and it was so painful that he was about to cry. How was this a pendant carved out of broken wood? It was a rare treasure he had obtained from an ancient site that could suppress formations. Now that ancient sites were appearing one after another in this world, all of them were protected by formations. Thus, how practical was this pendant? It was extremely precious. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.